Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
The Goldberg Club's Korean branch didn't have a dedicated building. Instead, they rented penthouses in various hotels for extended periods, gathering there whenever meetings were necessary. On this day, a few members of the Korean branch met in one such penthouse. The recent conflict with the company had prompted their gathering. A man who had formerly purchased the gallery sprawled on the sofa, twirling a wine glass. Red wine swirled inside, repeatedly wetting and sliding down the glass. There's no chance of an all-out war. The company, those cowards, wouldn't want a fight. Well, the white-haired old man stood by the wide-open window, gazing down at the night view. A highly developed city spread before him. People enjoyed the densely laid infrastructure and the lights that never dimmed, even at night. The man on the sofa glanced at the window and smiled. Old man, you worry too much. The company has too much to protect. That city, those people, would they destroy it with their own hands? The old man didn't react, and the man continued his monologue-like conversation. Look at this time too. Thinking it wouldn't end well if they fought, they just backed off. Of course, we have to let them join the anomalous city exploration. But that's just saving face. What can they do by sending just one person? They say a company without even pride is just a corpse. The other members, similarly sprawled out, snickered while mocking the company. Young men and women's laughter filled the spacious penthouse. The old man frowned. These young fools. You don't know how terrifying the company can be. The company is scary. Who would win in a head-on fight? But the company won't dash. Who says they can't? The old man slowly turned around. As the club leader in charge of the Korean branch, the other members quietly closed their mouths. Inwardly, they cursed the old man for being a coward. The old man pointed to the night view of the city. The city? A few 100,000 people? You think the company really fears this? You say that even knowing about the climate anomalies. The members' appearances suddenly registered in the old man's eyes. Even the oldest was barely 40. That's because they all die before getting old. And the old man, who had survived long enough for his hair to turn white, knew how terrifying the company could be when they lost it. Just look at the climate anomalies. They're the ones who abandoned 8 billion people to die when they couldn't stop the climate anomalies. And they're the ones who tried to kill 6 billion people to stop them. The Preservation Plan and the Genocide Company factions. As high-ranking officials, they knew about the core survival plan shared among the groups, and with the club's intelligence, they also knew about the factions at Novel bin at. Those who would stop at nothing as long as humanity could survive. The members' faces hardened anew. They remembered the Blue House terror attack too. The madman who brazenly stormed the Blue House and made blue flowers bloom. You say the company has a lot to protect? No, we need the city. Because we need to live well. But the company is different. As long as humans survive, even if the world ends, that's enough. We have more to protect. The man gulped down the remaining wine and waved his hand. His face flushed. Still, unless it's pushed to the level of the climate anomalies, the company won't lose its mind, right? Who knows? The old man turned back to gaze at the beautiful night view, but the scene reflected in his eyes was somewhere in his memories. The company had periodic outbursts. They would research something among themselves, discover something strange and go crazy, come to some weird conclusion and charge in like mad boars, cause horrific accidents saying it's the way for humanity to survive. Of course, the old man understood. Unlike artists simply immersed in art or clubs aiming to live well, they had unnecessarily grand ideologies like protecting humanity, so there must be various circumstances. What the old man worried about was that cycle. If we're just talking about time, it's about time for another outburst. Now that the climate anomalies had been resolved, it was time for the company to go mad. This check was to probe that, but seeing them back down so easily made him more uneasy. Old man, we still needed to keep them in check. When one member spoke, the old man reluctantly nodded. Anyway, since it ended well, I won't say more. I approved it too. So, who's the company employee joining the exploration? They said an investigator. Who? The old man turned his head, slightly tense. If it was an investigator, weren't they survival experts? The numbers had decreased now, but that especially team leader wasn't someone to be underestimated. The man casually pouring wine into his glass said, Lee Youngwoo, Lee Yinwoo, a rookie less than a year in. His background is impressive, but still a rookie. That's fine. How much experience could a rookie of less than a year have? As long as it wasn't a company employee with 10 years of experience, they could relax. The old man started enjoying the night view again with ease. Then he suddenly said, have they found the culprit who completely cleaned out that gun manufacturing facility? We've never suffered such a one-sided loss before, have we? No. The investigation team's office. Yinwoo was facing a company employee from the Korean branch. His expression was twisted because the person from the planning department had said something ridiculous. So, you're telling me to participate in the Goldberg Club's anomalous city exploration. It's not compulsory. You can refuse if you want. The company employee responded kindly. However, you requested to keep carrying the eraser. If you carry the eraser, you'll be assigned such tasks. You can think of it as a kind of practical experience. As he gently explained that carrying the eraser originally entailed being deployed for such tasks, citing various examples, Yinwu's face gradually relaxed. Instead, Yinwu quietly looked down at the eraser. Should I just give up? There are too many annoying tasks. The eraser was good, but the accompanying tasks were too bothersome. Not as an investigator or special investigator, but additional duties as an agent carrying the eraser. Of course, he'd get paid more for it, but... Yinwu pressed his throbbing head repeatedly, then sighed. Fine. I'll participate. He could try it for a few days, and if it seemed too dangerous, he could give up. And the eraser. Although he couldn't feel that sensation again, he could erase most dangers with just a flick of his hand. An excellent choice. The company employee nodded with a smile and pulled out a few documents, pushing them towards Yinwu. Yinwu glanced down to see it was an exploration plan. The company employee briefly explained. An anomalous city refers to a city affected by anomalies. Most are passed down as far-fetched folk tales, and are often just the result of two dimensions accidentally overlapping, but sometimes real ones are discovered. Just as cities once considered ancient legends were sometimes excavated, anomalous cities were occasionally discovered. Such anomalous cities became big money, so the Goldberg Club never stopped exploring like pulling gotcha, and this time they discovered another city. During the Korean War, a mountain village disappeared. The elders in the area say that when North Korean troops approached, a shaman led the villagers somewhere. Is that the anomalous city? The company employee quietly nodded at Yinwu's question. They say they went to a land where they could escape death. A land that fled from the war. Anyway, since it's not expected to be such a dangerous city, Yinwu, you just need to endure a little hardship and reap the benefits from the excavation. Well, I wonder if it'll be that easy. Yinwu gently stroked his chin. Doubt glimmered in his eyes. Going to an obviously anomalous place, would there be no problems? Now he no longer believed in his luck. Something would definitely go wrong. You have the eraser. Yinwu, you'll return safely. Of course I have to return safely. I can't die in a place like that. After glaring as if asking why he was stating the obvious, Yinwu grabbed his bag. I have a lot to pack. Just in case, he needed to repack his bag. Not just simple tools and firearms, but water, food, first aid supplies, hygiene products, clothing, and tents, gas masks, etc., turning it into a survival backpack. The scheduled exploration day arrived quickly. Yinwu climbed the mountain path with just one bag slung over his shoulder. Since the Goldberg Club had already gone around, he just had to follow the newly made path. After walking for a while on the steep path, ruins appeared. A village that looked like a Joseon-era mountain village had turned to ruins, with thatched and tiled houses collapsed, unable to withstand wind and rain. Ah, you're here? You're a bit late. We almost left without you. And, out of place with the atmosphere, club members in suits carrying heavy luggage greeted Yinwu. Among them, the man who had greeted Yinwu smiled broadly, and Yinwu sighed. You should have gone ahead. Then he could have naturally missed the exploration while shifting responsibility to the Goldberg Club. The man briefly made a strange expression, then put a smile back on his face. As expected, an investigator and a rookie. No matter what, we can't ignore the contract. By the way, is this your first exploration? Your luggage is incredibly light. Aren't you providing everything? I heard I just needed to participate. Yinwu shook his seemingly light bag, naturally telling a lie. He bought all these items himself, but it'd be better to use the Goldberg Club's stuff if possible. For a moment, the man's face darkened. His relaxed mood due to the rookie changed to irritation because of the rookie. This was an anomalous city exploration, for heaven's sake. Yet he comes so lightly prepared? We prepared reserve supplies, but... Oh, you didn't prepare my share? Then let's postpone the exploration a bit. I'll go down and prepare. No, we'll supply you. We can't postpone it. Ha. It was the first time losing the Goldberg Club's assets like this. The anomalous city exploration was right in front of them, but somehow the mood was unpleasant from the start. The man waved his hand irritably. The contract in his hand fluttered, catching the light. As the owner of this land, I command, let what is hidden reveal itself. At that moment, a change occurred. The shaman's house located in the corner of the village was restored to perfect condition. White and red cloths hung from the upright flagpole, fluttering and revealing strange patterns even though there was no wind. That seems to be the passage. Let's go. The club members moved in a group. Yinwu followed slowly at the very back, maintaining an appropriate level of tension. As Li Yinwu entered the shaman's house, the world seemed to shift. Halfway up the mountain stood a torii-like one red gate, seemingly connected to the shaman's dwelling. The team cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Drawing their pistols, they remained vigilant, eyes scanning in all directions. Nearby, a large tree adorned with colorful ribbons swayed in the breeze, while a dirt path overgrown with weeds wound its way down the mountain. From the village below, wisps of smoke from cooking fires lazily drifted skyward. Set up the barricades and deploy the drones. The club members sprang into action. They unfolded portable barricades to block the path. Some launched drones from boxes, while others began pitching tents. Team 3, stay here and guard the passage. How's the drone reconnaissance? Approaching now. Keep your distance. Zoom in from afar. The members moved with practiced efficiency, clearly not their first rodeo. Each performed their role like clockwork. Meanwhile, Yinwu stood still, then slowly slipped his hand into his pocket. He felt the eraser. Got my weapon. Got the dice. Bags packed. Is the passage still open? Yinwu approached the expedition team's leader and asked, will the passage stay open? It'll close soon. Then how do we get back? The man furrowed his brow, looking annoyed. We plan to open it from the outside in 2 weeks. There's also a way to open it from this side in emergencies. What kind of dash? At that moment, a shout rang out. The member operating the drone zoomed in on the screen and reported, visual confirmed. It's an old village. The leader hurried over to the member, with Yinwu following close behind to see the drone footage. A mountain village lined with thatched and tiled roof houses sprawled before them. People in worn handbaks worked in nearby fields and paddies, while women carried baskets of potatoes towards the rice fields. It was a peaceful scene, as if they had traveled back in time. Any visible anomalies besides this space? Team 1, approach with me. Investigator, you're coming too, right? Yes, Yinwu nodded curtly. With the eraser, he felt invincible. The drone had flown across the sky and zoomed in, so the village was actually quite far away. As they descended the mountain path, the team leader briefed Yinwu on precautions. Watch your behavior and words carefully. This is an isolated space, and we don't know what kind of anomalous entities might be here. One wrong move could trigger something unpredictable. It was a warning to prevent any mishaps from the inexperienced Yinwu. Yinwu nodded calmly. I know how terrifying anomalies can be. I'll stay quiet and leave everything to you. Good. After walking for about half an hour, they reached the village. An old man sitting on a nearby bench widened his eyes. Who are you? Hello. We're travelers who got lost in the mountains. Is there a phone here? Our cell phones aren't working. The leader spoke nonchalantly, but the old man just blinked slowly. I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. Just stay right there. I'll go fetch the shaman. By the way, is the war outside over? War. Hearing their clueless response, the old man frowned. Deep wrinkles etched his face. The communists? We fled all the way here to escape them. That ended long ago. South Korea won. Wait, you don't know about that. How would we know that in this mountain village? Anyway, wait here. The old man reacted casually. He stood up, leaning on his cane, and walked deeper into the village. The leader and Yinwu fell silent for a moment. Yinwu spoke first. This is strange. He doesn't seem happy or interested in leaving. It's been a long time, so that could explain it, but he does seem unusually calm. Maybe life here is good enough. At novel bin at. From the looks of it, they weren't starving and seemed to live peacefully. Perhaps they were content enough with their lives here to lose interest in the outside world. They stood at the village entrance, carefully observing the surroundings. Soon, they saw the shaman approaching with the old man. The shaman wore a red hat and red robe, decorated with blue and yellow ribbons, and carried a fan. With each step, bells jingled. We have guests. A sharp voice. A deathly pale face with blood-red lips. The figure most likely to be an anomaly had appeared. The leader tensed inwardly but outwardly maintained a guileless smile. Yes. Could we borrow a phone perhaps? We're lost dash. Lost? You. The shaman's piercing eyes met the leader's guarded gaze. Though the shaman merely glared, the members subtly shifted, ready to draw their guns if necessary. The leader's mind raced. Should we subdue the shaman first? No, fighting like this would only put us at a disadvantage. Better to negotiate. The shaman suddenly laughed, their mouth stretching to their ears. Such esteemed guests mustn't be slighted. Follow me. The bells jingled as the shaman waved their fan. A person emerged from a side door of the shrine to guide the guests to an empty house. Dash. Night fell. The members roamed the village gathering information, communicating with those at the Red Gate via transceivers, and analyzing the data. Whether it's a legend or some pseudo-shamanic practice doesn't matter. What's important is the anomaly itself. It's unclear if the god they worship is the anomaly, or if it's the shaman, or something else entirely. They analyzed the local anomaly based on their experience and knowledge. Yinwu crouched quietly in a corner, rolling the eraser in his pocket. Boring. While the club members systematically investigated, their approach differed from Yinwu's experiences. It was slow. Though safer, Yinwu, accustomed to constant chaos, felt restless. Maybe it'd be better if everything just blew up. No, that's not right. Or is it? Should I just swing the eraser around? No. Or should I? Would it be dangerous? Thoughts that would horrify the members if they knew. The members remained engrossed in their own discussions. Offering death, god of the Samdo River, it seems related to death somehow, right? From what I've gathered, this village has an unnaturally low mortality rate. All deaths are from natural causes in the elderly. An impossibility for such an isolated village with no medical professionals. There's no infant mortality either. They say it's because they offer death. Sounds promising. The leader rubbed his hands together. This could be profitable. We could sell longevity for a high price. He glanced at Yinwu, who stared blankly into space, looking utterly disinterested. Not interested in longevity? I heard investigators like this kind of thing. I'm not interested. There's rainwater. No need to rely on such suspicious rituals for longevity. Genuinely bored, Yinwu heaved a deep sigh. Might as well sleep. They said they'd take the night watch. And so, the day of the feast arrived. In the shrine's spacious courtyard, people bustled about, moving tables, cooking rice, grilling meat, and preparing for the feast. The elderly stood with hands clasped behind their backs, pointing here and there and offering unsolicited advice. Young people moved about sweating, while children ran around shouting and chattering excitedly. The atmosphere was lively and festive. In contrast, a club member and Li Yinwo huddled in a corner, quietly observing the commotion. They could poison the food. The meal itself might trigger the anomaly. There are stories about eating food from the underworld preventing your return to the land of the living. On the other hand, refusing could also cause problems. Yinwo and the man exchanged words effortlessly. They communicated well on matters like this, predicting and dealing with dangers. Not just any investigator, the man thought as he looked at Yinwo and called over a club member. We brought our own provisions, right? Let's hand over about 20 portions. As if we're contributing to the feast. Include the chocolate too. Understood. Yinwo also admired the man's judgment. So we'll just eat what we prepared. Not we, but what we. Never mind. Just then, several burly farmers entered, arms full of sickles, pitchforks, and the like, dumping them in a corner of the courtyard. The pile of low-quality farm tools clattered noisily. Yinwo wore a puzzled expression. Why would they bring those to a feast? They might have their reasons, the man replied. Though out of place at a feast, he analyzed the situation coolly. They wouldn't throw a feast without purpose. This is a small village dependent on farming, ruled by a shaman. There's likely some mixture of agriculture and religion at play. This implied that the emergence of unique customs wouldn't be strange, and the influence of anomalies tended to be behind the unique cultures of anomalous cities. Something feels off, Yinwo thought. He slipped his hand into his pocket, grasping the eraser. Confidence surged through him, a sense that he could protect himself safely. You mentioned earlier that this so-called god would demonstrate its power at the feast. What kind of anomaly typically gets called a god? It's just a label. Call it a god and it's a god, call it an artwork and it's an artwork. Demons are a bit different. Anyway, judging by how it organizes and rules the village, we can negotiate with it. Suddenly, the man grinned greedily. If I could make this village my client and sell them longevity, hehe, I could make quite a profit. Client. It's no different from an ordinary business. Buy here, sell there. Broker services from one place to another. Take a cut in the middle. There was still time before the feast began. Checking his wristwatch, the man explained the club's structure while making small talk. Money doesn't just grow on trees, you know. High-ranking members each run their own businesses, and rankings are determined by business profits. Simply put, the man curled his fingers into a coin shape. His wristwatch gleamed. It's all about money. Whoever makes the most money is on top, that's all there is to it. Seems simple enough, Yinwo replied. He nodded absent-mindedly, then asked another question out of boredom. It was just to pass the time. They chatted about the man's business, security services, and anomalous city exploration, why Yinwo didn't join the club instead of being a risky investigator, and some vague details about contracts. After a while of meaningless chatter, the feast preparations were complete. Each table was filled with mixed grain rice, side dishes, and meat. The villagers, clutching sickles, pitchforks, and rocks, waited for the shaman to arrive. Their eyes were dark and sunken, the air charged with tension. The atmosphere is a bit. Yinwo hunched his body. Like a compressed spring, like a beast ready to pounce. Turning his head like a meerkat, he saw the shaman emerge from the shrine. Jingle, jingle, the sound of bells rang out. The sound grew louder and closer until the shaman stopped in their midst. The shaman's sharp voice cut through the air. Today we offer death. Everyone ready? No one missing. Yes, yes. Of course, came the trembling replies. Hands gripping sickles and pitchforks shook. Eyelids clenched shut. The shaman whipped their head around. Eyes fixed on the guests. The man calmly met that gaze, rubbing his stomach as if hungry. The shaman smirked. Guests, stay right where you are. Watch closely and feel the power of our god with your own eyes. I look forward to it, the man smirked back. They held each other's gaze for a moment. The shaman snapped open a fan depicting a hazy image of the god of the river Styx. The fan swept upward with a flourish. Begin. The fan spun down in an arc as the shaman leapt and twirled like in a gut ritual. The decorations on their clothes unfurled, and the bell sounds rang painfully loud. And then, blood sprayed. Thwack. A sickle sliced a throat. A pitchfork became a spear, stabbing someone. A rock smashed down on a head, while another head cracked from a thrown stone. Crash. People collapsed with groans of pain. Carefully arranged tables overturned, while intact ones were stained red with blood. Yinwo's pupils dilated. This was real. Not pretense or acting, but inflicting fatal wounds. The stench of blood grew thick. No, this is insane, he muttered. His legs moved on their own, creeping along the courtyard fence towards the wide-open main gate. At that moment, whoosh, the shaman pointed at Yinwo. The villagers' heads turned in unison to look at him. How dare you try to leave during the feast, the shaman shrieked. The bell sounds stopped, as did the sounds of killing and dying. The shaman, villagers, and even those collapsed on the ground glared at Yinwo with eyes clouded by black smoke. Even those on the ground, gasping for breath, coughing blood, and groaning in pain, all focused their gazes on him. That murderous atmosphere. Sickles and pitchforks stained red. Humans drenched in blood. The air thick with killing intent. Faced with that ferocious energy, as if they might seize Yinwo and offer him as a sacrifice at any moment, he spoke. No, I just wanted a better view. Please, continue the feast. Wow, I've rarely seen anything like this. The shaman's eyelids trembled. The club member wore an incredulous expression, but as the shaman began leaping again and people resumed killing each other, the atmosphere once more descended into madness. They killed and died with all their might, neither fleeing nor hesitating. Fighting like mortal enemies, the slaughter ended quickly. All the villagers lay wounded on the ground, gasping and taking labored breaths. The shaman took a deep breath of the blood-scented air, then smiled contentedly. The god of the river Styx will be pleased. The shaman lit some incense. Black smoke rose from it in plumes, flowing into the inner shrine. At the same time, the people's wounds gradually disappeared. Though spilled blood remained, broken heads, sliced throats, and stabbed torsos healed rapidly, as if they had never existed. The villagers rose with groans of oh my, as if they'd never suffered fatal injuries. Then they plopped down in front of the blood-spattered tables. But a few elderly villagers, their wounds seemingly not fully healed, hunched over, struggling to suppress their groans and pain. The shaman blinked their black-stained eyes a few times, then nodded. You've worked hard, so eat. Those who offered less death remain. And guests, what did you think? Our god dash. Clap 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 dash at novel bin at. Slow applause interrupted the shaman. It was the club's high-ranking member. The man smiled happily, his face flushed red. Good. Very good. Excellent. Your salesmanship is truly artful. Could a product introduction be any more intuitive than this? Who could deny its marketability after seeing this? An anomaly that not only grants longevity but even heals fatal wounds? This has definite commercial potential? Of course, he hadn't fully analyzed it yet, but that could be figured out step by step. We can have a deeper discussion now. It'll be beneficial for you too. As the man strode forward, the shaman wore a bewildered expression. This wasn't the reaction the shaman had expected. Then they noticed Yinwu standing by the door. He was frowning. Not a single sane person here, he thought. The shaman who orchestrated this feast, the club member excited about its profit potential, neither seemed in their right mind. It felt like he was the only normal one here. Yinwu's thoughts were interrupted by the shaman's voice. And what did you think, guest? Yinwu snapped out of his thoughts. Faced with the shaman's eerie gaze, he spoke without much consideration. It's cliché. Nothing particularly special from what I can see. Killing each other? That was just behavior forced by the shaman. A disease that kills people is scarier. Regeneration? The zombies from the hair loss reign were more persistent. Thus, Yinwu actually felt his slight tension dissipate. If this was all, there wasn't much danger. The boredom was plainly visible on Yinwu's face. He just wanted to leave quickly. His expression even looked bored, causing confusion to fill the shaman's face. Mr. Yinwu, come inside too. You should claim your share. The man strode into the shrine. The shaman followed, tilting their head in confusion, while Yinwu leisurely took off his shoes and entered. The shaman and the man walked ahead inside the shrine. That smell, Yinwu thought. He wrinkled his nose. He traced the path where the black smoke had slithered through the air like a snake. The faint trail of smoke led to a painting of the god on the wall. Is that painting the anomaly? So the shaman is handling a single anomaly? 2 swipes of the eraser should do it. A black shadow blocking the river Styx. It seemed somewhat faded. Hurry up. Every minute counts, the man called out. If we start the business a day earlier, we can make that much more money dash. Yes, I'm coming, Yinwu replied. Dash. Dash. A small room in the shrine. Seated on the warm floor heated by Ondal, the shaman, the man, and Yinwu continued their conversation. The man spoke enthusiastically, his body fidgeting. This, religion, village, followers? Anyway, have you considered taking on more people? If you mean guests dash. I mean outsiders, not us. As you know, we opened a closed passage to get here. That means people can come and go freely. The shaman looked flustered. The flow of conversation was explosive, like a dam bursting in a flood. Too rapid to keep up with. We're saying we'll bring people here, that's what I mean. The shaman pondered for a moment, then snapped open their fan to cover their face. First, I need to ask the god dash. Then please summon that god. I'll negotiate directly. What do you dash? Just as you serve the god of the river Styx, we're people of that side too. Sorcery, blessings, magic, spiritual power, whatever you want to call it. As he spoke, the man pulled out a special banknote and set it descend with a lighter. As the fiber, seemingly just a 10,001 note, burned, the man made a pulling gesture and crash. Windows, doors, and drawers all flew open simultaneously. In an instant, 10,001 worth of labor was performed according to the man's value. Outside air and sound poured in. The shaman narrowed their eyes, then snapped the fan shut. The fan immediately fell onto a small table with a crisp impact sound. I'll need time to give a definitive answer. Let's talk after the funeral first. Will it take long? No, before that, tell me about this god of the river Styx. To explain well to people dash. Impossible? Wait quietly. The man rose from his seat with a grin. Yinwu followed him as they headed towards the house where they were staying. With all the villagers gathered at the shrine, the streets were empty. The man spoke in a low voice. Now, let's get down to business. We need to extract information from inside the shrine and keep an eye on the shaman. Won't that just raise their suspicions unnecessarily? We have something like your fluorescent vests. Wear that and there's no problem. In any case, the Goldberg Club was in charge. Yinwu, merely a participant, nodded silently. The man sprang into action. He grabbed the radio and contacted Squad 3 guarding the gate and Squad 2 waiting nearby. Squad 2, grab the stones and come down. Target confirmed. Their sleeping quarters had transformed into a makeshift lab. Folding tables were set up with laptops on top, a small generator outside, and a tangle of wires everywhere. Li Yinwu crouched in the corner, quietly observing the proceedings. Is this really how it's supposed to go? Securing an escape route, dispatching recon teams, gathering intel, establishing relationships with key figures, sending covert info collection teams. It was a system somewhat similar to the company's. Sending investigators, deploying special units based on their intel, cleanup. Their actions so far resembled those of investigators. Yet Yinwu felt uncomfortable, like wearing ill-fitting clothes. Is this right? Shouldn't we be running into anomalies and twisting ourselves into pretzels when we investigate? It felt like being dropped in a foreign country, or eating unfamiliar food, or perhaps moving from working solo to operating in a group. Yinwu scratched his head, then slumped against the wall with a thud. Let's just watch for now. I'm curious about that anomaly too. It was a relatively safe situation. Normally, he'd view even minor things with suspicion, but now they became objects of curiosity and interest. Then, Squad 2 came down. Squad 2, oddly ignored despite being seen, suddenly exuded presence as they pocketed the stones. The man ordered them. 2 of you go to the shrine and photograph everything. The rest take turns watching the shaman. And, Mr. Yinwu. The man handed Yinwu a black envelope. Inside were a radio and a small stone. Likely the stone that distorts perception. Why this? The cemetery seems suspicious. Could you check it out? They had gathered the bodies of naturally deceased elders in one place, but it was suspected to be related to a death-related anomaly, so it needed to be verified. The man said with a grin. We've excused you from night watch, lent you all the equipment. Surely you can do this much. Well, I guess I should earn my keep. He accepted the proposal, thinking it would help pass the time, with no internet and boredom setting in. The man tapped the envelope. When you hold this stone, you'll be seen as just another roadside rock. Take photos and videos of the graves, and if possible, pictures of the corpses too. He pointed to a corner piled with tools. Yinwu casually slung a large shovel over his shoulder. And so, Yinwu headed to the cemetery. The cemetery was on the mountain they had descended, but had to be accessed by a different path than the one leading to the gate. Yinwu leisurely climbed the mountain path, slowly awakening his senses. He took a deep breath of the fresh, clear air. I'm alone. Could be dangerous. Even with the eraser, a blow to the back of the head could be perilous. Left alone, his dormant instinct stirred sluggishly. A faint vitality coursed through his blood, energizing his entire body. His steps gained strength, and his mind gradually sharpened. Thanks to this stone, I've escaped detection. What could be dangerous? Area of effect attacks like bombings or earthquakes. Being abandoned here isn't good either. The crowd itself could be dangerous, like with the worm cult leader. His survival instinct, bordering on paranoia, transformed every minor element into a potential threat. Can that recovery overcome the eraser's deletion too? The club is dangerous too. They'd kill me for money if they could. The bag and dice are valuable items. Lost in suspicion, he arrived at the cemetery. More precisely, a natural cave on the mountain. They said the bodies were laid to rest inside the cave. Yinwu stood still, observing the cave entrance. Despite it being a festival day, 2 men guarded the entrance. They were well built and armed with swords and bows. Yinwu, tightly gripping the stone, cautiously revealed himself. Just his head peeking out from behind a tree. He made direct eye contact with one of the men, but the guard glanced over him like a tree branch and spoke. The festival must be over by now, right? Should be. Good thing we didn't participate. It's truly an awful thing. What can we do? It's the shaman's words, and what he desires. Yinwu finally fully believed in the stone's effect. Nodding, he slowly walked towards the entrance. A person passed by them, but the guards were too busy chatting to notice. What about the old folks? They'll be brought in here now. They lived healthily thanks to him, so after their lifespan, they should be offered to him. Yinwu entered the cave. Into the pitch-black cave devoid of torches, a beam of white light stretched out. It was the flashlight Yinwu had turned on. The smell. Inside the cave, there was a faint scent of the incense the shaman had burned. The smell grew stronger as he walked deeper into the cave, and the low temperature gave off a chilly air. Following the scent, walking carefully to muffle his footsteps for a while, Yinwu finally reached a large cavern and he saw the bodies piled densely. No, those who had become worse than corpses, unable to die. This is. A quiet mutter sank beneath the wave of labored breathing. The faint sound of barely drawn breaths could be heard even from the back of the cavern. Yinwu approached one of the corpse-like humans with a rigidly set face. A body so emaciated the bones showed through. A head with much of its white hair fallen out. A face more mummy than human. Black smoke-filled eyes barely moved, following the flashlight's beam. The bluish lips quivered, and a weak voice was heard. Kill me, please. Yinwu realized. They had offered their deaths. Those who offered their deaths cannot die. Having offered death itself to the god of the river Styx, they had lost even natural death. Those fallen into a hell of eternally offering death. The end was horrific. I guess it's a good thing we didn't perform the ritual. Yinwu pondered. In this situation, what should he do as an investigator? Rolling around at the company had further dulled his already blunt sensibilities. Yinwu made a judgment as an investigator. First, I'll take photos. Then I should bring one person back. At novel bin at. Click click. He took a few pictures with the camera from the club, then lightly lifted an elder with a small build. He then opened the bag wide and stuffed the elder in, feet first. The elder was thin and small, so with the joints folded properly, they fit in easily. Being an undying body, there shouldn't be any problems. Finally, Yunwu turned to the elder who had begged him for death. I can kill you. Do you really want that? The elder barely managed to nod. They couldn't move even a fingernail's width, but their intent was conveyed. Yunwu took out the eraser. I should check if the eraser works on this death rejection. The eraser slowly erased the elder's head. Other nearby things were erased too, leaving nothing above the neck. Murky blood trickled down. Yet, they did not die. Could not die. Yunwu realized this fact by checking the pulse on their wrist. Still, they can't recover. Rest in peace. As Yunwu was about to erase the remaining body completely, the other corpses writhed desperately. Weak voices poured out, filled with longing. Me too, kill me too, please. Eerie voices. Corpse-like humans writhing together in one place like snakes or parasites. Yunwu nodded. Wait just a few days. I'll come back. If he reported this to the company, they wouldn't sit idle. Not when humans were suffering in the clutches of an anomaly. The undying humans went limp. The labored breathing continued, but hope filled their eyes. An end was in sight for the life they couldn't die from. And, the black fog in their eyes saw everything. The scene of the elder being completely erased. The sight of embracing permanent death. Unaware of being watched, the shaman sat quietly in front of the god's painting, deep in meditation. More precisely, they were communicating with the god of the river Styx, a netherworld being sealed in a small space. It is believed that more deaths can be harvested. How should we proceed? Wait a moment. It was just as Yunwu entered the cave. Though it didn't notice Yunwu, perceived as a stone, it saw the offering erased by the eraser. Drive them out? Politely? Something terrible to them. No, wait. Never mind. Bring them here. If they can wield such a thing, there's no need to harvest more deaths. A voice echoing in the mind, mixed with 80% fear and 20% hope. Perhaps I might be able to return to the netherworld, ignoring this seal? Understood. The shaman didn't know the details but, as always, followed its will. The self-proclaimed god of the river Styx was filled with hope. Let's return to the world after death, please. I'll never set foot in this terrible mortal world again. Meanwhile, the club members were busy interpreting the data secretly photographed from the shrine. A translation program made by the club was translating the ancient texts hidden by the shaman. The important parts have been translated. Explain it. Yes. This god of the river Styx appeared in the Joseon dynasty. The member read fluently while looking at the monitor. An evil spirit emerged from the netherworld and caused havoc around here. But a passing monk sealed it. How? He put it into an undying tree. The recorded conversation goes something like this. I'll return to the netherworld, so please release me. Tut tut. You lack enlightenment. First, understand the pain of life in there. A dead one doesn't know the pain of life? From what I see, you haven't suffered enough to gain enlightenment. The man's expression darkened. Then, is the reason for offering death to escape from that tree? Probably. An evil spirit sealed in an undying tree. An evil spirit trying to escape the tree by harvesting deaths. It can't generate long-term profits. Won't it escape once it collects enough deaths? Seems that way. The man smacked his forehead. Could they fail to even recover their investment? Of course, exploring anomalous cities often resulted in losses, but just when they thought they'd hit the jackpot. Money, we need to make money. Let's see. If they reinforced the undying tree, couldn't they turn it into an eternal death harvesting machine? I guess we'll have to increase the company's shares a bit and get help with the seal in return. Just then, the tinkling of bells announced the shaman's visit. Quicker steps than Yunwu descending from the cave. The man, startled that their infiltration might have been discovered, hurriedly went out. The shaman spoke with an oddly respectful attitude. We need your help. What kind of help? The man said with a grin, but his expression hardened at the shaman's next words. You have an object that brings eternal death, don't you? The gods saw everything that happened in the tomb. Use it a few more times for us. Golden lightning struck in the man's mind. Yunwu went to the tomb. Permanent death. An object with such an effect in light clothing. The eraser? Right. I heard an investigator was carrying the eraser. I thought it was that team leader, but it was this one? It's certainly hard to imagine. The man smiled. Squad 2. Pick up the stones. It's time to catch a big fish. This was a jackpot. A jackpot worth risking conflict with the company? And he heard he had some kind of dice too. How much could the eraser and dice sell for? This was a challenge that couldn't be passed up. Meanwhile, Yunwu, while descending the mountain, recalled something and took out even the fluorescent vest from his bag and put it on while holding the stone. I think I let my guard down too much. The Goldberg Club is a hostile group. I should at least secretly figure out how to open the passage. The expedition leader smiled at the shaman, his expression natural and kind. We should ask him first. Our affiliations differ, after all. Is that so? Then I'll ask him myself. Where is he? He hasn't come down from the mountain yet. Let's talk over dinner later. The shaman hesitated, then shook their sleeve. The bells jingled as they turned away. See you then. The bell sounds faded. The man stood still until the shaman's silhouette disappeared, then his expression changed completely. Change of plans. The eraser is far more important than this crap. Team 2, prepare for an ambush from hiding, now. He should be coming down soon. Hurry. Is that all right? The man glanced over. The members wore anxious expressions. It was due to the eraser's power and the doomsday cultist's notoriety. The man smirked. Afraid of the eraser, not the person? A bullet kills just the same, outside perception. Besides, the company recently lost the eraser to a mere sculptor. He's only had the eraser for a few days. How well could he possibly use it? The man's words instilled confidence in the members. They tilted their heads, then clenched their fists with vigor. Just selling the eraser is worth a fortune. We'll split it all, so let's do this. Team 2, hide around this house. The target will return to report on the grave investigation. Shoot to kill the moment he puts down the stone. Yes, sir. When Team 2 grasped the anomaly that made people see others as stones, their presence vanished. They scattered to surround the house. On the roof, in trees, beside doors, under windows, inside rooms. Positions to shoot Li Yinwu the moment he appeared. The man continued. Team 3, act normal. Don't do anything strange, awkward, or suspicious. We'll continue translating the ancient texts. Team 3 entered a room and resumed interpreting the remaining sections of the old books. Good. Now, let's hit the jackpot. The man rubbed his hands together like a fly, dreaming of gold. The eraser, no less. Think of it as an infinitely reusable nuclear bomb. Even if I just resell it to the company, that's easily tens of billions. He'd have to sell at a big discount to maintain relations with the company, but if he didn't care about that relationship, how much could I get selling to others? What could I get? This kind of profit was a first in the man's life. He couldn't contain his excitement. He entered the small room where he was staying and gulped down water. Then, as the sky darkened with the setting sun, the man's face also darkened. Why hasn't he come back yet? Did he notice something? Damn it. Is it because he's a rookie investigator? The man hesitated, then picked up the walkie-talkie. After clearing his throat, he pressed the transmit button. Team 1. Any abnormalities in the passage? At novel bin at. This is Team 1. No abnormalities. Really? The passage remains closed. No one else has approached. Just wild animals. I see. He's definitely still in here. No, wait. I heard he had dice. From what I understand, it's an anomaly optimized for manipulating probability. He might have used it to escape. Did he leave? That can't be good. As the man furrowed his brow, the shaman's sharp voice rang out. Is he here? He's not here. The man shouted loudly, then hurriedly went outside to greet the shaman. He's still not back. We don't know what he's up to. Are you certain? As the shaman raised an eyebrow, wrinkles formed on their forehead. The man also frowned deeply. He's really not here. That permanent death is absolutely necessary. When will he return? I'm not sure. We're looking for him too. I'll let you know as soon as we hear anything. The shaman was about to spew out harsh words with a vicious expression, but the god of the river Styx in their mind stopped them in horror, so they struggled to compose themselves. Do make sure to inform me. Yes, yes. The man bowed his head perfunctorily as the shaman turned to leave. And there was Yinwu, wearing the fluorescent vest he had brought, with a stone grasped in one hand. Right next to them, hearing their entire conversation. I knew something was fishy. As soon as he entered the village outskirts, the atmosphere felt off. So he had waited with 2 perception-distorting objects equipped, and this is what he found. A club that's noticed the eraser. A shaman and anomaly who want the eraser. Yinwu's eyes sank with a slimy glare. An isolated world, 2 groups coveting the eraser, himself alone. An extremely dangerous situation. I can't see Team 2. They must be hiding to attack. They might betray me, but they can't try to kill me. If they had peacefully threatened from over there, he would have peacefully let it slide. But they crossed the line. His heart raced. Vitality spread throughout his body. His senses sharpened, and his mind spun at high speed. As boredom vanished, survival instinct took its place. Escape is the priority. The dice is too risky, so I need to find a safe way out. That guy in charge should know. Yinwu coldly moved his feet. Dash. Dash. After the shaman left, the members gathered on the wide floor to set the dinner table. They lit the gas burner, cooked rice with the water they had prepared, and boiled ramen. Since all the food was made with supplies they had brought, they ate comfortably. One member asked. Did he run away? Don't know. He should have the stone, so he might be around us. Shouldn't we just stick to the original plan and deal with the shaman? Dash. Shut up, idiot. We'll do that too, and get the eraser separately. When the money-blinded man said this, the other members nodded. To be active in the Goldberg Club, you needed a lot of money. You had to offer gold as an annual fee, buy the club's anomalies, and pay to use other high-ranking members' products. A member who was eating happily suddenly looked at the man. He hadn't taken a single bite. Aren't you eating? No appetite. Ah, we're so close to hitting it big. Meanwhile, the man gave some members a strange look. Like people with severe tech neck, they thrust their heads forward, burying their noses in their bowls as they ate. Did their necks stick out from translating at the computer all day? As he had such a silly thought for a moment, the man's expression hardened. Crunch, rip. Their necks stretched forward. To an impossible degree for human anatomy, with skin tearing and bones cracking, stretching forward. The chopsticks and spoons that had been moving harmoniously stopped. They were dazed, unable to immediately grasp the situation. Finally, several members' heads fell off. Thud, bang. Heads rolled across the table. Blood spurted from the gruesome cross-sections. The remaining bodies flailed before collapsing. On top of that, even the hair of those who were still intact began to fall out in clumps. Poison. No, an anomaly that can be used like poison. Everyone jumped up. The man shouted urgently. It's that investigator? Be on guard. Everyone keep your eyes peeled for any traces. An order to the hidden team too, as well. The stone isn't perfect. It just makes people perceive you as a stone. If you look carefully at each stone, if you raise your cognitive abilities, you can sense something off. But the man's enthusiasm immediately faded. On the way back to the house where they were staying, something hit his foot, and a stone rolled. Only then did he see it, a Team 2 member. With half their body grotesquely erased, only half a face remained visible. A corpse that couldn't even close its eyes. The man's face reflected in the one remaining eye. His voice and face were stained with shock and terror. Team 2? Team 2? Answer me. No answer came. Yinwu didn't miss the traces of them openly retreating in terror. Gathered in a spacious room, they bit their nails, trembled, and swallowed hard. What do we do now? One member asked, his face weary. The food was gone. No water either. They were uneasy about eating anything from this village, and a killer was after them. The man didn't answer. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. After a moment, having regained his composure, the face of the old man who had always feared the company came to mind. That old geezer was right. I was the one lacking experience. He had stumbled upon an anomaly by chance and joined the club. Living comfortably as a regular member, he accidentally discovered an abandoned anomalous city and hit the jackpot, rising to become a high-ranking member. He continued exploring after that, but most attempts failed. Even when successful, he only found safe cities and never faced any major problems. He had never truly fought the company to the death either. That's why I made such a stupid mistake. He shouldn't have fled recklessly out of fear. He shouldn't have let the second team die so meaninglessly. He should have tried to persuade the shaman blocking their path somehow, and if only I hadn't underestimated the opponent from the start. His fist clenched tight. His nails dug into his palm. He had been fooled by the clumsy and awkward appearance. No, he had assumed the opponent was a newbie and only saw what he wanted to see. He shouldn't have done that. The man opened his eyes. They glinted with determination. It wasn't too late yet. The man set a simple goal. The objective is survival. We escape at dawn. If we're attacked during the escape, fight back. Don't hold back on bullets. Spray them everywhere. Even if one stray bullet hits, that's enough. The members nodded with resolute faces. Then one by one, they lay down on the floor or leaned against the wall. They needed to rest now to have strength at dawn. The man pointed at two people. You two take the first watch, change shifts every 2 hours. And, first team, do you copy? This is first team. Prepare to return. Stay alert. Understood. As he put down the radio, one member asked. Yes, but what about that corpse? The old man. At those words, everyone's gaze turned to the mummified old man. Kill me, please. That thing, which Li Yinwu had secretly brought, was presumed to be from a grave. Those who lost even natural death, having offered death to the god of the river Styx. The man spoke indifferently. Leave it be. There was no time to worry about such things. No reason to consider that person's intentions either. The man closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Though sleep didn't come due to his tired and anxious mind, he somehow managed to drift off. His hand, clutching a bundle of bills and a lighter, went limp. Boss, wake up. Boss. Huh, what? The man bolted upright. His vision blurred from sleep. He quickly shook his head, holding the bills to the lighter. He was ready to light them at any moment. Are we under attack? No. The atmosphere in the village is a bit strange right now. The member subtly pointed to the paper door. The other members had also woken up, looking outside with bleary eyes. Outside, so many torches had gathered that their light reached even this house. Faint shouts could be heard. Kill them, he promised. He will free us from hell. The man slapped his cheeks to snap out of it. Then he flung the door wide open and tapped one of the villagers watching them nearby. What's going on? I'm not sure. Hey, hurry up and come out. We don't have time to worry about guys like these. Suddenly, the main gate burst open and another villager stuck his head in. Under the torchlight, his face was flushed red with hope and fervor. That villager waved his torch wildly. He promised us. What are you talking about? When the man asked, the villager grinned. That he'd get us out of this realm of Azuras, this endless hell? That he'd free us from the shackles we bear? As the first step, he said he'd punish the shaman. A hopeful future shown through an eraser. A life where they no longer had to offer death. At the same time, a roar of voices surged like a wave. A swarm of flickering torches rushed towards them. The man's eyes widened. Torches peeking over the wall, and flagpoles standing precariously upright, swaying. At the top of the flagpole with white and red cloths fluttering from the shaman's house, hung the shaman. With their head erased, limbs twitching. F***ck. The man instinctively stepped back. His hands and feet trembled violently. Less than a day had passed since Yinwu had gone into hiding. Yet he had turned the villagers to his side and killed the shaman. Now this village had fallen into Yinwu's grasp. This is. The man swallowed hard. The opponent was hiding with a stone, controlling undying villagers from the shadows. No, he never gave them a chance to attack from the start. He poisoned them in secret, stole supplies, wielded the eraser from behind, and took over the village. To prevent any engagement from the outset. To give no opportunity to fire a gun. This is a newbie? This is someone with less than a year of experience. This was more like an elite agent from the intelligence department, wasn't it? His heart sank. He finally realized. This opponent was no good. The hope of somehow shooting and hitting him was a delusion, misguided from the start. Crack, his mind fractured, and the sound of collapse echoed. The world blurred, torches spinning round and round. Having lost his only hope, the man opened his mouth wide and wailed. Run, run to the portal. That won't do. He told us to kill you all. The old man stepped forward. The elder who had first greeted them when they approached the village tilted his head, hands clasped behind his back. Kill them. Only then can we die too. People swarmed in, torches in one hand and farm tools in the other. Through the narrow gate, over the wall, through the back door. That horrifying momentum. Killers trained by periodically killing each other. Run. Bang bang. The club members scattered like locusts, spraying bullets, but the people walked steadily forward and buried sickles in the members' necks. Under the red torchlight, blood redder than the flames spurted. Screams and shouts echoed. No, no, I can't die. With a pale face, the man lit the bills with trembling hands. The bundle of 50,001 notes went up in flames. Hurry, I have to escape. Head for the portal. The time-buying bills took effect. The man's form vanished in an instant. Yet the old man remained calm. Is it done? Yes. Yinwu revealed his natural presence while putting the stone in his pocket. He glared at the shaman writhing on the flagpole. Tisk, he clicked his tongue. If only they hadn't interfered, this would have ended much sooner. Those guys needed to flee for him to learn how to open the portal, but the shaman had prevented that. So he dealt with the shaman. His fluorescent vest glinted in the torchlight. The old man looked at Yinwu with worshipful eyes. The effects of the stone and fluorescent vest were interpreted in a strange direction. This person is greater than some god of the river Styx. He dwells in all of nature, so it's only natural for him to appear anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, Yinwu pulled out a few time-buying bills from his chest. He had stolen and acquired supplies. He had seen the man use them twice. He had a general idea. Time-buying bills. An anomaly that completes labor without delay when paid the value of the labor. It could be used like a superpower. Chase after that bastard. Whoosh, the bills burned up. Yinwu gripped the stone again and vanished. In the place he disappeared from, a long scream cut off abruptly. The villagers roughly pulled out the bullets and began offering death. Dash, dash, ha, huff, hew. Harsh breathing echoed on the dark mountain path. The man climbed the mountain trail, sweating, sometimes falling, sometimes on all fours, heading towards the gate. It was about breaking through the encirclement. I didn't have enough money. It wasn't enough money to buy sufficient time. He had broken through the encirclement, but arrived at the foot of the mountain. The man moved without rest, as if someone were chasing him from behind. Finally, he reached the gate. One ST team, first team, to an empty space before the gate. The first team that had been guarding this place was gone. No barricades, no tents, no supplies, all gone. The man pulled out his last few bills, swallowing hard. The last time I communicated with the first team was before I fell asleep. He attacked here too while I was briefly asleep. After getting the village under his control, what's the timeline here? He probably dealt with the first team first, then went down to the village and mobilized the villagers. In other words, this place was safe now. Now's the time? I have to escape now. The man hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. A small paper similar to an amusement park pass or movie ticket. The moment he moved towards the gate, holding out the paper that could open the door just once. Swish. His forearm was erased. His palm, the pass, fell to the ground, and blood splattered on top of it. The man looked down at his palm with a blank expression. Huh. Is that the anomaly that opens the portal? A voice rang in his ear, right next to his ear. Breath brushed his neck. Step by step, Yinwu moved forward from beside him. He bent down to pick up the fallen pass. He gripped the pass with the hand holding the stone. Yinwu's expression became strange. The pass looked similar to the guaranteed draw ticket he had once tried so hard to make. Did my future self get the idea from seeing this? He had given up after everything he made turned out to be things he didn't want, but seeing it now gave him an odd feeling. I guess the dice dislike predetermined results, so guaranteed draw tickets always fail. Yinwu glanced at the man. The man, with a crazed look, was banging his head. Wake up, wake up. It's perception distortion. A roadside stone couldn't possibly speak. This is the stone's effect. Of course it's natural, but this isn't a natural occurrence. It's the company's fluorescent vest. The company's investigator who had been harassing them appearing like this now isn't natural. Thwack, blood vessels in his eyes burst and blood trickled down. Only now did the man look straight at Yinwu. A bestial howl echoed through the mountains. Why are you doing this to us? Shouting like this was all he could do. The enemy even had an eraser, so he poured out all his resentment. Yinwu waved his hand lightly. The pass clutched with the stone fluttered. To find out how to open the portal. Just for that you did all this sh*t? You crazy son of a dash. Swish. The eraser in his other hand traced a short arc. Only the man's head was neatly erased. Yinwu looked down at the man blankly. Your language is harsh. This is the surest and safest method, you know. The headless body of the man swayed and fell backwards. Yinwu turned his gaze to the tree with colorful cloths. After coming down from the grave, he had been moving non-stop, so he had checked the contents translated by the club. The god of the river Styx and the undying tree. Yinwu pondered, then put the stone in his bag, took off the fluorescent vest as well, and placed his hand on the tree at Novel bin Adat. Are you here? Is this the undying tree? That's right. I am here. O evil spirit wielding eternal death, no, great sage. Please grant this humble one's wish. The evil spirit, having seen everything through the villager's eyes, spoke with a terrified mental wave. Yinwu tilted his head. Why should I? Well. The evil spirit was at a loss for words. The villagers had already fallen into that terrifying human's hands, and if it tried to threaten, it seemed likely to be erased while still sealed. In the end, the evil spirit appealed to sympathy. I have dwelled in this tree, suffering for centuries. It's not a difficult request. Just kill the wall and send this place back to the netherworld. Swish. The eraser grazed a branch of the tree. A hole opened in the center of the net-like branches, and the evil spirit's mouth shut. Let's talk slowly. There was a lot of cleanup left to do. Of course, that was the company's job. The evil spirit would probably be used as a useful anomaly by the company. Yinwu swung the pass towards the gate, and the portal opened. He returned to the original world with light steps. I survived. Phew. I really shouldn't do this kind of thing again. Don't go to isolated spaces, and don't work with hostile groups. He could have died without knowing anything if he had made even a small mistake. Yinwu shuddered. Goosebumps rose on his skin. The world is too dangerous. Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. As he stepped outside, the signal returned. Li Yinwu immediately contacted the company, and the planning department staff who had been on standby nearby rushed over. Though exhausted from climbing the mountain trail, the planning department employee greeted Yinwu with a broad smile and a deep bow. You've worked hard, he said. He'd heard the gist of the situation during their call. As an employee who knew why Yinwu had been dispatched, he was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. A high-ranking member of the Goldberg Club and 3 teams had been wiped out, and all their resources seized. He was confident they could evacuate the anomalous city before the club noticed, and the city's value was immense. A death-harvesting demon and immortal people at Novel bin Adat. We'll reinforce the seal on the demon to create an anomalous entity that harvests death, then use it to establish an immortal army. We can also incorporate the villagers into a department or unit. This was the epitome of minimal investment for maximum return. He gazed at Yinwu with pride for a moment. Then the employee suddenly said, You can keep all the club's resources, Mr. Yinwu. They're your spoils of war. Using the eraser to control Yinwu had too many uncertainties. This case alone proved it. The moment he crossed the line of a survivalist, his eyes had completely changed. They'd sent him to cause trouble, but he'd become the trouble himself. To prevent the company from suffering losses, they needed to offer an equal incentive. But Yinwu's expression wasn't pleased. He was staring silently at the eraser. After contemplating outside for a while, he realized something. Hey, is the eraser famous? I mean, do other groups want it? Of course. It's probably one of the most famous anomalies in this world. That doomsday cultist must have caused quite a stir. The employee nodded as if it were obvious. There must be countless people who want it. Yinwu scratched his head irritably. When he'd only had the dice, he'd lived a relatively peaceful life. Hardly anyone had targeted him specifically. But the moment he acquired the eraser, he felt like he'd been thrown from a calm stream into a treacherous sea. A sea where various predators were after the eraser. The risk is too high. Yinwu, a weak and small fish, began to sense the danger. The eraser wasn't invincible. Bluntly put, if a sniper shot Yinwu, he could die. And those after the eraser would surely be more subtle and dangerous than a sniper. Recalling the rock and fluorescent vest, Yinwu's lips drooped. This could drive me insane. Any roadside stone could be an enemy after the eraser. Suddenly, it might rain scalp-ripping drops, or someone might transform into a close friend to approach him. He could get hit by a truck while walking down the street. The infinite dangers were as vast as the infinite possibilities of the anomalous. If he had to suspect each and every one of them. The eraser. He rolled the eraser in his hand. It felt too precious to give up, yet too dangerous to keep. Witnessing this hesitation, the employee panicked internally. If he gives up the eraser, how can we issue commands? Clearing his throat, the employee hastily said, It would be good to keep both the dice and the eraser. Humans can master up to 2 anomalies. Master? You mean becoming one with them? Yes. Some anomalies become one with a person after prolonged use. You gain senses related to that entity and can use it beyond its limits. The Doomsday Cultist and the Intelligence Department's ghost are prime examples. Yinwu listened with an intrigued expression. Of course, 2 is difficult. But it's easier than surpassing the limits of a single entity. Gaining 2 senses was easier than fully merging with 1. And the synergy from just 2 senses was beyond imagination. Yinwu quickly thought of potential applications. Erasing failure probabilities. Expanding the eraser's targets. Erasing the opponent's probabilities. This might be worth the risk. It's not clear. Too ambiguous. Take the risk? What if he dies? What if he dies before gaining the eraser's senses? The employee watched Yinwoo anxiously, and Yinwoo made his decision. Let's leave it to the dice. Both choices had pros and cons. Unable to choose, Yinwoo decided to rely on luck. Dice. I'm not asking for a judgment roll. Just roll once. If it's a success, I'll keep the eraser. If it's a failure, I'll discard it. The dice, which had been quietly lurking in a corner of his mind, cautiously made its presence known. Then, leaping fiercely, it began to roll with wild momentum. Clatter clatter clatter. Critical failure? Yinwoo smacked his forehead. It felt like the dice had injected its own bias. Still, a result was a result. Yinwoo handed the eraser to the employee as if passing a grenade. The employee, looking bewildered, tried to return it to Yinwoo. Mr. Yinwoo where are you pointing that eraser? Yinwoo leaped sideways with a horrified expression. For a split second, the eraser's tip had been aimed at him. Thankfully, it wasn't swung. As Yinwoo glared fiercely at the employee, the latter lowered his eyes, face pale. He carefully wrapped his fingers around the eraser. WL, Special Investigator Yinwoo. While carrying the eraser might be dangerous, the company will provide equal support. We can inform you about hostile groups' movements. That's enough. Just look at that agent who was attacked by the sculptor. What nonsense. He had already made up his mind to give up the eraser. The employee's hands trembled. No, really. It's better to have two. I already have more than 2 anomalies. This attempt at persuasion only solidified Yinwoo's resolve. He already had plenty. The dice, the bag, things he'd been with for a considerable time. Add the rainwater, and it might even be 3. Suddenly, Yinwoo's eyes widened. 3? Didn't that employee say humans could only master up to 2? Hey, is there a problem if I have 3? Will my body not handle it and explode or something? It's not quite like that. It just becomes much harder to gain even one sense. There's a sensory overload. It's like playing multiple songs simultaneously, it just becomes noise, doesn't it? In that case, it was better to focus solely on the dice. No need to attract unnecessary attention and attacks. If he fully merged with it, he might even be able to use deletion like the eraser. I should look into information about becoming one. The company must have some data. With that, Yinwoo left. On the way to the investigation team's office. Walking down the street, Yinwoo was lost in thought. The eraser's power was so immense that he still felt a lingering attachment. Would keeping the eraser really be that dangerous? Wouldn't people avoid attacking precisely because the eraser was so dangerous? And even if someone targeted the eraser, couldn't he handle it? If I were to target the eraser, no, why would I target it? Let's think about it this way. What if someone with the eraser attacked me? I knew about it and planned to deal with the enemy in advance. No restrictions on methods. Yinwoo tried to shift his perspective. A topic that stimulated his survival instinct. Assassination. First, the eraser was too dangerous. You must not give them a chance to wield it. Shoot after equipping perception distorting gear. Other groups might be able to turn invisible or snipe from afar. Yinwoo suddenly looked at the windows of the buildings lining the cityscape. He would have to suspect each and every one of them. You never knew when or where an attack might come from. His gaze shifted to the cars on the street. Traffic accident. He'd heard that the doomsday cultist Brat once possessed a controller that could manipulate vehicles. If Yinwoo had that, if an enemy held the eraser, they would move a car to hit him. They might crash a plane into the building where he slept. Yinwoo's steps suddenly stopped. He was about to enter a hamburger joint for breakfast. They could target this too. After analyzing data to discern consumption habits, they could use frequently visited restaurants or delivery places. Whether through infiltration, perception distortion, or simply poisoning food discreetly, it would be all too easy. TCH. His appetite suddenly gone, Yinwoo shook his head and quickened his pace. In the distance, he could see the investigation team's office. A fixed location. An office I go to every day. This, too, was an easily exploitable weakness. Planting a bomb would be simple, or they could kidnap Team Leader Hong or UGU and approach him in disguise. Though I doubt Team Leader would fall for that. At the very least, they could smear poison on the keyboard or install a fatal image on the computer that kills upon viewing. And if they add in an entity that can curse remotely like the dice. Yinwoo suddenly shuddered. The weather was cold, but he felt a chill from the methods he'd thought up himself. And this was just what someone who knew nothing about assassination could come up with. To live suspecting everything in the world? I made the right choice giving it up. The thought of giving it up transformed into the realization that he'd discarded a major headache. If he'd kept the eraser, his mind might have unraveled. Having completely abandoned any lingering attachment, Yinwoo entered the investigation team's office with a light step. Team Leader Hong, who had arrived early, stared blankly at Yinwoo before urgently grasping his gun. Weren't you on the expedition? Why are you here? Could a hostile group have infiltrated in disguise? It was entirely possible. Team Leader Hong swallowed hard and subtly aimed his pistol at Yinwoo. Even with a gun pointed at him, Yinwoo nodded and smiled. The expedition went sideways. Remember I took the eraser? The club was after it. Team Leader Hong tilted his head. That made sense. Come to think of it, with Yinwoo involved, there was no way the expedition would have proceeded smoothly. You're not hurt? How did you escape? Well, here's what happened. He provided a concise summary. Finishing his explanation about how he nearly got shot or trapped in that city, Yinwu shook his head with a nauseated expression. Only then did team leader Hong believe it was truly Yinwu and clicked his tongue. Why did they have to poke a quiet investigator and create trouble? Just because someone specialized in survival didn't mean they only ran away. To win in the survival competition, there was no telling what they might do. A room where the first deputy director, chief of staff, and planning director were meeting. The atmosphere was cheerful as the counterattack had concluded successfully. They leaned back comfortably, smiles on their faces, their voices tinged with laughter. The first deputy director shuffled through some documents and grinned. The ghost stole, no, confiscated, all the anomalous objects from 3 galleries. We also took legal action to seize several club assets using government authority. Those bastards don't even have a penthouse to hold meetings in anymore. That investigator blew up one of their businesses entirely. I like that the best. As the chief of staff guffawed, the first deputy director glared at him. The special forces didn't do anything. Why are you so pleased? Hey now, we're the ones who do the bloody work. You guys should handle this kind of stuff. The chief of staff smiled contentedly, then suddenly glanced at the planning director's expression. The planning director was lost in thought, looking at a particular document. He suddenly raised his head and firmly pressed his temples. It wasn't all successful. This is all well and good, but we can't use that investigator anymore. He gave up the eraser, so we have no leverage to make him work. Can't we just give him ample compensation, whether cash or anomalous objects? It probably won't work. A screen displaying Li Yinwu's information appeared on the monitor. It shifted to the psychological assessment and company compensation sections. He's estimated to have an aversion to risk itself, and he lacks nothing, wants nothing. The company had provided him with ample money, and the dice could replace all anomalous objects. But if they tried to force something, if we mishandle this, it'll blow up in our faces. I can't even predict how big the losses would be if things go wrong. Investigators put their lives on the line just like us. If we mess around, we're screwed. The chief of staff quickly grasped the situation. There were hardly any missions without mortal danger. For people who couldn't even guarantee they'd be alive tomorrow, they wouldn't tolerate absurdity. They'd rather take revenge. As company employees who had climbed up from the bottom themselves, they'd seen all sorts of sh*t, shooting an unlikable superior in the head, stealing wallets while wearing a fluorescent vest, spiking coffee with memory erasers, firing taser guns at computers or phones. Recalling unpleasant memories, they fell silent for a moment and schemed through Yinwu's information. Still, it's a shame to let him go. Isn't he an elite agent at this level? With someone this capable, I'd like to pile on the work. You think the head office brought him in for nothing? Those head office bastards. If they claim all the competent ones for themselves, what are we supposed to do? There must be a way to motivate him though. They grumbled while flipping through documents for a while. Suddenly, the first deputy director made a strange expression. Why is the information so sparse? It was too thin for an employee's profile. Just a few lines on Yinwu's achievements and experience, a few lines on the anomalous objects he possessed, a few lines of psychological assessment. Even for a simple employee, it couldn't be this short. For a special management target, a profiler should have written an extensive psychological analysis. The planning director let out a hollow laugh. He's a newbie who hasn't even had his health checkup yet. What can you do? The regular health checkups included psychological counseling. It was to manage the mental health of employees who saw a lot of brutal things. Yinwu was still a rookie who hadn't been there for a year, so he hadn't received that psychological counseling yet. But still, just analyzing the reports and actions he's submitted so far, there's a health checkup coming up soon anyway. We can analyze based on the psychological counseling data then. It's not too late. The first deputy director nodded with a sigh. Well, from what they'd seen, he seemed to be a diligent employee when it came to company work. It wasn't an urgent issue. The planning director wrapped up the conversation. Anyway, let's finish messing with other groups here. Keep your guard up in case they attack, and as for Yinwu the special investigator. The planning director paused briefly, glancing at the calendar. The health checkups for all employees were conducted slowly over the course of a month. The planning department will handle it. After the psychological analysis is done, we'll try to negotiate. If they were human, they had desires, and in exchange for satisfying those desires, they could assign them work. Whether it was simple money, safety, belonging, recognition, self-actualization, whatever. The planning director felt somewhat confident. Team leader, Senior Jiyu. Here's a gift. Some time had passed. The exploration was over, and Yinwu had finished writing all his reports. It was the day when the villagers had come out of their cramped space and contracted with the company to become a new combat unit, and the company had promised to kill them when they wanted. Yinwu took out several bundles of bills from his bag and distributed them to the team leader and Jiyu. For each person, 10 50,000 won bills and 50 10,000 won bills. The two accepted the money with bewildered expressions. Suddenly giving them money like this? Jiyu's eyes suddenly lit up with realization as she looked at Yinwu. Her mouth gaped in astonishment. You used the dice, didn't you? You used it to win the lottery? I didn't think you'd use it for something like that. What? No, Yinwu. This isn't right. If you give a bribe this openly, the audit department will catch you. Give it to me in, cryptocurrency. The team leader chimed in with a mischievous look. He'd figured out what this was, but chances to tease this rookie didn't come often. No, this is. Yinwoo waved his hands in the air, then suddenly nodded. His hand moved towards the money bundles. It is a bit much, isn't it? I'll take it back. Too late. Ji-Yoo quickly hid the money behind her back, and the team leader nodded as he counted the bills. 1 million won. Enough to buy 1 million won's worth of time. This'll come in handy. Did you get it from the exploration? Yes. I got quite a lot. At that point, Ji-Yoo caught on too. Is this an anomalous object? It's what those club bastards use. The ones who don't make much money use it. Or humans with too much money to spare. Most used gold bars, they rarely used ambiguous bills like these. They said it bought time, but the amount paid varied depending on the user's value, and impossible things didn't happen for the user. After briefly explaining, Yinwoo demonstrated at novel bin at. He took out a 10,000 won bill and set it on fire with a torch. The bill burned without smoke, and Yinwoo looked at the trash can. Empty the trash can. As soon as the bill completely burned away, the trash bag disappeared. It probably went outside, neatly tied up. Ji-Yoo's mouth hung open. She carefully pulled out a few bills and tucked them into her wallet, clothes pockets, phone case, and shoe solace. Stockpiling for emergencies. Then she stared quietly at Yinwoo's torch. Do you have to set it on fire? Probably. I'm not exactly sure either. Yeah, you have to burn it with fire. When the team leader answered, Ji-Yoo made an ambiguous expression. I guess I'll need to buy a lighter. Still, I'll put it to good use. It's not a good item. It's a bit tricky to use in a real emergency. It had some drawbacks making it hard to use in a critical situation. Taking out the bill, lighting it on fire, then waiting for it to burn completely. It was rather cumbersome. Ji-Yoo casually stroked the bundle of bills, then suddenly looked surprised. It's better than nothing. Wait a second. Did you say the club? What crime did they commit against you to keep getting robbed? They were trying to kill me. So while escaping, I grabbed this and that. Oh, I also have rice and water. Yinwoo opened his bag wide and started taking out supplies one by one. Water, rice, ramen, kimchi, fruit, alcohol, condiments, generator, computer, folding barricade, tent, blanket, gas burner, drone, handgun, bullets. As his hands moved busily, the endless stream of supplies left the team leader and Ji-Yoo unable to laugh or cry. Yinwoo looked pleased, but after all, these were spoils of war obtained by risking his life. The team leader waved his hand. Stop, stop. Yinwoo, stop taking things out. Unpack it all at your place. How can we keep all that here? About that. Yinwoo scratched his cheek. Embarrassment showed on his face. My shelter got blown up, right? So I was planning to stay here until I find a new place. Will that be a problem? There's no problem, but... The team leader quietly averted his eyes. Would the building Yinwoo stayed in remain intact? His studio building was erased, and the shelter was erased too. If something happened to the office they just renovated. The team leader let out a deep sigh. Was the building important? People were what mattered. And he even received bills that could buy time. All right. There's an empty room over there. Use that. Yinwoo smiled brightly as he put everything back in the bag, then went into the small room and took out a sleeping bag and gas burner. After roughly turning it into a livable room and coming back, the team leader and Ji-Yoo were chatting while looking at the monitor. Damn. What's with this health checkup? It's just a hassle. Still, it's better to get it. It's free, after all. It's a pain in the ass. Yinwoo tilted his head. Did something come up? Oh, health checkup season's here. Yinwoo's expression hardened. A company examination? Honestly, he didn't have good memories of it, and it didn't seem like anything good would come of it. He got thrown into the giant's world while trying to avoid an exam, and now his physiology had changed from digesting rainwater. If this was discovered in a blood test, it was clear what would happen. The researchers will covet my blood. Yinwoo asked in a subdued voice. Is it mandatory? The psychological counseling is mandatory. You can skip the physical exam. That's a relief. Yinwoo sat down with a much more relieved expression and checked the company's message. It said to check the exams he wanted to receive, so he only checked the mandatory psychological counseling and confirmed the date and location. The date is the day after tomorrow, and the counseling center is assigned to a place close by. And then, time passed and the day of the counseling arrived. Lee Yinwoo arrived at the counseling center a bit early, figuring it was better to get this annoying task over with quickly. The counseling center. Is this it? An old building stood in the middle of the city. Yinwoo looked up to see strange writing on the windows and entrance. Jesus Chi therapy? Lame and blind, healed with one Chi treatment. Experience the miracle yourself? Expert trained in Jesus inner energy technique. What the hell? Yinwoo's voice trailed off as his eyelids trembled. This was clearly some kind of cult. He wanted to turn and leave immediately. He checked the location on his phone again, then tried to calm himself. It's a company building. They probably do this to keep regular people out. Even after rationalizing it, he couldn't shake his doubts. Yinwoo slowly made his way into the building, eyes wide open and alert. Somehow he made it inside the counseling center. The interior looked more like a proper counseling office than he'd expected. Soft lighting and soothing colors. Plush cushions and a warm scent created an overall relaxing atmosphere. So it is a counseling center. Why'd they do that to the outside though? Yinwoo relaxed and loosened his bag. He'd arrived 30 minutes before the 9 a.m. appointment time, so there was no one at the reception desk. he went to sit in a corner to rest. Glancing around, he saw a few pamphlets aimed at company employees. Anomaly self-reporting, punishment for treasonous acts, suicide counseling, death insurance for employees. Insurance? Should I get some? Medical support was a basic benefit and rainwater took care of hospital bills, but death insurance. Yinwoo examined the insurance pamphlet for a moment before flipping it over in annoyance. It gave him an ominous feeling. He wasn't going to die anyway, so why consider it? He'd be better off getting phone or car insurance instead. Those things were always breaking. That's when it happened. Yinwoo froze. He felt eyes on him. Right next to him. What's looking at me? Cold sweat broke out. Yinwoo casually slipped his hand into his bag while shifting only his eyes to the side. There was a person there. Nothing unusual about that. It made sense for company employees to get psychological counseling during health checkup season. Yinwoo's eyes started to move naturally away but stopped. This person was the source of that stare. It would be strange to just ignore it. He racked his brain for a moment, his forehead growing hot from the effort. Who are you? How long have you been here? Yinwoo leapt up, pulling out his gun and aiming it. The other person, a woman who somewhat resembled Yu, blinked in surprise. Her eyes held curiosity and delight rather than hostility. You can see me. Yinwoo was taken aback. His gun wavered as he stood there, unsure how to react. What the hell is this? They spoke briefly, and Yinwoo grasped the situation. He put the gun back in his bag and sat down nearby, face flushed with embarrassment. So you're the ghost from intelligence, and Senior Jiu's older sister? I'm sorry. I panicked and pulled out my gun. I thought you were some kind of actual ghost. It's understandable. I don't have much presence. His companion was indeed Yinwoo's sister. She was also an elite agent who had become one with a fluorescent vest. A name he'd come across when researching Dominion. The Ghost of Intelligence. The name certainly fit. Yinwoo bit his tongue, fighting to maintain his perception which kept trying to warp. Even though she wasn't wearing the vest, she kept slipping from his awareness. The ghost also stared at Yinwoo's face with fascination. Jiu's mentioned you sometimes, said an odd new recruit joined. Complained you didn't act like a junior. The ghost let out a small laugh. Even that sound flowed naturally like the wind. Without focus, it was hard to make out what she was saying. It went beyond blending in naturally, she became part of nature itself. It's true. Almost no one can perceive me without the vest. That, must be difficult. Can you manage daily life? Yinwoo swallowed blood. He'd bitten his tongue so hard it bled. At this level, normal life seemed impossible without the vest. Restaurants and convenience stores were one thing, but even crossing the street must be dangerous. Cars might assume no one was there and run her over at crosswalks. The ghost wore a resigned expression. You get used to it. There are ways to manage. It has its perks too. She went on about secretly stealing classified info and eavesdropping on executive meetings. Plenty of fun to be had. Yinwoo made an awkward face, then quickly changed his expression. She's become one with the fluorescent vest. I can get advice from her. Even after researching Dominion, he hadn't found clear answers. But here was someone who had truly become one with an anomaly. Yinwoo didn't want to miss this opportunity. A chance to consult about becoming one with an anomaly. Can you tell me about Dominion? I use a few anomalies myself. Dominion? That's not what it is. Excuse me. The ghost hunched over. Her already faint presence grew even fainter, like a real ghost. She continued in a gloomy voice. It's contamination, infection and contagion. An ominous connotation. Yinwoo's eyes widened. His senses sharpened as he firmly grasped the nearly evaporating ghost. His vision narrowed, magnifying the ghost, while his ears pricked up, making her voice boom like thunder. It turns normal people into anomalies. The company deliberately uses the term Dominion to mislead people and cause misunderstandings. For a moment, he felt dizzy, but his mind kept working, connecting thoughts. Logic and experience surfaced. He quickly gathered evidence and drew conclusions. That's right. It allows humans to do impossible things. Just look at future Yinwoo. Was that thread-like being even human? More like an anomaly pretending to be human. The shaman family that predicted hair-falling rain was similar. Humans who became one with an anomaly in the form of rain could predict when it would fall. That anomalous trait would be passed down through blood. Yinwoo's face went pale. This was no small issue. The ghost paid no mind to Yinwoo's reaction. Excited to directly converse with someone after so long, she blurted out more despite her gloom. The company really doesn't like this. Says anomalies that pop up randomly are multiplying. I've seen a few examples they tried to hide. Yinwoo listened in a daze. There are building and area type anomalies. Humans who become one with those turn completely anomalous. They attack and devour people, infect others to make them allies, and move to expand their territory. Yinwoo closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. Several problems, potentially life-threatening ones, instantly came to mind. The ratio of becoming one with an anomaly is the issue. Somehow maintaining balance and merging equally is fine. Future Yinwoo gave off that impression. That's acceptable. But what if you become one, and the anomaly is 90% while the human is 10%? What if it's even more extreme? What if only a hint of humanity remains? Contamination, mutated into an anomaly. Slight contamination alters the senses. More contamination surpasses human limits. Like the eraser-wielding doomsday cultist or future Yinwoo. And beyond that level of contamination, you'd become part of the anomaly, as the ghost described. Is that why the company recommends to prevent complete fusion? To make the contaminations clash, like yin and yang? Wait a second. Yinwu suddenly had a doubt. It didn't make sense. Then why not just load up on anomalous equipment? I heard sensory overload occurs with 3 or more dash. No. Contamination doesn't care about that. It mixes like paint turning black. Whether you drink cyanide, gramoxone, or fugu poison, you end up dead no matter how many you take. 2 or 3 makes no difference. The ghost continued matter-of-factly. Up to 2 contaminations, they still consider you human-adjacent somehow. From 3 on, you're completely inhuman. Yinwu vaguely grasped the concept. They see up to 2 contaminations as a patient whose infection can be treated and cured. But from 3 contaminations on, they ruthlessly view you as an anomaly. That's why they subtly prevent it. Look at the special forces. Lots of units grit their teeth and only use scientific tech. Even if they use anomalies, it's just 1 or 2, all to prevent proliferation. As the ghost rattled on, a gentle woman's voice called from the inner counseling room. We'll start counseling now. Please come in order. The ghost looked disappointed. The conversation had been more fun than her annual counseling. Even counseling was done via tablet these days. After fidgeting for a moment, the ghost stood up. She took out a tablet and waved her hand. I'll go first for counseling. Oh, okay. Yinwu was too confused by the sudden information dump to respond properly. He just clutched his throbbing head and pondered. Dash. While the ghost's counseling session proceeded, Yinwu carefully organized the information. The employee I saw after the expedition said some anomalies become one with you if used for a long time. Those anomalies were likely the ones that contaminate people. Like the fluorescent vest, eraser, and dice at novel bin at. Yinwu stared at the dice with heavy eyes, then closed them. I'm fine with becoming an anomaly myself. Of course, the company would see him as anomalous rather than human, but they don't automatically destroy all anomalies. They consider hostility levels and may even ally with or incorporate anomalies into the company. But that's me becoming an anomaly, not being consumed by one. If 0.0001% of the anomaly is me, how is that different from death? A life without self-awareness or free will. Yinwu bit his lip, his expression dark. I need to be careful about this. The dice can't be removed, so the contamination continues. Like ongoing radiation exposure. No, wait. This isn't a problem. His thoughts reached a certain point. Yinwu's expression brightened. At least the dice was free from contamination issues. The results get manipulated before serious contamination occurs, right? It self-heals. Yinwu sighed in relief and leaned back against the cushion. He just had to get through the counseling. Counseling took time. While the ghost received counseling, Yinwu finished contemplating and spent time doing useless things. From cradle to grave, the insurance company responsible for your afterlife. I'm not buying. I already have insurance. Wait, how did you get my number? He grumbled after receiving an advertising call. There's a problem with your bank account. We're collecting account information. The issue will be resolved automatically. Withdrawal in progress. 25% complete. His phone got infected with a virus. He stared blankly at the screen for a moment, an annoying emoticon smiling on a blue background. Huh? What? What's going on? Ding. By the time Yinwu came to his senses and frantically tapped his phone, the withdrawal was already complete. The virus disappeared, and so did the money he had in one bank. He stared blankly at the empty bank app screen for a while. Yinwu's fingers trembled as he frantically pressed his phone. His fingers slipped several times before finally accessing the transaction history. Goldberg Club Co., Limited -1 billion. The money he'd received for solving the climate anomaly. The money deposited in a few other banks was fine, but the 1 billion one he'd put in his usual account had vanished. It went into the hands of an unknown club member. Goldberg Club. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Flames shot up in Yinwu's eyes. It was 1 billion won. Of course, he had much more money left, but it was by no means a small sum. It was an amount that could disappear after changing houses a few times. He couldn't let it go easily. Even though I've stolen their stuff before, it wasn't worth 1 billion. Just wait. As soon as a safe opportunity arises, I'll steal your assets. The moment the Goldberg Club unintentionally became Yinwu's target. Belatedly, the company's notifications rang. The Goldberg Club is spreading virus-type anomalies targeting company employees. Please be cautious, colleagues. Check the following link for basic security procedures. Intelligence Department. Simultaneous attacks by the Goldberg Club and the Free Artists Association have been confirmed. Employees outside, please return to your departments immediately. Also, elite agents in the field, please respond from your current positions. Humanity Protection Company Korea Branch. Additional attacks by doomsday cultists and demon worshippers expected. War Preparation Level 3 issued. Special Forces Headquarters. Consecutive notifications. The skirmishes seemed to be developing into full-scale battles, but Yinwu's eyes only saw the empty bank account. His eyes were a mix of emptiness and anger. Hello? At that moment, Yinwu's eyes turned towards the window outside. A voice he'd heard before came. I'm Leonardo de Sol, the Leonardo of Seoul. It's been a really long time since I've performed. Yinwu stood up abruptly, stomping his feet as he moved towards the window. As he pushed the curtain aside, he saw Leonardo de Sol riding what looked like an election campaign truck. a singer who led people's minds into ecstasy. The artist he'd seen and caught during training was holding a microphone and saying something. It's my first performance since coming back to the world, so I'm really nervous. Well then, the first song? The intro burst from the speakers. Suddenly, Yunwoo's complexion turned pale. He recalled what had happened at the end of his training. Like someone whose blood had drained, all emotions drained away as his mind regained clarity. His dull, sleeping brain, his intelligence awakened. Wait a minute. War? The current situation. Money isn't important right now. First, he needed to stop that artist's song. Drivers on the road wouldn't be able to drive and would cause a chain collision accident, and above all, it would put Yunwoo in a state of carelessness. Creak. Yunwoo opened the window just a little, just enough for the muzzle of the gun to fit through. The cold winter wind brushed against the back of his hand, and the dark muzzle peeked through the gap in the curtain. The moment Leonardo's mouth opened, Yunwoo's finger pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the city center. The bullet grazed the asphalt road. Screech! The speaker let out a scream, and ugh! A rough cry burst from the prepared throat. What the? Leonardo ducked in panic, frantically turning his head. But he couldn't find who shot or from where. He threw himself towards the drawing on the truck floor. The company's already chasing me? I can't get caught again after just getting out. He escaped to the gallery through a disposable door. Only the truck and the clueless truck driver remained on the street. Yunwoo quietly watched the escape. He had no intention of killing him here. He didn't have the shooting skills for that anyway. More importantly, the current situation was the problem. Suddenly war? Has the situation gotten this bad? The door behind him burst open and the footsteps of two people were heard. It was the ghost and the counselor. They came out, startled by the gunshot. How did the situation turn out like this? The ghost muttered, pulling out a tightly folded fluorescent vest from her bag. Why are they rebelling against the company? The headquarters seems to be considering starting a war. Are they oblivious? Senior. Is the current situation dash? Prepare for war. There's not much for an investigator to do, but you're not just an investigator, right? You'll probably be deployed in various operations. That was the end of it. Swish, the ghost put on the fluorescent vest and disappeared from perception. Yunwoo's eyes widened. Ugh, he bit his tongue to awaken his senses, but he still couldn't see or hear. Only after the door closed belatedly did he hear the bell on the door jingle. I can't even notice at all. It wasn't just Invisible Man level. He didn't even realize the door had opened. He only realized after the ghost had left. Literally a ghost. Yunwoo broke out in a cold sweat. His palm gripping the gun was sticky. If something like that attacks me, how do I respond? He was confident he could struggle in the face of danger, but if he couldn't perceive the danger itself, if he got shot without knowing anything, Yunwoo's eyes sank. I need sensory enhancement. Or cognitive enhancement. That's when it happened. The counselor with a gentle impression gave an awkward smile. She looked at Yunwoo. Would you like counseling? I'll contact the team leader first. Yunwoo tapped his phone. The call connected immediately. Yeah. What is it? Team leader. Should I return immediately? Did you get counseling? No. The sound of the team leader scratching his head could be heard. Then get counseling and come back. There's nothing for an investigator to do if a real battle breaks out. Let's finish managing your mental state first. Understood. Oh, and I chased away Leonardo da Sol when he tried to perform. Huh? Just now? Oh, good job. Anyway, see you later. He seemed to have something to say, but the team leader ended the call. Yunwoo looked at the counselor. I'll get counseling right away. Then please come inside. Dash at novel bin at. The counseling room had an overall green tint, creating a relaxing atmosphere. The scent was also natural, and the soft singing was pleasant. Yunwoo sat in a plush chair, placing his bag on his lap. The counselor held something like a medical chart and a pen, flipped through a few pages, then glanced at Yunwoo. Yunwoo was busy rolling his eyes, scrutinizing the counseling room, as if looking for a bomb. Actually, he felt similarly. It's company counseling. Is it just simple counseling? Won't they use some kind of anomaly, like truth serum, hypnosis, lie detection, or mental manipulation? He wrinkled his nose, suspiciously sniffing the air, staring intently at the interior decor, wondering if it was an anomaly, and suspecting whether the soft singing affected his mind. The counselor, having seen countless company employees before, understood Yunwoo's wariness. A voice mixed with laughter came out. There are no anomalies. Many company employees dislike using such things. Is that so? Yes. The situation is a bit difficult for counseling. Because of other groups. She opened the conversation on the current situation. Naturally, various conversations followed. The conversation soon deepened, and at some point led to Yunwoo's concerns and pains. Without the influence of anomalies, Yunwoo was led by the counselor's words to pour out his innermost thoughts. It's the job after all, isn't it? The stress is considerable. How long can I do this job? Will the day come when I can safely retire? Can I survive without dying as I carry out missions repeatedly? He'd survived, but each time he went back and forth between life and death. The pressure and stress of those moments. The counselor looked into Yunwoo's eyes with a serious gaze. Without replying, she nodded. Yunwoo continued speaking. Even if I survive safely and retire, will the problem end? Can I be at ease as long as anomalies don't disappear? You have the same concerns as many company employees. At that point, the counselor opened her mouth. Many people experience PTSD, like soldiers who've been through war. They're shocked by ordinary objects or peaceful daily life, experiencing flashbacks and panic attacks. They have nightmares too. Is it the same for you, Mr. Yinwu? Yinwu pondered, recalling his memories. There were some issues right after going through the human qualification exam. His mind couldn't handle noisy sounds or the exam questions themselves. But now, no, I don't usually dream much, and I don't have panic attacks. I'm afraid when I see erasers. Except for erasers, not really. The dying house was the most stressful at that moment, but he vented all his emotions while wielding the eraser to erase things directly. The eraser remained like a trauma. Yinwu looked at the stationery on the corner table. There was an eraser. Ugh, terrible. How can such an anomaly exist in this world? The counselor carefully observed Yinwu like this, then made a subtle expression. Her expression quickly changed to the face of a gentle counselor. I check your history in advance for counseling. I hope you don't find it unpleasant. Well, whatever. Yinwu listened calmly. The missions he'd carried out as an investigator would have been recorded as achievements and experience. It was natural. Some parts would be hidden due to security measures, but still. Mr. Yinwu, you seem to be extremely afraid of death. Do you have any trauma or bad memories from before joining the company? Seeing someone's death? Or a near-death experience? Such memories leave deep marks. But Yinwu looked at the counselor strangely. No, isn't that normal for humans? No one wants to die. I think it's natural to struggle not to die. The counselor listened quietly, and Yinwu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think I particularly fear death or cling to survival. You know, those people. What kind of people? People who worry about every single ingredient that goes into their mouths or touches their skin for the sake of health. I'm not that extreme. He was living very carelessly. If he had feared death in the first place, he would have managed his health extremely difficultly. He would have avoided things like caffeine, alcohol, carbonated drinks, sugar, flour, and paid attention to all cosmetics, dish soap, fabric softener, shampoo, soap, and such. Just, when a life-threatening crisis was right in front of him, he struggled with all his might. The counselor nodded, writing letters on the paper with her pen. Then she put the paper aside. It went on the table. Let's wrap this up now. I'll ask one last question. Go ahead. What's your dream, Mr. Yinwu? A goal you want to achieve in life or something you want to get right now? Dream. I don't really have one. Yinwu stroked his chin. It was enough to just survive day by day. If he had to wish for something grand. Safety. I wish the world would become safe. Without anomalies. If anomalies could just be reduced a lot, wouldn't we be able to live comfortably at ease? It would be good enough to live in a world where we could survive without dice, erasers, or rainwater. The meeting of the first deputy director, chief of staff, and planning director had changed in nature. It had become a nexus connecting the three departments forming the backbone of the Korean branch, intelligence, special forces, and branch management, in preparation for war. All kinds of sounds bustled about. People ran, reports and orders were loudly repeated, keyboards clacked, and papers rustled. The three senior employees sat in grim silence until the first deputy director spoke with difficulty. Why war? None of them had ever truly wanted to fight like this. Even the chief of staff felt the same. At most, they had wanted to exchange checks and balances, or engage in minor skirmishes. This remained true even after the Goldberg Club and Artists Association joined hands and counterattacked forcefully. But the situation had slipped from their control. A small spark had grown into a wildfire. The preliminary skirmishes had evolved into full-scale war, its scope engulfing not just Korea but the entire world. At the center of the conflict, they smelled the stench of burning. They were the ones setting the fires. The company at Novel Bin at. Headquarters wants it. At the planning director's words, they looked at a single email. It was an order from headquarters. Stripped of its complex formalities, it could be summarized in a few short words. Let's go to war. Beat the crap out of all the other groups. The chief of staff parted his dry lips. His hoarse voice sank low. Has headquarters lost their minds? Or have they been mentally dominated by some doomsday cultist? How can all-out war make any sense? Countless people will die, blood will flow. We didn't even need war to begin with. The first deputy director wearily pulled out his phone and showed them the screen. The call log displayed records of incessant calls from the Korean branches of other groups. Groups have their own lines of communication. Those lines had caught fire. They say they'll admit their mistakes and make concessions. The other groups had also noticed headquarters movements. The club and association, which had been gleefully spreading viruses and going on performance tours, abruptly stopped their activities and went into hiding. Looks like those guys have lost it. Crap, they're having a fit. Duck for cover? Get ready to respond. Though they had been monitoring the company's movements and forming alliances, they stopped all outward activities. If anything, they were backing down and withdrawing. The club is willing to offer profits, and the association is willing to hand over artworks. They too didn't want all-out war. But the planning director repeated like a parrot. Headquarters wants war. No, isn't this enough already? Stopping here would be best. If we push any further, the company, the Earth, won't be able to take it. No company employee wants war right now. The first deputy director and chief of staff looked at the planning director with desperate eyes. The branch isn't just a puppet of headquarters. They can refuse headquarters orders and influence its decisions. But the planning director squeezed his eyes shut and said, "We can't change it. War must happen. No, no war should ever happen." The chief of staff slammed his fist on the table. For a moment, silence fell around him. The planning director opened his eyes. He looked at the chief of staff and the company employees with bloodshot eyes. He clicked his mouse weakly. "Look. What dash?" The chief of staff's mouth, which had been shouting with a flushed face, and the first deputy director's eyes, which had been speaking volumes, closed. A deep sigh escaped them. War was unavoidable. The document they received was brief. Earth extinction scenario, anomalous contamination. Contamination level measurement report. Contamination purification plan, war for destruction. Earth extinction scenario, anomalous contamination. Why write something difficult and heavy? It's just pessimistically writing about something that those in the know are already aware of. Even if I'm the spokesperson for extinction, I'm not a gloomy person. Anomalies multiply. They contaminate people and the world. Just as tools turn people into anomalous entities, people turn social groups, natural objects turn regions, and regions turn spaces into anomalous entities. So what'll happen when the number of anomalous entities exceeds a certain level? What if we let them loose without any management? Like the rabbit plague in Australia, the number of entities will explode. Contamination will spread uncontrollably, turning Earth into a planet of anomalies. Humanity? Would humans living on an anomalous planet still be human? They'd just be something contaminated and mutated, like aliens from Pluto. So let's manage the numbers before it's too late. You get it, right? Contamination level measurement report. It's been less than 100 years since we discovered that contamination is a real phenomenon. Professor Lee of Anomaly Studies proposed the anomaly genesis hypothesis, the first anomaly, and it was established as a law when the research team of Project Ordinary World accidentally created ordinary bullets and an ordinary room, proving it. We found a way to measure contamination levels using a few byproducts of the research, and we measured contamination levels from various angles. To state the conclusion first, we need to implement the purification plan immediately. The contamination level has passed the warning level and is approaching the danger level. We need to reverse it now, at its peak, back to the level of several decades ago. 0.4% of modern human genes are contaminated. On average, humans with particularly high contamination even mutate. Earth's contamination level showed dangerous signs, enough to cause anomalous climate events. Anomalous climate, didn't a not insignificant number of its constituent entities multiply in places we don't know about and affect the Earth's climate? The company needs to move as soon as possible. The two-dimensional world we thought was another universe. The two-dimensional world we thought just had different laws of the universe was a world completely overtaken by anomalies. To avoid such a future, we must suppress interactions with the two-dimensional world, develop contamination purifiers, and destroy anomalous entities on a large scale. Contamination purification plan, war for destruction. Certainly, if we leave the contamination any longer, irreparable damage will happen. Alright, let's start a war. War is the best option. We don't have the technology to make contamination purifiers. Technology to purify contamination, technology to eliminate anomalies. Despite the company's best efforts in research, we've only managed to create 13 bullets and one small room. We can't even reproduce those. The easy and efficient method is war. Let's clash indiscriminately, company, friendly groups, hostile groups, and smash the anomalous entities. While we're at it, let's clean up the afterlife too. It's just another anomaly, isn't it? It probably accounts for the largest share of contamination. The battlefield, the afterlife. Participating forces, everyone. Let's purify the Earth. War was approaching. Lee In-woo didn't return to the office but went to a hotel room to meet Mark Young from headquarters, to ask if there would be duties as a special investigator, given the war, and to obtain information about the war. First, read these. Mark Young gestured as he sipped his coffee. At the end of his gesture were 3 confidential documents. Extinction scenarios and plans related to contamination. It felt similar to the anomalous climate scenario he saw on the day time stopped. Yin-woo quickly flipped through the papers, then suddenly looked up. Fine. He understood. He didn't want an Earth ruined by contamination either. But, will the Earth be able to withstand it? He'd heard about and experienced global-scale devices like the Ark and the broken clock. Each group probably had something similar. Won't the Earth explode before we can purify the contamination? Aren't we all going to die? It won't. Mark Young casually held his coffee cup with both hands. As an employee directly under the director, he knew quite a bit of information. The danger level 5 and 6 entities that the company was suppressing. Those stockpiled as weapons. It was time to empty the arsenal. That's why the war will take place in the afterlife. It's a place we need to destroy anyway, so it's perfect, isn't it? Yin-woo gaped blankly. This looked quite dangerous, didn't it? Approaching hostile groups was one thing, but investigating anomalous entities to be used in the war was another. In company terms, wasn't this like investigating the Ark or the broken clock? Can't I take a vacation? I suddenly feel sick. The company's declaration of war spread throughout the anomalous world. The venue, the afterlife. Participants, everyone. Date, 1 month from now. No exceptions. The anomalous world held its breath at the implicit order to participate fully unless they wanted to see Earth destroyed. Performances, businesses, and worship ground to a stop. Meanwhile, in the shadows, covert movements stirred, probing the company's true intentions. Spies extracted information, anomalous entities infiltrated, special effects were used to spy on the company, and employees were persuaded. They reached a conclusion. Why again? They're having a fit and going crazy. They're serious. Dead serious. This is insane. Is it paranoia? Persecution complex. Even humans only start getting contaminated after about 10 years. Why are they worrying about this already? Contamination was fairly well known, so they grasped the company's resolve to some extent, but couldn't quite empathize. Instead, they racked their brains in suspicion, searching for a more plausible motive they could understand. Looks like they're just trying to keep us in check. They limited it to the afterlife. Seems like they're planning to use the war to erase it. Probably trying to kill two birds with one stone. Seems the company's developed anger management issues. Let's give them some therapy. One thing was certain, the company was serious and war was unavoidable. Their eyes grew manic too. It had been a while since the last war. This was an opportunity. Win or lose. War means profit. A large-scale war? This is practically an art exhibition. I think I can find some inspiration. Oh great demon of hell. We shall offer you sacrifices, so many sacrifices. Sounds good. It's a chance to use magic we couldn't before because of the after effects. The winds of war were blowing. The anomalous world fell into the calm before the storm. A heavy, dark atmosphere hung over every group, as if awaiting a funeral. They moved to the afterlife and prepared materials. And the doomsday cultists laughed. Haha. It's a festival. At that moment, Li Yinwu was preparing to infiltrate the Doomsday cultist stronghold. An agent from the intelligence department came to Mark Young's hotel room. The agent opened a bag full of what looked like cosmetics and prosthetics and approached Yinwu. Don't laugh or move. Okay. A brush applied something that changed his skin color, and his eyes and mouth appeared different. Clay was attached to change his entire facial structure. Yinwu just rolled his eyeballs. So, what kind of scheme are the Doomsday cultists plotting? As soon as they heard about the war, only the high-ranking cultists gathered for a meeting. They're probably planning to use the war to cause some incident. Mark Young typed on his laptop, head bowed. We couldn't find out that much, so you'll need to investigate, Mr. Yinwu. Disguised as the spy we planted. Spy. I'm not good at acting. It's fine. Fine my ass. If I get caught, I'll have to fight. Just as Yinwu was about to make an anxious expression, the agent clicked his tongue. Stay still. You're ruining the makeup. Okay. Mark Young smiled. That's exactly what you need to do. Pardon. We've preset the dialogue and behavior patterns to be easy to follow. Yes, no, that's all you need to say. Just don't say anything else. That sounded doable. Yinwu instinctively tried to nod, but feeling the brush touch his cheek, he stiffened his neck. Then he spoke without moving his lips, like a ventriloquist. The pronunciation was awkward. Will there be compensation? It was his duty as a special investigator, but given the nature of the job, he hoped for some special compensation. Like getting a new shelter, or something like that. Mark Young glanced at Yinwu. Yinwu's counseling records had been sent up to the Korean branch and headquarters, where profilers had analyzed them in detail. Seeing the results, Mark Young thought, we should be grateful he's even taking on the job. Survival and safety were his top priorities. He had no desires for the company to fulfill, and conversely, he was a double-edged sword that could harm the company if used recklessly. Since headquarters already treated Yinwu as an elite agent, they had prepared compensation. Clank. Mark Young pulled out a metal cube. He manipulated it for a moment like solving a puzzle, with its complex mechanical appearance. An advance payment. Click. Inside the opened cube was a single bullet. One ordinary bullet. In that instant, Yinwu leapt up and jumped backwards. The agent's brush streaked across his face, drawing an ugly line. The agent heaved a deep sigh. Come on. I'm trying to do your makeup here. But Yinwu stood stiffly, glaring at the bullet. Only the case and bullet were reflected in his fully dilated pupils. That's. His hair stood on end, instincts blaring alarms. This is dangerous. One wrong move and I'm dead. Mark Young took out the bullet and rolled it in his palm. The bullet gleamed smoothly in brass. It's an ordinary bullet. It inflicts one shot's worth of damage on any entity, and no interference works against it. No anomalous entity's interference worked. It couldn't be judged with dice rolls. Wounds couldn't be regenerated with rainwater. Yinwu realized its power and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he slowly exhaled. I just need to attack the person with the gun. Still, it could be used as a trump card. Yinwu looked for the gun. That bullet didn't seem compatible with the Goldberg Club's pistol. Where's the gun? Right here. It was a pistol. Mark Young even loaded it himself before placing the gun on the table. Mark Young observed Yinwu's reaction. Are you satisfied? Yeah, it's fine. His words were nonchalant, but his voice and eyes told a different story. Slightly excited, sparkling. It was no less than an advance payment. With just this, the chances of killing an enemy before dying himself increased dramatically. At that point, the agent sighed and handed over some kind of bottle. We need to redo the makeup from the start, so wash it all off and come back. After a considerable amount of time, the preparations were complete. Yinwu had become a different person. His face was changed, and using some tools, even his physique was altered. Even the team leader wouldn't recognize me like this. Yinwu cleared his throat. Ahem. A gravelly voice came out, altered by the drugs the agent had given him. Then don't speak. Your habits are dangerous. Just say yes or no. Yes. Yinwu left the hotel, hiding the pistol loaded with the ordinary bullet and a tightly folded bag in his inside pocket. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Repeating the words in his head, he arrived at a public restroom in some campground. He'd been told it was a campground where doomsday cultists had been gathering recently, and the spy had just left, leaving behind their phone, wallet, and such in the restroom. Got everything. After retrieving the hidden items, Yinwu walked as naturally as possible. Not far away, several tents were clustered together. The scruffy-looking doomsday cultists were grilling meat over charcoal, drinking beer, and chatting when they spotted Yinwu. Why are you so late? Stomach ache. Yes. This guy, nervous about the meeting, huh? Yes. The cultist flipping meat with tongs shook his head. He'd known this guy for years but had never seen him speak more than 2 words. Then again, how many doomsday cultists were in their right mind? Let's get ready to go. It's time for the hijacker to open the portal. The cultists started packing up their things. They checked a cart piled with boxes of unknown contents and folded up the tents. Yinwu stood quietly to one side, blinking. They said the doomsday cultists were gathering today. It's a place for high-ranking cultists to make announcements, and I just need to extract information. Given the nature of the gathering, it would be dangerous, but Yinwu felt somewhat relieved. I have the vest, stones, and bills. And dice too. I can definitely extract myself. At that moment, suddenly, a blue door opened. From beyond the door, the hijacker just stuck out a hand. In the hand was a sketchbook with writing on it. Open for 20 minutes. Move quickly. The hand that had been extended for 10 seconds retreated. Let's go. The doomsday cultists moved. The cart passed through the portal. Then people rushed after it in droves. Yinwu also mixed in among them and crossed the portal. The world changed. It was some island. Blue sky and sea stretched out, and people were crowded around the remnants of a house. Yinwu stared unblinkingly at the people in the innermost circle. Those people are. Each one was a red-level wanted criminal. They were drinking, lying down, smoking, looking at their phones, sprawled out, but survival instincts set off alarm bells. They may look relaxed, but they're on guard, ready to move at the slightest sign of attack. They gathered so openly. Was it to draw the attention of other groups? At that time, the cultists who came from Korea were busily moving luggage, and Yinwu and a few others sat down haphazardly on the outskirts of the crowd. At the very center of the crowd were the leaders, then those with anomalies, and on the outermost edges were cultists like them without anomalies but with somewhat loud voices. Below that, people were working. Someone opened their mouth. Heard there's gonna be a war. Guess they'll tell us what to do. That's great. It'll be fun to watch the world burn. I'd be happy if just the company went down. Damn bastards. While talking amongst themselves, they didn't speak to Yinwu. The spy planted by the company was pretending to be someone who didn't usually converse. Time passed. More and more doomsday cultists gathered, and invisible sparks began to fly in the air around the area. Yinwu's senses were already on high alert, so he caught it precisely. He'd seen his future self do something similar. Information warfare. Sure enough, a cultist looking at their phone raised their head. With an expression full of irritation, the cultist spoke. A strange electronic sound. I can't block anymore. Should we just make the announcement now? Let's do it. A cultist wearing glasses stood up. Holding a megaphone, he looked around. His glasses flashed. It felt like he was seeing something invisible. Screech. The megaphone shrieked before carrying his voice. In 1 month, there will be a war in the afterlife. We'll lie low for a month, then strike Earth the moment the war begins. As we always do, you know. A voice that pierced the ears. In that moment, the cultists' faces were filled with near-manic glee. Those who wished for destruction even during the climate anomalies. Those who truly wanted the world to burn had seized an opportunity. The bespectacled cultist added fuel to the fire. We've gotten our hands on some of the entities that made up the climate anomalies. We'll distribute them. Take them, and those who want to band together, stay behind. At that moment, Yinwu was certain. A lie. No, bait. A feint. While the less dangerous cultists strike Earth, the dangerous ones are aiming for something else. Even the climate anomalies were bait. No way it ends with just this. The real thing must be elsewhere. Yinwu's hand went into his pocket, into the folded bag, and he grasped a stone. It seemed too risky to barge in recklessly. There were far too many dangerous individuals around. Li Yinwu blended into the bustling crowd, gripping a stone and donning a fluorescent vest. 2 perception-distorting objects dissolved into the noisy environment. Anyone here to attack Korea? Let's decide on our strike points together. I've got exploding rice cookers. I've got hand fans that cause suffocation. People eagerly gathered and chattered, preparing for a month from now. The fervor seemed unlikely to settle anytime soon. Yinwu slowly walked around, observing the leading doomsday cultists. He noticed a bespectacled cultist going back and forth repeatedly. Take this. Information and weapons. Each time he made a round, the documents in his hand changed, and he brought components of climate anomalies. There must have been a separate location. Yinwu decided to make his move. Whether I steal anomalous objects or extract information, let's do this. He walked the path the bespectacled cultist had been taking. After a short walk down a small trail on a grassy island, he came upon a site with a few tents and containers scattered haphazardly. There were a few people on guard, but they were all sprawled on the ground, yawning. The sunlight so warm, so sleepy, they hadn't noticed Yinwu. They just licked their dry lips and rubbed their sleepy eyes. Yinwu casually entered the tents one by one, starting with the nearest. This is for sleeping. This is for cooking. This is for working. A spacious tent with a strange generator producing electricity, lighting, computers, bookshelves, and tables. The scent of coffee and paper lingered faintly. Yinwu glanced outside the tent, then carefully moved his feet. He reached out and gently pulled out documents from the nearest bookshelf. Seeing their titles, Yinwu's eyes widened as he looked at the other documents. National Destruction Scenario, Global Destruction Scenario, Human Extinction Scenario. These are all company confidential documents. The dangers the company worried about and tried to prevent. But for doomsday cultists, they were the best scenarios to fulfill their dreams. Yinwu thought for a moment, then pushed the documents back into the bookshelf. Exactly as they had been, paying attention to the order of the documents and even the details of how far they stuck out. For doomsday cultists, this would be the first information to extract. But rather than this, I need to find out what they're planning to do in the immediate war. Yinwu's eyes turned to the desk illuminated by a white desk lamp. As he approached step by step, the neatly arranged documents came into clearer view. It was a map. The company's forces were sparsely deployed on one side of the Black River. A document planning troop deployment. An estimate of the forces of clubs and associations drawn on the opposite side of the river. And a document. How to pull the afterlife down to earth. Found it. Yinwu took out his phone from his chest and began taking photos of each page. The photos were captured silently. The plan was to attack the emptied earth to draw attention, while the real doomsday cultists would pull down the afterlife to blow up the earth. Not just destruction, but a plan to spread the pollution of war like nuclear fallout. A plan full of malice, desiring only the destruction of Earth and the death of humans. Are they really insane? Do they seriously want Earth to be destroyed? Why? Yinwu groaned slightly and his hand trembled a bit. It was a mindset he simply couldn't understand. Why are they trying to kill themselves? As he was photographing the documents one by one, he heard it. Rustle, footsteps approaching. The sharp voice he had heard through the loudspeaker followed. Are you sleeping? At a time like this? I'm not sleeping. At novel bin at. We're on guard. Yinwu turned around quickly to see a shadow cast over the tent. The shadow of the bespectacled cultist pointing at the guards lying down. Yinwu hurriedly arranged the documents, returning them to their original position. How many people are focused on this area right now? The company, other groups, even spies. Get your act together. We are on guard. No, I understand. The hand that had been casting a shadow over the entrance came in. The hand immediately pulled back the canvas, and the bespectacled cultist walked in. A dark silhouette backlit, only his glasses glinting. Yinwu pressed himself against the wall. The light from the glasses illuminated Yinwu. The light grew stronger. It was because the cultist was getting closer. Step by step, the cultist approached until he was close enough for Yinwu to hear his breathing, then naturally brushed past. Did he not catch me? Just as Yinwu was thinking this question. Drip drip. The cultist spoke while pouring water from the coffee pot. So, where did our guest come from? Yinwu remained silent, and the cultist with his back turned calmly poured water into a second cup. Then he brought forward a box containing coffee and tea. Coffee, tea, or water? Am I being too merciful by giving an uninvited guest choices? The cultist turned around. His glasses were pointed directly at Yinwu, and the cup was also extended towards him. Water. Drink it. The perception distortion hadn't worked. Right. I thought this might happen. These weren't pushovers who could be fooled by just 2 pieces of equipment. Yinwu's mind cooled, and his thoughts raced. He had prepared and planned for the possibility of being discovered. It's better to avoid a fight. This is enemy territory. I should pretend to be a deranged doomsday cultist instead. Yinwu stared intently at the other's glasses and opened his mouth with sincerity. Those glasses. I want them. Dash. The cultist who acted as the brains unconsciously adjusted his glasses. The glasses that analyzed what was revealed in reality had become one with him, greatly enhancing his senses and cognitive abilities. That's why he recognized that Yinwu was sincere. And that's why he was confused. What's this? Who is this? He had expected the company or other groups to come. This felt different. The light from his glasses intensified. It absorbed and analyzed the information from reality in detail. His sharp gaze scanned Yinwu from head to toe. Disguise. The voice is unnatural too. And anomalous objects. He wore a fluorescent vest and held a stone. A space-expanding bag hidden in his chest, time-buying bills, and a lighter tucked in his pocket. There was also a faint smell of demon. Traces of unknown anomalous objects were visible too. He couldn't identify what they were. He was even contaminated by something unknown. Company, club, demon worshipper, unknown. All sorts of anomalous objects were mixed haphazardly. This was closer to a doomsday cultist. A doomsday cultist who looted and used others' anomalous objects. He cautiously concluded. An individual doomsday cultist. Doomsday cultists don't always act in groups. Many refuse to attend gatherings. Naturally, such people lack any sense of camaraderie. Sweat beaded on his forehead. A person who came to loot coveted anomalous objects using this gathering as an opportunity. Yinwu was staring at him without blinking, and that gaze pressed down on him like pressure. The bespectacled cultist was smiling. Though his eyes weren't visible due to the light from his glasses, his mouth was curved in a grin. You've noticed? Huh. Haha. If the glasses were everything, why would I be here alone and defenseless? If I were you, I'd give up on the glasses and run away right now. While applying makeup, I received intel from the agent. Doomsday cultists to watch out for and their anomalies. But this information was missing. I'd heard this human was all about the glasses. Tick-tock. Time marches on. Even now, our dinosaur friend should be arriving soon. As Li Yinwu watched, the bespectacled Doomsday cultist smiled. The situation was already under his control. The reptilian boss would arrive soon, and he was confident he could stall until then. Yinwu was confident too. Confident he'd survive this place, escape safely no matter who the opponent was. I've got my own tricks up my sleeve. His survival instinct hadn't raised any red flags yet, so Yinwu spoke again. Those glasses, I want them. More precisely, they were dangerous. The radar that could detect him had to go. What? The Doomsday cultist's face hardened. Was this something to say now? Something felt off. The situation was slipping from his grasp. The glasses flashed, reading information. Yinwu's expression, emotions, gestures, and the psychology that could be inferred from them. He's serious. He's not scared or anxious. No, more than that, he's attacking. In a flash, the Doomsday cultist standing up and Yinwu charging with an activated drill happened simultaneously. With a piercing whine, the fiercely rotating drill thrust forward in a straight line. The drill tip aimed for the torso. The Doomsday cultist immediately thrust out his palm as a shield. With a sickening crunch, the drill pierced right through the center of his palm. The Doomsday cultist calmly twisted his hand, deflecting the drill. Are you insane? Terrible pain shot up to his brain, but he forced himself to control his expression and spoke. You'd be better off escaping now. I won't go down so easily. How much time has passed already? It's fine. It's not fine. Let's see. The guards, enough time has passed for them to return, right? That was right. The time had come. Boom boom boom, heavy footsteps explosively drew closer. Something like a dinosaur's cry tore through the air. Just as a massive shadow loomed, long claws shredded the tent to ribbons. A yellow reptilian eye poked through the torn gap. With a hiss, a thin tongue flicked out. Glasses. Something wrong. The host of the reptilian plague. The boss controlling the infected had arrived. Yes. Here in front dash. The moment the bespectacled Doomsday cultist spoke with a broad smile. The moment his finger pointed at Yinwu. Yinwu thought. Dice. Weaken contamination. A perfect role prepared since hearing about the contamination information. If successful, the opponent weakens. If it fails, the contamination progresses and they lose rationality, becoming closer to a simple anomaly. He made the roll and the dice tumbled. Clatter. Failure? Weakening the contamination failed. The contamination level increased. In that instant, the eyes of the half-human half-dinosaur monster flashed. Savagery filled its pupils, and with a growl, a threatening cry rang out. Its body changed too. Closer to reptile, to dinosaur. Its body grew larger, its skeleton twisted. Glass's face stiffened. Why did the contamination suddenly dash? The reptilian plague strengthened. The boss, the host of the plague, became closer to a monster and lost control. Howls of the infected echoed across the island. Like wolves howling, dinosaur cries reverberated. In that moment, Glasses jerked his head to look at Yinwu, guessing what he had done. But Yinwu himself was also backing away, cold sweat breaking out. Shock and terror. Or not. No, Yinwu had done it. But it was unlike his expectations. The danger was palpable. This wasn't contamination he could handle. How could he deal with humans who'd surpassed the reptilian limit, and the infected spread all over the island at that? Moreover, the infection would keep spreading. I should turn it back to how it was before. Dice contamination weakening, no, strengthening. With a feeling that failure would come out somehow, he reversed the roll, and Yinwu's little scheme failed. Clatter. Success. Contamination strengthening succeeded and it became more contaminated. With a crack, the reptilian boss's skeleton kept twisting. Its body grew larger, its skin completely changed to that of a dinosaur and became bumpy, and the contours of its face also writhed as traces of humanity disappeared. Drip, drip, saliva flowed. Sharp teeth gleamed white. The reptilian boss, its eyes showing no trace of reason, opened its mouth wide and roared. Dodging the flying spit, Glasses, and Yinwu hurriedly backed away. If body fluids infiltrated, or they were bitten or scratched, they'd be infected. It shouldn't be going berserk now. Other humans need to stop this thing quickly. Glasses said anxiously, his feet trembling. Dice. Contamination weakening, 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 keep rolling. Yinwu urgently rolled the dice. Anyway, the probabilities of success and failure should be similar, so if he kept rolling, the average value should come out similar. That means returning to the original state. Clatter. Boom, failure, failure, success, boom, failure. But like magic, the results skewed to one side, towards increasing contamination level. Yinwu looked at the results dejectedly. How much does contamination increase like this? We're really screwed. Contamination level skyrocketed. The reptilian boss now couldn't even maintain a dinosaur form. Writhe. A massive egg. The egg made of leather and chunks of meat was so huge you had to crane your neck to see it all. Pterosaur heads and wings, carnivorous dinosaur mouths and forelegs, herbivorous dinosaur necks and horns, ichthyosaur beaks and fins and the like randomly protruded from the egg's surface and squirmed. At the same time, screams and explosions echoed across the island. The cries of the infected influenced by their host. Damn it. Glasses wore a resigned expression. This gathering was ruined. If they weren't careful, even the plan could come to nothing. But the worst case hadn't come yet at novel bin at. With a squelch and a crunch, a long neck emerged from the huge chunk of meat. That thing with just a neck like a straw and no head flailed in the air, then suddenly started spewing blood. Whoosh! Red blood gushed forth violently then fell like rain. Each drop contained germs. Yinwu quickly spread his bag wide to cover his face, while Glasses was drenched in bloody water. He tried to dodge based on predictions from his glasses, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Blood dripped down. His head soaked, blood drops fell along his jawline. Glasses quietly bowed his head and looked at his hand. His hand pierced by the electric drill, his hand smeared with the reptilian boss's blood, the wound where the plague was actively infiltrating. He was infected. Right away his skin started mutating. Bumpy leather spread bit by bit. His skeleton twisted. His knees, arms distorted as his clothes stretched taut. Claws that suddenly sprouted pierced through his sneakers. With a crack, his face swelled and elongated, breaking his glasses. Reptilian pupils were revealed. Get a hold of yourself. Get a hold. Glasses staggered, clutching his head with his arms, no, his forelegs. Not just his body changed. The plague that broke through limits invaded his mind. Only the will of the plague, the will to create more infected, filled his mind completely. Suddenly the doomsday cultist who had worn glasses lowered his forelegs. Yellow glowing reptilian eyes looked at Yinwu. Eyes without reason, ferocious eyes. At that point, Yinwu snapped to his senses. His heart pounded, sending vitality throughout his body, his mind racing. The situation was simple. A terrifyingly dangerous reptilian boss, and a reptilian who'd lost his reason. We're screwed, we're really screwed. He whirled around and ran like the wind. Run away. The infected doomsday cultist watched that retreating figure. Even with his glasses broken, enhanced cognitive abilities made him a hunter. He opened his mouth to roar, then stepped, crushing the glasses' remains as he chased like a beast. The massive egg of meat left behind writhed, craving more infected. Dash. The island became a mess. Doomsday cultists gathered for the meeting, and reptilians mixed in among them. The moment the host's contamination level rose, the reptilians under the boss were also affected, and in the end completely lost their reason. Aarg? Why are you biting? These bastards are crazy. Kayaok. Reptilians who had been transformed as humans revealed their true forms and went on a rampage, clawing and biting people around them. People who were attacked staggered then mutated into reptilians and attacked others around them. The infection spread exponentially. Of course, the doomsday cultists didn't just take it lying down. Kill them. Anomalies and weapons showed clear power here and there. Rice balls flew and became grenades, exploding, and gunshots rang out. Entities they had plundered, lightning snakes and demons of sloth, also revealed themselves, and paintings leapt into reality. Even so, unable to keep up with the speed of infection, it was pandemonium. What the hell? The leader-class doomsday cultists gathered in the innermost area sprang to their feet. They grasped the situation quickly. Why are the reptilians like that? Did that bastard go crazy? Looks like they've been completely taken over. No, wow. More than half are going to die. They looked at the chaos, glared in the direction the reptilian boss had mutated, and clapped while giggling. After a moment, they spoke simultaneously. We should go back. Bye. If I stay any longer, I might be in danger too. The reptilian boss who left after sensing something strange ended up like that. This place was dangerous for them too. What's happening to the afterlife infiltration operation? What operation in this situation? We're short on people so we can't do it. Let's just do our own thing like always. They started to return. The person holding a cell phone transformed into green glowing strings of zeros and ones and entered the phone screen, the person smoking a cigarette scattered as black smoke, and the person drinking alcohol blatantly cut through the crowd looking for a blue door. Other people also dispersed, looking for ways to escape. An island where the reptilian plague was spreading. An isolated island except for blue doors. A life or death battle between the infected and humans continued. The reptilian with mutated glasses doggedly pursued Li Yinwu. Though the broken lenses couldn't fully pierce the perceptual distortion, they still detected traces and anomalies. Keek. Its pupils scanned the ground. Deep footprints and bent grass. Blood from the meat egg on Yinwu's body had dripped in a straight line, its scent lingering in the air. The reptilian flicked its tongue, sensing even the slightest changes in air temperature. Keek. It had found him. The reptilian charged, mouth agape. Its claws protruded from its sneakers, kicking up dust as it sprinted. Whoosh, the predator's body sliced through the air. No, Yinwu threw himself down hard. He hadn't even wiped off the blood still on his body, teeming with the plague. He glanced down at himself. He was covered in the reptilian boss's blood. Though he'd covered his face with the bag, his arms and legs were soaked. If I get wounded, I'll be infected immediately. The situation looked grim. Keek. The reptilian immediately swung its claws at Yunwu, who rolled once more. Swoosh, the claws sliced through the air, barely grazing his clothes. The sleeve was left in tatters as if cut by a sharp knife. If it was just a wound, getting hit wouldn't be so bad. I don't know if the rain would even stop the infection. This won't do. He'd have to attack with the bills. Yunwu took out the lighter while rolling on the ground. It was a turbo lighter. Click, a blue flame shot up instantly. The bills tied to the lighter caught fire. At that moment, the reptilian froze. Heat and the smell of burning. What remained of the glass's consciousness instinctively sensed danger. Keek. The reptilian turned and fled. Thump 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 thump. It sprinted like a gust of wind, its feet moving swiftly. Now the tables had turned. Think you can escape? Not happening. Yunwu shielded the burning bills with his palm to keep the fire going, then chased after the reptilian at full speed. Tracking was easy since the reptilian was openly fleeing. The distance between them gradually widened due to the difference in physical abilities, but before Yunwu completely lost sight of it, the bills burned up entirely. The next moment, dozens of drill-like holes opened up in the reptilian's body. Blood gushed from each hole. The reptilian collapsed with a death cry. Keek. It lay in a pool of blood, dead. No movement. Yunwu caught his breath, but his expression was grim. He turned to look at the rally site. Smoke rose and flashes of light flickered there. Bang, bang, explosive sounds rang out continuously, and keek, aik, the cries and screams of reptilians and humans echoed endlessly. In this situation, will the blue door still be open? Would any doomsday cultists lacking camaraderie or team spirit remain? Just then, buzz, buzz buzz, his phone vibrated. Yunwu hurriedly checked to find a video call from Mark Young. As soon as he answered, an urgent face appeared and a rapid voice came through. What's the situation there now? The reptilians have gone mad. What? Confused by the words, Mark Young turned his phone to show the laptop screen. The split screen displayed situations from countries around the world. A singer in the middle of a concert suddenly transformed into a reptilian mid-high note and charged at the audience. In one country's parliament, a member transformed and bit nearby members, while in a company, the CEO bit employees. Breaking news flashed everywhere. The reptilian plague was spreading worldwide. The hidden reptilians that the reptilian boss concealed are going berserk. Well. Yunwu rolled his eyes. Then he moved his phone to capture the massive meat egg visible even from a distance. Well, I'm not sure why, but the boss suddenly went berserk. It's chaos here too. He moved his phone again like taking a selfie, capturing the rally site in the distance where screams and explosions abounded. This was happening globally right now. It feels a bit much to say I started this. It seemed too extreme to admit honestly given how far the situation had escalated. That's when Mark Young's shout burst out. He saw something. Above, look up, be careful. A blurry shadow loomed over Yunwu. This was dangerous. Yunwu rolled forward without even checking. Boom dash. He was caught in the shockwave. A reptilian with pterodactyl wings had crashed headfirst. What the hell is this now? Yunwu sat dazed, staring at the mutated reptilian. Its arms had elongated, with thin membranes stretched between its arms and body. Its face had also grotesquely transformed, its lips protruding like a beak. Mutation. The plague, the infected are mutating. Yunwu unconsciously looked at the phone screen. The scenes broadcast live on the laptop. The face and neck of the world-famous singer morphed into that of a carnivorous dinosaur, then let out a roar. The audience, frozen like mice before a snake, meekly offered themselves to the reptilian. The reptilian-turned parliament members devoured each other, becoming some strange chimera dinosaur, while the CEO reptilian led its underlings to begin pack hunting. Cold sweat dripped down Yunwu's forehead. The reptilians transformed from doomsday cultists were dangerous enough, but now they're mutating too? Yunwu looked towards the rally site with trembling eyes. The explosions and screams gradually died down, replaced by increasing dinosaur cries. He could see tiny dots of the few humans fleeing in all directions and the many reptilians pursuing them. Squinting, he could make out reptilians with corpses impaled on their horns, ones dragging elongated necks and heads along the ground, and some with fins diving into the sea. Things were clearly not right. At this rate, even if the blue door was open, could he safely escape there? The stones and vest didn't seem very effective against the reptilian's senses and primal instincts. Yunwu widened his field of vision to survey his surroundings as he spoke to Mark Young. I'm retreating. I've obtained information on the plan. Please provide an escape route other than the blue door. He had infiltrated enemy territory. Naturally, the company had prepared various escape routes. Mark Young clicked his mouse, then pulled up a nautical chart of the area around the island. Several ships were racing towards the island from quite a distance. At the company's request, the navy of a nearby country is moving. They plan to bomb that island, and a landing craft to pick you up is headed to this location. A red pin was stuck in the corner of the island. The time marked there was 3 hours later. Additionally, parts of the island were colored red with expected bombing times. That was also 3 hours later. 3 hours. Yunwu immediately prepared to move. It was plenty of time even walking slowly, but who knew what might happen along the way? That's when Mark Young hesitated, then spoke with difficulty at novel bin at. Is it possible to collect a sample from the reptilian boss? It's not essential. We can handle the current situation by mobilizing countries rather than the company acting directly, but having a sample would still dash. Mark Young's mouth shut. Yunwu had immediately thrust his blood-stained clothes towards the camera. Though unintentional, he had already secured a sample. Yunwu shook his blood-soaked clothes and the bag full of blood. Is blood sufficient? Yes. That's enough. Sufficient for creating a cure or using in research. Then I'll see you later. Mark Young nodded with a slightly brighter expression, and Yunwu finished preparing to cross the chaotic scene, taking deep breaths. He wiped off the blood on his body as best he could. Let's go. He set off, leaving deep footprints behind. Dash. Dash. A few doomsday cultists huddled behind trees. Clutching hand fans, tasers, and rice cookers, they looked at the fallen reptilians around them. Why did these bastards suddenly go crazy? They've all turned into reptilians. Not many normal ones left. What do we do? Some lamented, others voiced complaints. What's the hijacker doing? Just dropping these things in a big city would be no joke. He was the first to bolt. The doomsday cultists with some knowledge all fled after seeing the reptilian boss go berserk. They sought to save themselves, escaping the unknown danger of sudden extreme contamination. Just then, the cultist holding the rice cooker tilted his head. He slowly stood up and approached a reptilian corpse. The others watched with suspicious eyes. What are you doing? Nothing much. I'm going to become a reptilian too. What? Are you insane? Click, SHK, various weapons were aimed at him. But he remained calm. He opened the rice cooker and took out a rice ball. Honestly, how many could we kill with our terrorism? It's better to become a reptilian and spread the plague. No, are you crazy? How are we even going to escape this island in the first place? An isolated island with no blue door and no boats. The man leisurely grabbed several rice balls in both hands. Look over there. If we become reptilians, we can leave. The doomsday cultists didn't turn their eyes. There was a madman right in front of them to watch out for. In the end, the cultist holding rice balls explained verbally. Winged reptilians are flying away carrying other reptilians. So, let's all become reptilians together. With a sinister smile, he scattered the rice balls. The doomsday cultists fired guns, tasers, and turned on hand fans, but it was too late. The rice balls fell onto the reptilian corpses. Boom! An explosion. Each grain of rice became a hard fragment and scattered, the corpses bursting like fireworks. Those flesh bits and blood. Unavoidable. Ayek? You crazy bastard. Hehe. The cultist holding the rice cooker laughed. It's coming. The plague is coming. Mutating. Into a superior body, a more dangerous body. The other doomsday cultists grimaced. Rice grains embedded in their wounds, covered in bits of flesh and blood. Their skin immediately began turning to leather. Keek. And Yunwu, passing by, stared blankly at his surroundings. Keek. Kiaik. Hearing the explosion, reptilians were swarming in. From the sky, from the ground, slicing through the wind and kicking up dust as they charged. Even if he avoided detection, he'd likely be trampled to death in their rush. What a waste of bills. Yunwu took out a wad of blood-soaked bills and torched them. Run to the target point. The landing craft approached the beach at the edge of the island. A sandy shore stretched out, with blue waves rolling in from the sea. 2 hours left. Li Yunwu checked his phone while lying prone under dense foliage. Having raced here, burning through banknotes without restraint, he'd arrived plenty early. Now he just had to stay hidden quietly for 2 hours. Yunwu glanced at the sky. Infected individuals, half pterosaur and half human, circled overhead searching for people and carrying off other infected to escape the island. Considering what Mark Young had shown him to, he'd really screwed up big time. Yunwu scratched his head vigorously, a troubled expression on his face. Even in an already dangerous world, where people living peacefully in safe cities could suddenly be wiped out by anomalies emerging from the shadows, he'd pulled the trigger himself. It's weighing on my conscience a bit. His mind, which had been fixated solely on survival in the crisis, was finding some breathing room. News unrelated to survival slowly sank in. A world in chaos. Many people would die, and conspiracy theories would flourish. The dinosaurs were real, they'd say. There were reptilians among celebrities. A calamity born from multiple dice roll failures had spread across the globe. But at least I got the sample. Yunwu glanced furtively at his bag. Since he'd secured the boss's blood, wouldn't the company make a cure or vaccine? Wasn't this taking some responsibility, however small? Whatever. The company will dish out appropriate punishment. Whether writing up an incident report, docking pay, or using dice to clean up the mess. Yunwu pushed aside his complicated thoughts and held his breath, gripping a stone tightly. He still hadn't escaped yet. He let nearby reptilians pass undisturbed, and how long had it been since he'd killed reptilians that found his trail using banknotes? The time had come. Boom! A fighter jet swooped in, breaking the sound barrier. Its guns sprayed bullets, and winged reptilians fell like leaves. Skreek! On the opposite shore, bombardment had begun. Explosions rang out as black smoke billowed from spots across the island. The landing craft carrying Yunwu approached the shore, churning up white foam. Soldiers in protective gear and gas masks shouted something while securing the perimeter. Sounds like English, but I can't make it out. Better just get on board. As the boat stopped, Yunwu climbed aboard with difficulty, holding his bag high above his head. The soldiers in protective gear didn't notice Yunwu. They just shouted loudly at the pile of reptilian corpses Yunwu had stacked up. They seemed excited watching the dogfight between the jets and pterosaur reptilians. jumping in shock, doubting their eyes, adjusting their gas masks. At that point, Yunwu put the stone in his bag and took off his vest, revealing his presence. Click, click. The soldiers reacted instantly. They aimed their guns at the suspicious Yunwu. Yunwu raised both arms in surrender. The atmosphere was tense enough that gunfire could erupt at any moment. Special Investigator Yunwu. One person in protective gear stepped forward. Instead of a gun, they held syringes and vials. Yunwu nodded at the clumsy Korean that penetrated the gas mask. Are you from the company? Yes. Where's the sample? In this bag. Yunwu handed over the bag. The researcher rummaged around inside, then made a strange noise. Spatial expansion? Even the company's still researching this technology. Just take the sample. Right, well, it's not my specialty anyway. I'll start with disinfection. As the researcher collected blood from the bag and said something in a foreign language, the soldiers surrounded Yunwu and began disinfecting him. They collected his blood-stained clothes, sprayed some liquid, and put a plastic tent-like thing over him. It's over. Yunwu quietly underwent the procedures while gazing at the island. The landing craft slowly moved away from the receding island. The pterosaurs were annihilated before the fighter jets, and bombers flew in over the sky now controlled by the Air Force. Bombs rained down. As soon as they touched the ground, they erupted in explosions and flames. Screech. Only the screams of reptilians filled the island. An entire island was becoming a wasteland. A barren land of bare rock, as if from before even the dinosaurs existed. Dash. Events after that passed quickly. Yunwu changed transport planes a few times, sent the photos of the planned documents, and mostly just slept before returning to Korea. Yunwu saw Mark Young, who had come to greet him. Mark Young waved with a bright smile. You're back? You did excellently this time. Headquarters is very satisfied. He was sincere. In many ways, events had progressed as the company wanted. About that? Yunwu's expression turned hesitant at that warm welcome. The contamination happened because of me, so the reptilian boss went berserk. He wanted to say honestly, but when the moment to confess actually came, he hesitated. Can I really handle this? The world's been turned upside down, hasn't it? In any case, Mark Young patted Yunwu's shoulder and walked ahead. We'll talk details in the car. I'll take you to the hotel we've reserved. On the way to Mark Young's car, Yunwu made up his mind. Right, I'll be honest. How old am I to avoid responsibility with lies? Besides, it was the dice rolls that failed. This was an accident. Moreover, it happened while a special investigator was carrying out his mission. The company wouldn't cross the line. As soon as he got in Mark Young's car, Yunwu spoke. I think the contamination happened because of me. I know. Mark Young brushed it off casually while fastening his seatbelt. He was busy inputting the hotel location into the navigation system. You went there, didn't you? That level of accident was bound to happen. No, that's not what I mean. Yunwu smacked his forehead, then quickly spoke before Mark Young could step on the gas. I caused the contamination. By rolling the dice. Of course, I tried to reverse it, but it all failed and things went to hell. Are you saying you could even roll back the contamination level with dice? Mark Young was surprised by an odd detail. Not the aftermath of the accident or the scale of damage. He stared at Yunwu with shocked eyes for a moment. His brow furrowed. There'll be a lot of research institutes interested in this. Would you consider doing a few experiments? No. More importantly, the reptilian plague dash. That worked out well. The timing was perfect. Mark Young stepped on the gas. The car drove off. Scenery flashed by rapidly. We were planning to keep governments from meddling while the company was distracted by war. Now they won't have the capacity to meddle while dealing with the reptilian plague. Yunwu was speechless for a moment. It was good there was no punishment or rebuke, but was this right? Still, the damage won't be small. I thought it was really dangerous at first too, but it's not. The reptilian plague isn't hard to deal with. No incubation period, and immediately visible symptoms upon infection. Though its transmission power is considerable, compared to a real epidemic, it's something governments can adequately handle. It'll take some time to get the chaos under control, but still. Yunwu's jaw dropped at headquarters' judgment, dulled somehow to the human impact. Is this right? It's headquarters after all. Yunwu suddenly realized. Unlike the branch office with its local police feel, headquarters focuses on global threats. They don't seem to care unless it's an extinction-level scenario or billions dying. Sure enough, Mark Young was grinning. If anything, it turned out well. The boss was the most intelligent of the doomsday cultists. A boss who commanded infected as subordinates. Someone who infected warlords to secure military supplies, infected key figures in various fields to gather information and influence society. Now that's all exposed, so at least one arm of the doomsday cult is broken. On top of that, Mark Young rolled his eyes slightly to peek at Yunwu. He looked in great shape, having eaten and slept well on the transport plane. It was especially good that he was concerned about the plague situation. It was humane. Mark Young said lightly. The afterlife descent plan was ruined by this incident too. They can't proceed with it now. It all worked out well. A real triple whammy. They threw in one Yunwu and 3 headaches disappeared, dealing catastrophic damage to the doomsday cult, stopping the afterlife descent plan, and keeping world governments in check as they eyed anomalies amid the war between factions. Yunwu grasped the situation and slumped back in the passenger seat. I see. Then I have nothing more to say. As a company employee, it wasn't really his place to object to the company's decisions. Yinwu, an ordinary company man, stopped thinking and watched the scenery flashing by outside the window. The hotel was near the Anomaly investigation team's office. Mark Young waved from the parking lot. Get some rest. I'll give you a new assignment in a few days. At novel bin at. Again? Something like this job. Yinwu stopped mid-stride as he was walking quickly. His face twisted in disgust. Even this job was something he wouldn't normally do. It didn't feel like work for an investigator, no matter how special. Yinwu suddenly clenched his fist and turned with a grave expression. This isn't right. This job was dangerous too. He should protest this. But faced with actually protesting to headquarters, he felt somehow diminished. It was the ruthless-looking headquarters after all. In the end, Yinwu hesitantly asked, I'd rather avoid jobs like this if possible. It's a simple task. It seems we can manipulate some groups as we wish, so we just need you to assist a little with that operation. Mark Young laughed and started his car. War isn't far off. If you work hard until then, I'll give you a long vacation. If that's the case, all right. Then rest up. Mark Young's car pulled out of the parking lot. Yinwu stood watching its retreating figure, his expression turning resolute. It seems they keep giving me work because I've gotten good results one way or another. If I screw up a few times, won't they stop assigning me jobs like this? Thinking the company would stop entrusting him with major tasks if they got burned, Yinwu headed to his hotel room. The day after submitting his report on the incident, Yinwu found himself in a hotel room. Despite having nothing left to do but relax, he wore an irritated expression as he clutched his phone. Yinwu, investigator? This is the director of the Logistics Innovation Center. I was wondering if we could borrow the spatial expansion bag for research purposes. No. Yinwu snapped, hanging up abruptly. No sooner had he done so than the phone vibrated again. He answered with an expression that suggested he was about to lose his composure entirely. Yes, Li Yan. This is the Admiral research team that contacted you earlier? Please don't hang up. Just reconsider once more. If the dice roll turns out well. Look, I have to start work again tomorrow, Yinwu interrupted. Leave my break alone, will you? The other party tried to say more, but Yinwu hung up with a shudder and turned off his phone entirely. What's with all these calls? Throughout his break, calls had poured in non-stop from various research institutes and departments. The requests were so fervent that he was grateful the rainwater hadn't been discovered. He tossed the hot phone aside, landing it on the soft bed. Yinwu paced around the spacious room to cool off before flopping onto the bed. His phone was useless, he didn't feel like watching TV, and he had no desire to use the computer. The TV kept broadcasting news about the reptilian incident, even claiming the Blue House terror attack and the Blue Flowers and Lightning Snake were reptilian attacks. The computer situation was similar. The internet was ablaze, and the company messenger was flooded with endless requests for experiment cooperation. What should I do? It's too early for a nap. Yinwu lay still, blankly staring at the ceiling. With no phone or computer, there's nothing to do. Have I always had so few hobbies? But he didn't feel like doing anything. It was cold outside, and he didn't want to lift a finger. Isn't there a decent hobby? As Yinwu closed his eyes and pondered what to do, time passed. A visitor arrived. It was Mark Young. Why did you turn off your phone? Mark Young grumbled as he entered through the door. Yinwu opened. Yinwu wore a sullen expression. Because calls kept coming asking to borrow the bag and dice. The researchers. Mark Young's expression turned awkward as he took off his padding. Apparently, information about the bag and dice had spread to researchers in related fields. Even if each person called just once, adding them all up. I'll block contact for now, saying you're on a mission, Mark Young offered. That would be great. Right now I literally can't use my phone. Yinwu's expression brightened. He'd almost started hearing phantom phone rings. Mark Young rolled his eyes. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. It would be good if he participated in experiments. No, we might just blow up research institutes or departments. That won't do. He reached a conclusion. You don't plan on participating in experiments, right? I'll block all experiment requests too. Permanently. Yes. But why did you come to see me? Yinwu asked. It was good enough to stop the annoying calls, but more important was why Mark Young had come. While Yinwu perched on the bed, Mark Young took out a laptop from his bag. Rubbing his hands together to warm them from the cold, he said, your next assignment has been decided, so I came to give you the basic information. Is it dangerous? Yinwu wore a serious expression as he subtly moved to where he could see the laptop at novel bin at. Click, click, the sound of mouse clicks continued before a document opened. Under a green emblem of a tree extending its branches upward, it read Green Association Introduction. Green Association? Never heard of it, Yinwu commented. It's not dangerous. They're a friendly group, and not ones to cause big trouble, Mark Young assured him. Mark Young scrolled through the document. Before I explain the assignment, I'll first explain what kind of group they are. A picture of 3 slightly overlapping circles appeared on the screen. Yinwu silently waited for Mark Young's explanation. Whatever the job, every piece of information was important. The Green Association is a group haphazardly mixing 3 types of people. Environmentalists, plant alchemists, and the Green Sect, Mark Young explained calmly. He continued, detailing each group. Environmentalists, environmental activists working to protect the environment and prevent destruction using anomalies. Plant alchemists, alchemists who research plant-type anomalies, claiming plants that bloom and bear fruit with only water, sunlight, and soil are the essence of alchemy. Green sect, religious people who claim plants are gods, and animals who would all die without plants should serve and be slaves to plants. Wow, every single one of them is someone I'd hate to get involved with, Yanwu thought, clicking his tongue. One wrong move and he'd end up dead, a lab rat, or fertilizer. His expression hardened. He was being deployed to deal with people like this. Are you sure it's not dangerous? He asked again. Very likely. You just need to go as a company representative, say a few words, do a bit of investigation, and come back, Mark Young replied. Could it really be that simple? Yanwu's eyes wavered. What exactly is the job? You said they're a friendly group? Why do I need to go? They've apparently had a change of heart. Mark Young pulled up a photo of a person with green-dyed hair wearing a devout expression while watering a weed patch. The leader of the Green sect reported it. He said the alchemist faction and environmentalist faction have hatched a wicked plan. What kind of plan? Mark Young furrowed his brow as if it was a headache. He turned to face Yanwu directly. The alchemist faction says they'll use war as fertilizer to sprout high-risk level trees, and the environmentalists say they'll kill more humans. Whether it was the alchemists trying to grow dangerous trees or the environmentalists claiming population reduction was the path to environmental protection, both actions went against the company's intentions. A war to reduce pollution, a war for humanity's sake nonetheless. Having grasped the situation, Yanwu stroked his chin. Then my job is, meet a few people from the Green Association and tell them not to do anything foolish. While you're at it, investigate what this tree is, Mark Young explained. Yanwu frowned. How can that be an investigation? They'll have hidden it thoroughly. Even the company and the Green sect leader himself didn't seem to have accurate information. Yanwu wasn't confident he could find it either. But Mark Young nodded nonchalantly. It's enough if you find even a clue or trace. With that, Mark Young closed the laptop. He had conveyed almost everything he needed to. Time to leave. Mark Young packed up his laptop and put on his padding. Lastly, he handed over a note and said, the company will provide transportation. Just come down to the parking lot at this time on this day. Understood. Then I'll be going now. Rest up. Mark Young left. Alone in the quiet hotel room, Yanwu silently looked down at the note. Mark Young had left, but Yanwu's thoughts didn't stop. Rather, he lay on the bed, lost in contemplation. This assignment and his own plans. This job needs to fail. But how much should it fail? The company's trust and assigned tasks were burdensome. So he planned to fail the task to gradually chip away at their expectations. But I can't mess up too grandly. His thoughts deepened. On the dark curtain of his closed eyes, various memories surfaced. From the human qualification exam to now, he didn't want a big incident like the reptilian boss. That would put himself in danger too. And Yanwu did have some loyalty to the company. Thanks to being scouted by the company, hadn't he abandoned his civil service exam life and become a proper company employee? He didn't want to deliberately harm the company. Yanwu stuck his hands in his pockets, pointlessly crumpling the note as he continued his train of thought, then soon opened his eyes. Let's do it moderately, he decided. He didn't even need anything you could call a plan. As Mark Young said, he'd go convey the company's intentions, half-ass the tree investigation, and fail. Simple. Yanwu forgot his boredom and rested comfortably while preparing for the mission. The day of work arrived. After boarding the company-prepared car, Yanwu glanced at the driver, a burly agent-like figure in a suit and sunglasses. Is this person from headquarters too? Or from the Korean branch? As he looked on with mild curiosity, the agent spoke in a low voice. I'll take you to the destination. Yes. Where is it exactly? The Korean branch of the Green Association. 3 leaders are waiting. At those words, Yanwu let out a sigh of relief. If it's the Korean branch, I can relax. There was no way the tree the alchemist faction was hiding would be openly kept in a place like this. They must have hidden it in some secret location. It was an easy job in many ways. Easy to both carry out and fail the assignment. The car drove for quite a while before arriving at the Korean branch of the Green Association. A parking lot with only dirt, no asphalt. I'll wait in the parking lot. Please go ahead, the driver said. All right. Yanwu got out of the car and took a deep breath. It was a wide plain. Fields and paddies stretched out in all directions, and farmers were busily tending to strange crops inside randomly scattered greenhouses. A pastoral, peaceful atmosphere. The people who came out to greet Yanwu also had a gentle air about them. Welcome. This is the Korean branch of the Green Association. I'm Kim Pado of the Green sect, said a person with green-dyed permed hair wearing work pants as he extended a hand. It was covered in dirt, likely from working just moments ago. Yanwu, special investigator from the Humanity Protection Company. And the others. Yanwu shook hands while looking at the other 2 people. A researcher-like person covered in dirt smiled. James Park, plant alchemist. See that tree with cats growing on it? That's a cat tree I modified. Yes. Following James Park's finger, Yanwu saw a tree that really did have cats growing on it. There was something grotesque about it. Lastly, a college student-like woman spoke with a slightly trembling voice, avoiding eye contact. I'm Lee Cherine, environmentalist. Yes. So all 3 of you represent the Green Association. Yanwu began. No. We each represent one of the three factions, Kim Pado corrected. Yinwoo was about to gape, but mindful of being in front of people, he forced his mouth shut. Is this a normal group? Something seems very off. A dizzying feeling from the first meeting. Just then, Kim Pado clapped his hands. Welcome? We've all been hoping to talk with the company. Come, let's go inside. Yinwoo gathered his wits and followed them into a thatched roof house. Even after everyone had entered the thatched house and sat down, the conversation struggled to start. The representatives of the three factions eyed each other warily, reluctant to speak first. Eventually, Li Yinwoo placed his hand on the small table and broke the silence. I'll explain the company's position. We've received intelligence that certain factions within the Green Association have developed ulterior motives. At that moment, it happened. As if they'd never stopped talking, the three people suddenly erupted into a cacophony of words. That's right. These bastards. It's all slander? We'd have to be insane to. No, it's true, I swear. It was like disturbing a beehive. All three flushed red, exploding into violent noise. They waved their hands, pointed fingers at each other, and whimpered. Yinwoo's mind went blank for a moment. What was this situation? Weren't they all part of the same group? What the hell? This is a mess. His head started to throb. The discord of voices made him dizzy. They'd forgotten about Yinwoo now, starting a verbal brawl as if ready to grab each other by the collar. Ha, you think we don't know? The plants whispered it to us. Nonsense. It's obvious you're trying to use the company to wipe us out. Don't be fooled by them. Yinwoo rubbed his face with his palm, then banged on the table. The three lowered their voices and stopped arguing. They quietly looked at Yinwoo, who wore a tired expression. I don't care about your internal affairs. I'm here to warn you. Don't do anything stupid during the war. Coordinating or cooperating with friendly groups wasn't his job. He wouldn't know how to do it even if he wanted to. Unless it involved blowing everything up. I'm already exhausted. His expression mixed a little irritation with a lot of annoyance. The three members of the Green Association looked at Yinwoo and flinched in surprise. They glanced at each other. Then, as if reaching some agreement through eye contact alone, James Park and Lee Cherine stood up. It won't work with all of us here. How about talking to us one at a time? Yes, let's do that. Yinwoo nodded slowly. As the two left, only Kim Pado and Yinwoo remained in the thatched house. Kim Pado gave a bitter smile. It's a mess, isn't it? We're just a bunch of people thrown together under the name of an association, so there are problems in many ways. That can happen. More importantly, I heard the alchemists and environmentalists have developed ulterior motives. Explain that first. Yinwoo quickly got to the point. Kim Pado's face reddened. His voice rose. Those bastards? The alchemists who desecrate plants and the environmentalists who want to kill the humans who serve plants? They finally Keep it brief. Just the main points, please. Yes. Kim Pado calmed his excitement, looked up at the ceiling for a moment, then spoke. The plant alchemists plan to plant a great tree in the afterlife and use the war as nutrients to grow it. And the environmentalists? Yinwoo asked briefly, without enthusiasm. He was planning to just give a warning, pretend to investigate a bit, and leave quickly. They're planning to act like doomsday cultists, saying people must die for the environment to live. The sect hasn't grasped the details, but... Kim Pado continued speaking with fervor, determined to convince Yinwoo. It's clear that both factions are preparing to go against company policy. Please make sure to teach them a harsh lesson, Special Investigator. Novel bin at. Yes. I understand. Please call in the next person. Yinwoo waved his hand, and Kim Pado bowed politely before leaving the room. After a short while, James Park entered. He was hugging some kind of fruit basket. It must have been tough dealing with that lunatic. Good grief, plants are gods and humans are slaves? That's nonsense. Yinwoo had grown used to people bad-mouthing each other. He ignored it and looked at the beautiful fruits in the basket. Grapes, apples, strawberries, all flaunting their lovely colors. They looked delicious even just to the eye. What are these fruits? They're our main source of income. Try some. They're not anomalies, just deliciously cultivated fruits. We sell them as luxury items in small quantities, but they're quite popular. James Park plucked a grape and put it in his mouth to show the fruits were harmless, but Yinwoo hesitated and gently pushed the fruit basket away. They really did look sweet, juicy, and fresh, but his counterpart was still plotting something, wasn't he? It doesn't feel quite right to eat them without worry. James Park looked disappointed at the rejected fruit, but Yinwoo immediately moved on to the main topic. I heard your alchemist faction plans to use the war as fertilizer to grow some dangerous tree. Explain. At that moment, James Park, who was about to sit down, jumped up and shouted. It's not true. Don't listen to the sect, those lunatics. That shout and exaggerated gesture. Yinwoo flinched involuntarily, his hand moving to the gun in his bag as he glared at James Park. James Park sat down on the floor with an awkward smile. Of course, we're thinking of growing a few plants in the afterlife. Have you heard of mandrax? Just the name, I guess. It's a legendary plant said to grow in execution grounds. We have something similar. Since the afterlife will be a battlefield, we only plan to cultivate a small amount. Yinwoo thought for a moment before asking. Is it dangerous? It is dangerous, but on par with guns or grenades. It's really not something the company needs to worry about. A dangerous tree is nonsense. Then, James Park started speaking heatedly, waving his hands. More importantly, the Green Sect and the environmentalists have lost their minds. The Green Sect. This was information the company hadn't grasped? Yinwoo asked reflexively, and James Park nodded quickly. The Green Sect plans to purge other factions using the company's hand. They'll make up lies to find fault. And the environmentalists plan to massacre humans. Yes? They've both gone mad, I tell you. Yinwoo pressed his temples. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He had no idea what was true and what was false. I don't think this is something I can investigate from the start. Suddenly, Yinwoo lowered his hands. His clear eyes were revealed. Come to think of it, there was no need to get a headache over this. I don't need to deliberately fail. I'll just listen to their stories and go back. An unsolvable problem, a task that wasn't his responsibility. It was best to quickly pass it on to the appropriate person in charge. Yinwoo waved his hand. Call in that environmentalist. Yes? Please make a wise judgment. Crush the Green Sect that's trying to climb up, blow away the environmentalist's dash. I'll handle it myself. James Park placed the fruit basket on the table and scurried out. A moment later, the environmentalist Lee Cherine carefully opened the paper door and entered. Before Yinwoo could react, she fell to her knees and started crying. Please spare us. We really haven't harbored any ulterior motives. Just please let us live. Pardon. Yinwoo couldn't hide his bewilderment. She'd come in and immediately prostrate herself, crying and sniveling. He had no idea what was going on. In response to his unintended silence, Lee Cherine started wailing even louder. You're the elite agent who tore off the Doomsday cultist's arm recently, right? You've come to clean up the Korean branch as a warning, haven't you? We really dash. No. First, calm down. Yinwoo flailed his hands, genuinely flustered. Well, they could know about that recent incident. It wasn't exactly a confidential operation, and from the Green Association's perspective, they might be able to gather intelligence on a company employee coming for inspection. But the fearful reaction, along with the earlier two people's comments about teaching harsh lessons and crushing them, left Yinwoo confused. How do these people see me? Sure, I did commit those acts, but I was a victim too, just desperately trying to survive. At that point, Lee Cherine slightly raised her head to gauge Yinwoo's reaction, then started crying even louder. Yinwoo sighed and asked briefly, I've heard that the environmentalists plan to massacre people. What's that about? It's not true. We'd have to be crazy. Lee Cherine trembled as she barely managed to lift her head. Her swollen eyes looked at Yinwoo, and a desperate voice came out. There are a few extremists. But they'd never dare to actually act on it. If we did something like that. She swallowed hard. Her eyeballs rolled down to look at the floor. We'd all die at the company's hands. Our hostility level would rise, a dedicated unit would be formed, we'd suffer all sorts of machinations. Are you certain? It's true. We're a weak group, aren't we? We don't even have a danger level 6 or anything. We really have no intention of turning our backs on the company. Not just the environmentalist faction, but the Green Association itself was a minor group. To be recognized as a top-tier group, they needed to possess a danger level 6 anomaly comparable to a nuclear bomb. Like the Goldberg Club's Golden Omnipotence or the Free Artists Association's president. If they don't have a danger level 6, they probably won't make any weird gambles staking their group. I don't know. In any case, the situation was spiraling confusingly, and Yinwoo gave up trying to make sense of it. He just wanted to do his job perfunctorily and leave quickly. What about the Green Sect or the plant alchemists? Those bastards are really plotting something. Lee Cherine suddenly raised her head stiffly. The sect is trying to take over the Green Association dash. And the plant alchemists are trying to grow a dangerous tree? I've heard it all, so you can go now. Please call everyone else back in. Yes. Please just spare our lives. We really won't do anything to become a hostile group. Lee Cherine kept whimpering until the end, then left the room as if fleeing. Alone in the room, Yinwoo slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to leave. Come in. The three entered. Kim Pado sat down immediately, James Park looked regretfully at the untouched fruit, and Lee Cherine sat as far away from Yinwoo as possible. They opened their mouths. You must have heard everything. You're probably confused because of these bastards, but if you want an inspection, we'll bring whoever you point to and guide you to any space. Of course. We'll cooperate fully. It's not like we've done anything to feel guilty about. Unlike those liars dash. Please make a fair judgment. Their voices were loud enough to hurt his ears. Yinwoo shook his head. Anyway, I've heard your stories well. I have only one thing to say. Don't do anything strange. Is that all? Are you leaving already? Kim Pado suddenly looked at Yinwoo with a dark expression. The other two did the same. Under their identical gazes, Yinwoo adjusted his bag, firmly showing his intention to leave. Yes. I'll be going now. The three spoke simultaneously. That won't do. That won't do. That won't do. Something felt off. Something was wrong. Lee Yinwoo's pupils dilated, absorbing a flood of light. He consciously widened his field of vision to take in all three people at once. All three stared at Yinwoo with the same look in their eyes, the same expressions, the same aura. A strange tension filled the thatched cottage. Suddenly, a gust of wind rattled the windows, and they snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. Special investigator. You haven't even investigated anything yet, have you? If you leave like this, we'll be too anxious to live. That's right. We're innocent. Stay for a few days and inspect us properly. Kim Pado and James Park spoke in unison as if they'd never quarreled. Lee Cherine began wailing again and approached Yinwu. Her outstretched hands reached for his feet, her voice desperate. Save us? We really didn't do anything. Yinwu reacted in an instant. In a flash, he sprang up and backed away until his back hit the wall, while pulling a gun from his bag and aiming it at Lee Cherine's head. Click. The dark gun pointed precisely at the back of Lee Cherine's bowed head. A finger on the trigger. Silence. Everyone froze. Kim Pado and James' lips, Lee Cherine's sobs. Only Yinwu, not even blinking, spoke in a tense voice. What if I say I have to leave now? His voice mixed with tension, suspicion, and a hint of hope. Yinwu screamed internally. This isn't happening again, right? This isn't another incident, right? People belonging to an anomalous world could be strange, couldn't they? But his instincts were already ringing alarm bells, and Yinwu didn't expect things to turn out well. Indeed, the three dropped their act. As expected of someone the company sent to warn us. Little tricks won't work. But we're prepared to fight you. You're not leaving. The three spoke in turn as they slowly rose. Kim Pado's green hair swayed like grass, then flowers bloomed from his head and his skin turned to bark. James Park pulled the dandelion from his chest. Lee Cherine got up leisurely, staring straight at the gun following her head as she grabbed her clothes. We're not representatives of the three factions. Lee Cherine roughly removed her top. Under her clothes were thin explosives. At a glance, they looked like thick underwear. Kim Pado smiled brightly. We are representatives, but we're here to deal with you, not negotiate. F***ck me. 3 people, each determined to fight. Each one dangerous. The bombs, and the unknown effects of the anomalies. Escape was impossible with a wall at his back and 3 people blocking the front. But he wasn't cornered yet. Whether through negotiation, dice gambling, or burning money, there was still a way out. Yinwu licked his dry lips once. What's your goal? There must be a reason you're turning against the company and doing this to me. Well, about that? Kim Pado clasped his hands. Following his gesture, the cottage's pillars, crossbeams, and floor twisted and creaked as if about to collapse. Yinwu crouched down instinctively. Despite the house seemingly on the verge of collapse, James Park calmly brought the dandelion to his mouth. What more needs to be said? The dandelion seeds took flight with his breath. And as the world turned red, Yinwu's sense of time began to stretch. A chilling sensation shot from his toes to the crown of his head. No way. Without warning, the attacks erupted. Lee Cherine's explosive vest ignited, the house crumbled, and the multiplying dandelion seeds filled the shrinking space. Before instinct could flare up, before he could assess his opponents, violence exploded. The near-suicidal attack Yinwu had feared so much. No time to even roll the dice. Death loomed clear. Yinwu, eyes bloodshot and glinting, barely moved in the slowed time. He opened his bag wide to shield his face, and with his other hand, he covered his head and crouched down. That was all he could do. Kaboom! The shockwave pummeled his insides. Debris from the collapsed building, crossbeams and roof fragments, battered his head. Dandelion seeds took root on his exposed skin. Yinwu clung desperately to his fading consciousness and uttered his last words. Dice, revive me if I die. With that, he blacked out. Dash at novel bin at. His whole body ached. His insides churned. He couldn't breathe. He felt like he was dying. Yinwu's eyelids fluttered, and he recalled the memory. The scene of those crazy Green Association people launching their suicide attack. The collapsing house, the explosion, and the dandelion seeds taking root on his skin. I'm alive. I am. He really felt like he was dying from the pain, but he was alive for now. Judging by the lack of his probability calculating sense, it seemed he hadn't died in the first place. The dizzying confusion and hazy consciousness gave way to survival instinct. His thoughts began to flow. What's the situation now? I feel constrained, so I must be tied up. Yinwu slightly opened his eyes. From the outside, they would still appear closed, open just enough for a narrow view that hazily revealed a new location. An underground dugout. A brightly lit underground space with yellow lighting reminiscent of the sun. Definitely not the company. Yinwu naturally lowered his head, revealing tree roots, chains, and wires tightly binding his body, connected to various booby traps. And not just one booby trap, but different kinds. From standard explosives to fruits that looked like bombs. These F***ing lunatics, I really... No. First, I need to escape. I have to survive. Yinwu forcefully suppressed his surging anger. Though he wanted to exact revenge right away, to blow everything up, he had to focus on escaping first. It's a gamble, but I'll have to roll the dice for teleportation. Even if he critically failed, he'd just be transported to a dangerous 2-dimensional world. Better than being forcibly captured like this. Just as Yinwu was about to call upon the dice, a voice was heard. Kim Pado's tired voice. Don't think about escaping. We've planted seeds in your body. The moment you move anywhere, those seeds will use you as fertilizer and grow. You'll die. They knew he was awake. Even teleportation had been preemptively blocked. He was being treated almost like a strictly isolated anomalous entity. Yinwu stopped pretending and opened his eyes. His damp, sunken eyes looked at Kim Pado. Kim Pado, his body in shambles, approached Yinwu and slumped down. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Your body isn't at the level of an ordinary human, is it? Don't think about rolling anything against me either. If anything happens to me, those booby traps will go off. Even if I fall asleep or get persuaded. It felt like all his weaknesses had been completely exposed and targeted. He'd been ambushed, his body bound, and all the dice rolls he'd used so far had been countered by his opponent. But Yunwo wasn't the type to feel helpless or despair. Doesn't matter. He'd find a way to survive somehow. Survival instinct stirred, and a strange sensation pricked up. His mind cleared, thoughts expanding and flowing at high speed. Yunwo suddenly spoke. My information. You know it disturbingly well. He'd dropped the polite speech. He wasn't in the mood for courtesy. That's right. We paid a fortune in gold to the Goldberg Club to buy it. Your reports, video footage kept by the company. We stayed up nights poring over it all to prepare. Kim Pado lamented how difficult it had been because the dice were too versatile, how hard they'd worked in the short time since Yunwo's arrival date was set. Yunwo grasped the situation as well. A dedicated unit. These people were a dedicated unit prepared solely for Yunwo. A simultaneous attack exploiting the dice's delay, an ambush wary of his abnormally keen survival instinct, traps designed to counter Yunwo. They knew Yunwo's dangers better than Yunwo himself. Yet the reason they kept him alive instead of killing him. They want something from me, or from the dice. If so, he could use that. For now, let's talk until Lee Cherine and James Park open up again. Do you see that tree over there? Yunwo barely turned his tightly bound neck following Kim Pado's gesture. There, in the warm light, was a tree where people bloomed. Lee Cherine and James Park, who had detonated the bombs, hung curled up like fruit. This is the one tree, a core entity of the Green Association. Each branch has one. It's also why we can't split up no matter how much our factions fight. A family reborn from the one tree. Minds connected through the one tree. Kim Pado looked at the tightly bound Yunwo. You can enjoy this benefit too. Quit the company and come over to our side. If you become our family, death isn't the end. Now they tried to persuade him. Yunwo showed no reaction. Can't trust them. Don't want to join them either. After what they'd done to him. Yunwo silently called upon the dice. He might as well gather information. What should I roll? Right, spontaneous combustion on that tree would be good. The dice rolled. Success? That's when it happened. Kim Pado's face hardened. The one tree suddenly caught fire. There was absolutely no reason for a fire to start. The one tree began to burn fiercely. Yunwo's voice reached his ears. Looks like there's a fire. You. Kim Pado sprang up and glared at Yunwo. The fire couldn't have started without Yunwo's dice. Despite the angry gaze, Yunwo didn't even blink, just stared at Kim Pado's face. Perceiving Kim Pado's emotions, expressions. Aren't you going to check on it? If I leave my post, who knows what you'll do? Other family members will put it out anyway. Despite fire extinguishers strewn right next to the tree, Kim Pado chose to keep watch over Yunwo. Monitoring me is more important than damage to their core entity. Then, they must desire something more important than the core entity. Lightning flashed through Yunwo's mind. The lightning struck in jagged bolts, piercing through all the information and fragmentary clues he'd seen and heard so far. Something more important than the core entity. Something that would make them hostile to the company. Something they want from me. The tree the company told me to investigate. Everything connected. Yunwo's lips suddenly curled up. The great tree? It'd be danger level 6, right? You're thinking of using the dice to grow it. Danger level 6. An entity comparable to the existence of nuclear weapons, not just one nuclear bomb, but encompassing the danger of nuclear war that could be triggered by nuclear weapons. The minimum condition to speak on equal terms with the company. This is just. Kim Pado's expression turned pale. Not from his injuries or blood loss, but because of Yunwo. Because of Yunwo, who was strictly bound and even had seeds planted in him. He'd thought that growing a tree on the battlefield would surely mean death, that using Yunwo alone, relying on the dice's probability, had a higher chance of success. Yunwo grinned. Looks like I can threaten you guys. Yunwo spoke in a low voice, almost whispering. I can revive even if I die, but this is your last chance, isn't it? If they couldn't grow the tree, the company would dismantle the Green Association. Many small groups shared a modest wish. They wanted to possess a danger level 6 anomaly that was controllable, with manageable risks and consequences, and that fit their group's concept. In that respect, the Green Association was lucky. They had obtained seeds of a great tree that met their conditions. They had gained the opportunity to sprout that great tree. In that respect, the Green Association was also unlucky. Because that opportunity came in the form of Lee Yunwo. I've completely restrained him. I've prepared for all the roles Yunwo might make. His life is in our hands. And yet, Kim Pado gulped. He looked at Yunwo. Yunwo was bound in different ways by anomalies, analog devices, and electronic equipment. He was threatened with death and under constant surveillance, with only his face exposed. In that powerless situation, Yunwo had regained control of the conversation. Not just in momentum or logic, but in reality. Maybe I won't die at all. Yunwo's eyes sank deep. His senses transcended physical limits. Like an insect's antennae, they protruded slightly, searching for roles with a high chance of success. Dice. Something seemed to squirm within Yunwo's dark pupils at novel bin at. It was probability. Possibility. The probability that squirmed around the dice every time Yunwo made a roll. The dice rolled in his mind. Clatter. In an instant, the squirming probability stopped. One possibility was pulled into reality. Success. The bomb-like fruit suddenly withered. As if it had been in a fruit dehydrator for hours, it lost its moisture and vitality, its life snuffed out. 2 booby traps left. One was an explosive, and the other a bucket filled with strange liquid. The moment Yunwu broke free from his restraints, the moment the connected string snapped, the explosives would detonate and the toxic substance would spill. How should I handle this? Move? No, feels like that would fail. Destroy the bucket? That feels like it would fail too. Just as Yunwu's senses were busily twitching, Kim Pado snapped back to his senses. No, I can't let this go on. Minds connected through a single tree aided him. He clasped his hands together, his thumb hovering over some kind of button. Stop. Make another false move and I'll detonate it immediately. Go ahead. The seed planted in your body will grow at the same time. You can't stop it. If you value your life dash. I said detonate it. Yunwu's lips curled into a sneer. Would they really give up the chance to nurture the great tree like this? The situation had already unfolded, and if they couldn't grow the tree, only a ruinous future awaited them, right? They can't detonate it. A strange certainty led by thought and sensation. Sure enough, Kim Pado's expression suggested he was about to lose his mind. He needed to use Yunwu somehow. He clasped his hands tightly. Creak, crunch. A part of the tree roots binding Yunwu constricted tightly. That pressure. The sensation of bones bending to the point of fracture. Kim Pado spoke menacingly. Resurrection. It's the dice, right? There's no way you'd risk an action with a high probability of failure, a high chance of death. A survivalist wouldn't gamble with their life. It was a bluff. A bluff to regain control and find a way to survive. There was no way either of them would rush towards mutual destruction. Don't roll the dice anymore. If you touch the explosives, bucket, tree roots, or seed even once more, we both die. However, but facing off against each other head-on was slightly disadvantageous, so Kim Pado took a step back. His tightly clasped hands loosened, and the roots eased their pressure. If you cooperate obediently, we'll obviously let you live. We'll remove the seed and treat all your injuries. What was there to fear if they just grew the tree? Yunwu's dice were dangerous but a double-edged sword, and he wouldn't throw himself into danger out of a desire for revenge. That's when Yunwu, who had been silent, laughed. You gave me too much time. Enough time to roll the dice sufficiently. Time to find his own path to survival without trusting others' empty promises. While they were talking, the dice rolled and rolled and rolled. The detonator of the explosive malfunctioned, the spring to push over the bucket rusted and broke, and the seed implanted in his body became defective. Now only the tree roots threatened him. And finally, even the last tree roots suddenly moved on their own, retreating beneath the soil. No. Kim Pado reacted instinctively. He had to threaten decisively. As he put his hands together, the seed planted in Yunwu's body stirred. The seed Yunwu had swallowed while unconscious had spread its roots. Into the stomach wall, into the internal organs. To grow using a human as nutrients. And so the flower growing inside a person. What? Why isn't it growing? The flower didn't grow. It was defective. It extended its roots a little and ran out of energy. At this rate, it would just be digested in Yunwu's stomach. Damn that alchemist. He had clearly told him to prepare the most reliable item. There was no time for this. One link in the iron chains binding Yunwu broke, and they began to clank and fall away. That thing was breaking free from its restraints. They couldn't threaten that thing. They couldn't use that thing. The plan has failed. I must at least kill that thing. Then we all need to flee. After sending an alert through the faintly connected minds, Kim Pado immediately pressed the button. The button to trigger the explosives was pressed firmly. Tick. A weak sound was heard. This is broken too? When? Kim Pado stared blankly at the explosive before realizing. It wasn't broken. The seed wasn't defective. Yunwu had done it. The dice had rolled. Kim Pado dazedly looked at the bucket. Even though the string was pulled as Yunwu broke free from his restraints, the mechanism to launch the bucket didn't activate. Kim Pado's gaze turned to Yunwu. Despite having been searched once, a lighter and bills that Yunwu had hidden somewhere in his clothes appeared and began to burn. It was as if fortune was blessing him. This wasn't about the accidentally swallowed seed being defective, the explosives and mechanisms breaking down, or the iron chains shattering. How can you succeed this much? Contamination? There's no way you could be contaminated to this degree in such a short time. Normally, rolling multiple times should have resulted in some failures. And they hadn't given him enough time to roll until he succeeded. But Yunwu didn't answer. I can sense rolls that seem likely to succeed. It would be really disadvantageous if this information leaked. He had tasted the bitterness of the specialized response team. Honestly, if they hadn't intended to capture him alive, if they had only intended to kill him, he would have died in that thatched house. Whoosh, the bills burned, and the bag, phone, and pistol they had confiscated appeared before his feet. Yunwu naturally picked them up, frowning. The pistol felt light. The normal bullets had been removed. Did they not bring normal bullets because the bills are anomalies? It was a shame, but there was no time to look for them. Yunwu quickly took out a bundle of bills from the bag and set them on fire again. His goal was escape. I'm leaving. Look forward to seeing how angry the company will be. He didn't want to get further entangled with these bastards. This was the first time he'd suffered damage to this extent. Revenge? If he reported to the company, they'd take care of it. Wait. Negotiate? Let's negotiate. Money, anomalies, whatever dash. Kim Pado approached Yunwu urgently and desperately, but the bundle of bills had completely burned. Yunwu vanished as if he had never been there. Kim Pa-do fell to his knees with a despairing expression. He shouted towards family members who belatedly approached to extinguish the fire. He's escaped. Flee immediately. Dash. Dash. The vanished Yunwoo appeared on the mountainside. Where is this? No, before that? He called Mark Young. Mark Young answered immediately. Yunwoo, what's going on? We lost contact with both you and the friend who drove dash. That's not important right now. The Green Association is dash. Yunwoo summarized the key points concisely. That they were trying to grow a danger level 6 tree. That he was attacked instead of the battlefield being chosen. Yunwoo expected something. Having said this, wouldn't the headquarters or the Korean branch take some action? It was a danger level 6, after all. But Mark Young spoke calmly. Then the tree has failed for now. The only method left is to grow it on the battlefield, but we'll eliminate it the moment it shows itself. We can't let it fully grow. You're not retaliating right away. Hearing Yunwoo's disappointed voice, Mark Young hesitated before speaking. Well, headquarters is in the midst of war preparations, so they can't afford to waste resources. What about the Korean branch? Don't you have the special forces? Considering the time it would take to mobilize and arrive, wouldn't they have all fled by now? I'll request deployment just in case. It was disappointing. He thought they'd smash everything to pieces. But given the company's situation, Yunwoo understood and suppressed his desire for revenge, changing the subject. Anyway, my injuries are severe. I was hit by a bomb, buried under a collapsing house, bones broken. Send medical support or something. The pain was starting to rise. Hearing this, Mark Young was startled. You're that badly injured? No, how? Where are you currently? I'm not sure. It's a mountain, but I escaped by burning bills. Then I'll send help by tracking your phone location. Please wait there. A helicopter will come. Just as they were about to end the call, Yunwoo mentioned something he suddenly remembered. The only thing he couldn't retrieve. Oh right. I lost the normal bullets. I couldn't find them with the bills, so I fled without dash. What did you lose? Mark Young's voice flipped. There was a crash, the sound of something falling and breaking. Yunwoo answered puzzledly. The normal bullets. These guys confiscated them while I was unconscious. Wasn't it just one of the company's anomalous equipment? Used in a limited way? But Mark Young was about to pass out. If those fall into their hands. No, where are you? I told you I don't know just now dash. Then this, for now, get down from that mountain quickly. Then he abruptly hung up. Feeling a sudden wave of unease, Yunwoo burned another bundle of bills and fled far from the mountain, and, a few minutes later, a meteor fell from the edge of the sky. It was a satellite. Something that fell from an artificial satellite. Shining like a small star as it plummeted, it pierced the mountain without a shockwave, creating a transparent barrier that isolated the mountain. The medical helicopter arrived swiftly. It hovered above Lee Yunwoo, lowering a stretcher and a paramedic. They loaded Yunwoo onto the stretcher and slowly lifted him away. As the mountain receded into the distance, Yunwoo stared at it blankly. The mountain stood isolated by a transparent barrier. Nearby military and police swarmed like ants, controlling access to the area. Another safety alert pinged his phone. Something about space debris falling. Yunwoo blinked. Not space debris. Orbital weapons? Orbital bombardment? Spatial isolation. The company could use such things. But why now? Even the great beings gave the company pause. Why suddenly move for a mere bullet? What could it be? Strange and impressive, but it didn't seem like a weapon worth such extreme recovery measures. At least I got out. With the sense of safety, his mind began to slow. As adrenaline and other hormones ebbed, pain started to flood in. Yunwoo's face turned pale. His eyes trembled incessantly. His mouth gaped open, drool trickling out. Aic. Don't move. You'll worsen your injuries. NNGH, it hurts, it F***ing hurts. Help me, Aic. You won't d-dash. The paramedic said something, but Yunwoo couldn't hear a word. His stomach churned as lightning bolts of pain danced through his entire body, searing him. His head was so full of agony there was no room for other thoughts. The world turned white, then black. Consciousness sank into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a private hospital room. Whatever painkillers they'd given him left his senses dulled and his mind hazy. Yunwoo blinked vacantly at the ceiling, then shifted his body. His body, wrapped in bandages and casts, moved awkwardly. At that moment, the rapid-fire sound of keyboard typing stopped. The soft voices talking also fell silent, and he felt two gazes upon him. Yunwoo, you're awake. It was the team leader. And Mark Young. The team leader wore his usual expression, while Mark Young looked haggard, like someone who'd been through hell. The team leader spoke. You nearly died this time. No, he wouldn't have died. If it was truly fatal, the Green Association would have healed him. Anyway, to use the dice right away, Yunwoo dash. Mark Young started to explain, then abruptly clamped his mouth shut. His eyes met Yunwoo's as he rolled them towards him. Yunwoo spoke in a hoarse voice. I really could have died. Of course, for a company employee, such incidents were routine. He had no intention of complaining or protesting. He'd been prepared for some degree of danger from day one. The important thing was ensuring this never happened again at Novel Bin At. Yunwoo spoke. My information was leaked. They analyzed it and exploited my weaknesses. Like a specialized response team? But your information was secured. Mark Young furrowed his brow, saying the Green Association shouldn't have access to such information. Yunwoo elaborated. They said they bought the info from the Goldberg Club with gold. A heated intensity smoldered in Yinwu's voice. The club that drained his money, leaked his information. He planned to recover the money when the opportunity arose, but the information leak couldn't be overlooked. His information had been forged into a knife that now threatened his very life. Club. Those F***ers. They'd do anything for money. Ignoring their reactions, Yinwu cut to the chase. Club or whatever, can you completely hide my information? That's impossible. A resolute answer. Yinwu brushed it off casually. Even he thought it seemed impossible. How many anomalies are there in the world? How could one block every information attack from anomalies with different effects? So Yinwu thought of another approach. Then what's the club's most important resource? What matters most to those bastards? Make it impossible to sell the information. Who would dare sell if the losses outweighed the gains? Mark Young answered. All types of assets that function in society. Currency, stocks, real estate, human resources, labor. Gold is most important though. Yinwu closed his eyes. He sensed the dice in a corner of his mind. Dice with limits even he didn't know. While messing with the Goldberg Club, I should test its limits. How far could the dice's influence reach? What level of judgments were possible? How far away could it affect business establishments? At that point, the team leader waved his hand dismissively. Is that what you should be thinking about now? First, get plenty of rest. You need to recover. Understood. Eat well. Sleep well. Anyway, I'm leaving now. I'll come back later with Jiyu and Jimin. Satisfied that Yinwu was alive, the team leader left abruptly. Once he'd gone, Mark Young sighed and looked at Yinwu. While you were unconscious, we took action against the Green Association. We confiscated the Great Tree's seeds, and they're all participating in the war now. The result of frantic action upon hearing they'd lost an ordinary bullet. They isolated the mountain where Yinwu was kidnapped, rounded up the Green Association, then searched and searched and searched. All to recover the most important ordinary bullet. We barely recovered the bullet too. His voice dripped with exhaustion. He'd participated in the bullet search himself. Yinwu, satisfied with the price the Green Association paid, felt a strange emotion. What's so special about an ordinary bullet that you'd use orbital weapons? Why such an extreme response? Impressive anomaly nullification, but a bulletproof vest could block it. That's, how should I put this? Mark Young chose his words carefully. There was no information to hide. They'd already handed over the ordinary bullet. If anything, things turned out this way because they didn't provide full information. After thinking, Mark Young spoke. The company created a weapon that only excludes anomalies. A company aiming to protect humanity from anomalies. What would happen if other groups learned of this? And what would they think? Yinwu struggled to process Mark Young's question through his clouded mind. After consideration, he replied. The company made another weird weapon. No. In the world the company dreams of, the world the company aims for, there are no anomalies. They intend to erase us all in the end. They've been researching and developing the power to do so. Yinwu frowned. He sensed something dangerous was brewing. Then it would be war without rules or final limits. The world would split into the company and non-company factions, fighting until one side is annihilated. Different from the war currently planned. A war with its own rules, leaving Earth untouched, fought face-to-face in an almost old-fashioned duel. If that became a war of extinction, betting everything. That was a close call. Yinwu's fingertips trembled. If things had gone wrong, he might have fired the shot that started it all, like the gunshot in Sarajevo that triggered World War I. Mark Young heaved deep sighs. We absolutely couldn't lose this. We had to recover it no matter what. It's largely my fault for not warning you properly from the start. He never imagined Yinwu would lose it, so he'd handed it over carelessly. He never dreamed it would lead to this. Because of that, to the director, Mark Young stared into space with tired eyes. Aside from a major incident as a new recruit, he'd never been raked over the coals like this. Yinwu discreetly gauged the mood. He grasped the gravity of the situation. So, what kind of disciplinary action will I face? Just write an incident report after you're discharged. Your recovery ability is incredible, so you should be back on your feet in a few weeks. They didn't pry about the rain. The punishment was extremely light. As Yinwu breathed a sigh of relief, Mark Young closed his laptop. I'll be going now. The recovered ordinary bullet dash. Forget it. I don't want to be responsible for that kind of thing. More importantly, he was returning the ordinary bullet. Yinwu genuinely wanted nothing to do with potential catalysts for wars of extinction. Right now, he had more pressing concerns. Yinwu looked at Mark Young. Give me information on the Goldberg Club, their stocks, workplace, and warehouse locations, and the reports speculating about the dice. No matter how much of a company man Yinwu was, the company must have analyzed his dice based on what he'd shown them. Mark Young fell silent, then nodded. All right. It'll take a few days to gather the data. Rest up, dash. Being hospitalized left too much free time. The private room was eerily quiet, with no sounds from outside. The bland colors and tasteless hospital food made time crawl agonizingly slow. Yinwu spent most of his time alone on his phone, except when Yu and Choi Jimin visited. But even that grew tiresome. Yinwu fiddled with his phone. Nothing to do. Contacting mom and dad feels weird. He hesitated to tell them he nearly died in a work accident. His sharp-eyed mother would immediately sense something was wrong. Yinwu gave up on calling and pulled out his laptop instead. It's been a while. Maybe I'll play a game. Searching for a game to pass the time, one caught his eye. Academy Survival. Enroll in an academy in a world facing doom, and try to prevent the apocalypse with charming supporting characters. The last player standing gets to incarnate into the game world? An absurd claim about incarnation. Yinwu schemed past it, his mouse moving busily. The promotional video showed that while the gameplay was uncertain, the illustrations were stunningly beautiful. Should I try it? Yinwu looked for player reviews as a final check. Trash game, is this even a game? No one's cleared it. Absolutely don't play it. Such evaluations. As Yinwu deliberated, the game vanished. The page itself disappeared as if it had never existed. In its place appeared a brief notice and a phone number. We've temporarily taken down the game due to discovered issues. Gamers who have played, please call this number. A bizarre game and an abnormal takedown. Yinwu stared at it with a subtle expression, then dialed the number on a hunch. Yes, Academy Survival speaking. Did you play the game? No. The page disappeared as I was about to download it. I see. We're currently fixing an error, and we don't know when it'll be done, so if you purchased it, we'll refund dash. At that moment, the sound of typing abruptly stopped. The person on the other end had traced the caller's number and seen their profile. Oh, you're an investigator. No need to investigate. Our department has taken action. I thought so. Was this an anomaly? Well, yes. An entity that makes players believe the last one standing can incarnate the longer they play, driving them to hunt down and kill other players to become the final survivor. The company employee handling this game said they were busy and ended the call. We're almost finished. Just a few who committed murder and went into hiding left to find. Take care. Right. Yinwu stared at his phone and laptop with an ambiguous expression. What AF ***ed up world? A world where you can't even play a game without worrying. After eating well and resting, Li Yinwu's body had recovered considerably. He got out of the hospital bed and slowly stretched. He rotated his stiff joints and extended his arms and legs. His eyes sparkled in the sunlight streaming into the hospital room. I think it's time to mess with the club. There were no side effects from the painkillers. His drowsy head had cleared, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Though not in peak condition, he had recovered significantly. He had also formulated a rough plan. The bastard who sold my information. I'll only target him. He was likely a high-ranking member running his own business. Yinwu would mess with all of his businesses using the dice. More precisely, he would use them as test subjects. Yinwu glanced at the hospital room door. Now I just need Mark Young to bring the information. They had discussed the plan over the phone, brainstormed to refine it, and Mark Young said he would collect and bring the necessary information. He should be here by now. As if on cue. It's me. Knock knock. There was a knocking sound at the door. Mark Young, who usually barged right in, spoke uncomfortably from outside. There's a guest here. May we come in? A guest. Yinwu tilted his head quizzically, then moved to open the door himself. Beyond stood Mark Young and an old man. Mark Young looked at Yinwu with tired eyes, while the old man entered, tapping the floor with an expensive cane. Yinwu stepped back reflexively, then looked at Mark Young questioningly. This is the club manager for Goldberg Club in Korea. Sir, this is the special investigator Yinwu. Yes. Just as the information described. Mark Young made introductions. Yinwu was startled. The club manager, out of nowhere? He acted quickly. He took out a stone from his bag and gripped it, then drew his gun. Even after that moment passed, Yinwu didn't stop. He held the gun in his other hand, ready to burn paper money at any moment. If I'm attacked first, I'm done for. A lesson painfully learned from the Green Association. Just as Yinwu assumed Mark Young had been compromised somehow, he raised his finger to the trigger. The old man quickly raised one hand. I surrender. I didn't come here to fight. I don't believe you. I can't hear you very well. The old man groped the air, trying to locate Yinwu, who was holding the stone and staring at him like he was made of stone. Then he found Yinwu precisely. Eyes bearing the traces of years looked at him. I really didn't come to fight. The club doesn't attack like this. Yinwu. He came to negotiate. As a representative of the club and proxy for the man who sold that information, Mark Young turned his head this way and that, trying to find Yinwu. Yinwu had a staring contest with the old man, then slowly retreated. Out the hospital room door. Let's talk over the phone. That won't do. You need to be present to sign the contract. Whatever the contract is dash. It's a contract not to sell your information anymore. Yinwu's steps stopped. He pondered. I don't get why someone claiming to be the Korean branch club manager would approach like this. Something felt suspicious and didn't add up. No matter how tempting the offer, wasn't the other party still that club? The embodiment of capitalism. Click. Yinwu gripped his gun tighter. So what does the club gain from this? We want to place restrictions on the dice. The old man spoke calmly, and Yinwu and Mark Young freaked out. That's nonsense dash. As the company's coordinator, the negotiation is off dash. At that moment, the old man struck the floor with his cane. Bang. That resounding sound. Mark Young and Yinwu shut their mouths, and the old man spoke serenely. Young folks, shouldn't you hear the contract terms before speaking? You're too hasty, even for your age. Yinwu snapped back to his senses. He had shown respect because the other party was elderly and a club manager, but he had no intention of being led along any further. Restricting the usefulness of the dice? Whatever the contract is, restrictions are out of the question. Even for $1 trillion? In dollars, that is. Yinwu's mind froze for a moment. $1 trillion? How much was that in won? It must be an astronomical amount. With this much, of course he should listen. The old man suddenly burst out laughing and sat on Yinwu's hospital bed. He patted his knee. I'm joking? No, sir. This is a negotiation between the company and the club. Yinwu and Markyung looked at the old man bewilderedly. This was supposedly the renowned Korean club manager. The old man didn't lose his smile. Young people have no patience. Well, are you ready to listen? I intend to pay an equivalent value for the restrictions anyway. It seemed he truly came with the intention to negotiate. Yinwu cautiously put his hand in his bag. He put down the stone, but in a way he could grab it immediately if needed. What exactly are the contract terms? I'll be frank. The club periodically detects crises as a risk management measure. You could say we peek into the future. The old man looked around, then plucked and ate some grapes from the get-well gift Yinwu had received, saying stolen food tastes the best. He seemed quite disinterested, as if he was just here as a paid proxy. However, we recently detected an economic crisis. A Great Depression. The world economy collapsing, all valuable things turning worthless. Do you know why? No way. Markyung looked at Yinwu suspiciously. Yinwu blinked, then realized. Because of me? Why would the Great Depression be because of me? Oh, if I roll a critical failure or critical success. If he attacked with the dice and got bad results repeatedly, it seemed possible. The old man pointed his cane at Yinwu, who subtly moved to the side to avoid the cane tip. Your caution is commendable. Anyway, we investigated while consuming gold and grasped the situation. That information broker bastard and you. That's why I came. The old man lowered his cane. The cane leaned askew on the hospital bed. Instead, he took out a contract from his coat. The contract is simple. The special investigator on your side won't roll the dice with the intent of causing global economic problems. The Goldberg Club won't provide information about the special investigator. How about it? Yinwu looked at the contract and fell into thought. Honestly, it wasn't a bad proposal. He had no plans to roll for a Great Depression anyway. He didn't want a Great Depression either. Wouldn't it be beneficial to prevent the club's information leaks in exchange for an action he wouldn't take anyway? On top of that, the old man added, we're not enemies. Making enemies only leads to losses. The club wants coexistence. Think about it. Yinwu rolled his eyes slightly, and saw the old man frantically drawing lines with the tip of his cane. If all groups are intertwined by profit, if coexistence is profitable, who would want to fight? Such peace is the club's goal. Yinwu's expression soured. Peace? Coexistence? Nice words. I'm not interested in that. I almost died because of the information leaked by the club. The information broker bastard is an individual. He doesn't represent the club's will, so that information broker will be disciplined according to club rules. There's no way they'd leave a member who almost caused massive damage to the club unpunished at novel bin at. As for the money taken, just consider it the price paid. If you just sold the resources you stole from the exploration team second-hand, it would be worth that much. Well, Yinwu was the one who started the theft first, so he couldn't really say anything. Honestly, it was a good contract. But the club is the expert in this field. If there's a trick, I wouldn't know. Yinwu casually passed the contract to Markyung, who returned it to Yinwu. Are you going to sign? If you are, we'll have it reviewed by a special law firm. I'm still thinking. A look of deep consideration crossed Yinwu's face. The old man looked at Yinwu like that, then gripped his cane tightly. The cane tapped the floor as the old man stood up. Take your time to think. You have plenty of time. I didn't expect it to be settled in a day either. The old man took one last, close look at Yinwu. Then he shook his head and tapped his way out of the hospital room. The fruit was delicious. Contact us when you reach a decision. And so the supposed club manager departed. Markyung and Yinwu quietly monitored his presence, then confirmed he had left before starting to discuss. We should be suspicious dash. We need to check the clauses first dash. Then, in the midst of their conversation, Yinwu suddenly felt a wall. Is this what a top-tier organization is like? Those who exchange moves across time and space. Those who paint pictures using the future as their canvas. Wouldn't it take a future Yinwu to participate in their game? Yinwu, busy living day by day, became slightly depressed. Dash. The old man got into a car renowned for its safety. The driver asked, where shall we go, sir? Well, let's take a drive around this city. A response that suggested his mind was focused elsewhere. The driver tactfully pressed the accelerator gently, and the car wandered the city. The old man quietly looked at the scenery. The company was having a fit, so I was relieved, but after the company's fit, which had existed as an unknown danger, became reality, the club focused on capital management. Not just to minimize losses, but to profit even in this situation. There's no eternal prosperity or recession, but there are always people who profit in any situation, and that was the club. For that purpose, the Golden Omnipotence, which periodically invested gold, foresaw a terrible loss. The dice? In company terms, would it be danger level 5? I'm not sure about 6 since what was shown wasn't enough. Honestly, the old man couldn't guess either, where its limits lay. Yinwu had never rolled for anything too massive out of fear, so it wasn't even clear if it was possible in the first place. And such unknowns were precisely what should be guarded against in this world full of anomalous entities. We should generously consider it level 6. The old man clicked his tongue. That information broker bastard. Can't distinguish between information that can be sold and can't be sold. The driver skillfully pretended not to hear and turned the wheel, while the old man started grumbling. Look at that company. They have so many capable young people. But why do we dash? The driver broke out in a cold sweat. Lee In-woo and Mark Young talked for a long time. Should they make a contract or not? If they did, how should they modify the clauses? If they didn't, how should they act to prevent information leaks? Could they gain something regardless of negotiations? In-woo rubbed his temples, his face tired. Reading through the complex and abstruse clauses and the club's contract examples had overheated his brain. Yet no conclusion was reached. Honestly, there are things I like and dislike about both options. If he signed the contract, the limitation on the dice was what he disliked most. But refusing the contract and butting heads with the club. Golden omnipotence? Is that real? Yes. It's the club's core entity. Christ, what kind of anomaly is that? It granted any wish for the right amount of gold? No risk of critical failure, truly omnipotent. And the club had stockpiled tons of gold, still buying more. Golden omnipotence and the system built to maximize its use. In-woo shuddered in fear before snapping back to his senses. Even so, it seemed foolish to let golden omnipotence scare him into an unfavorable contract. This won't do. I can't reach a good conclusion like this. His mind was cluttered, and his head spun trying to wrap itself around this otherworldly contract for the first time. He needed to clear his head, like being doused with cold water. In-woo reached for the gun he had tossed onto the hospital bed. He immediately handed it to Mark Young. Point that gun at me. What? Oh. Mark Young looked bewildered, glancing between the gun and In-woo before realizing. He was trying to create danger to focus his mind. Mark Young hesitated briefly, then set the gun down. It wasn't a refusal. Instead, his hand went into his suit's inner pocket. If we're doing this, let's do it properly. This gun is in a dash. In-woo's pupils dilated. In Mark Young's hand was the gun In-woo had possessed until recently. The gun loaded with ordinary bullets. Mark Young stared intently at In-woo. He gripped the gun with both hands, assuming a textbook shooting stance. I kept this in case you changed your mind and asked for it back. Haha. If I pull the trigger now, you'll die. Really die. Rain? It couldn't regenerate gunshot wounds. Resurrection? Wounds from ordinary bullets remained. Blood vessels appeared in In-woo's eyes. His hair stood on end as a chill ran down his spine. His pounding heartbeat drummed in his head. Think, think, think. The rapidly circulating blood supplied oxygen to his brain. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Use the dice to knock him out, give him a heart attack, or break the gun. No, that's not it. He barely corrected his thoughts as they veered sharply towards survival, forcing himself to consider the Goldberg Club, the contract, and the information issue. Silence fell over the hospital room. Mark Young swallowed dryly. In-woo's bloodshot eyes staring at him were terrifying. What if he suddenly attacks me? This is making me nervous. Mark Young's eyes wavered, and the gun's muzzle trembled. He wanted to lower it, but since he hadn't said anything specific, it felt awkward to stop now. How long had Mark Young been frozen like that, unable to act either way, shaking with anxiety? In-woo suddenly spoke. It's virtually impossible to protect the information, right? So tell me this. Can you detect if information has been leaked? That's possible. We may not notice immediately, but we can find out. And the more resources we invest, the faster we can detect it. Good. I won't sign a forced contract. He had been too fixated on the contract enforced by anomalous entities. It was fine without enforcement. In-woo spoke in a calm voice. Mark Young sighed in relief as he put the gun back in his pocket, then looked at In-woo. So what do you have in mind? That manager mentioned it. Coexistence bound by mutual benefit. In-woo traced his fingers wildly, drawing a complex web. I considered the club's perspective. Since money is their priority, I'll be tied to those bastards through losses and gains. How? Mark Young asked puzzledly. In-woo clenched his fist. Then he made an awkward punching motion. They'll suffer terrible losses if they sell my information. It wasn't just anything, but the dice. If things went well, if luck was on his side, if his senses were heightened to the extreme, he might even trade blows with golden omnipotence. This was a threat the club couldn't ignore. The old man hadn't come to negotiate for nothing. Even if the situation escalates to the extreme, they'll only end up losing. Mark Young viewed it negatively. Well, you can threaten them. But if you openly blackmail them, who knows how the club will react? They might try to eliminate you. We'll be tied by profits too. The dice could be rolled for targets other than In-woo. In-woo made a sound with his mouth, imitating dice rolling. I plan to sell dice usage rights. They pay me, and I roll the dice for them. Selling opportunities to roll the dice. This was an offer they couldn't refuse. It also reduced one factor threatening In-woo. I'm not just selling this to the club. I'll sell to anyone who wants to use it. The result of intense thinking in the face of ordinary bullets. Without the dice, there's hardly any reason for me to be targeted, right? In-woo recalled a point he had overlooked and came up with this proposal. If I sell opportunities to use the dice, it should reduce the number of people who'd attack me to get them. Even the Green Association. If he had been selling dice usage rights, they might not have attacked at all. They might have bought the rights and asked him to germinate some unknown seed. Mark Young grasped the context quickly despite the exhausting situation. He nodded. This is better than that kind of contract. What they'd gain by turning In-woo into an enemy. At minimum, property loss, at maximum, economic depression. Perhaps, an unpredictable battle between the dice and golden omnipotence. What they'd gain by making Yinwu a partner. The chance to use those dice. It was a relationship where both sides profited by joining hands. The profit and loss are clear. This way, the club won't think of selling information either. And those targeting the dice will prioritize negotiation. But Mark Young pulled out a document. What about that information broker? Isn't all this just negotiation with the club? That. Well, you know, I'll use him as a promotional target. To show what's possible with the dice. And I'll get compensation too. Even the old man claiming to be the information broker's proxy left without saying much about the broker. Didn't that mean he wouldn't interfere with however Yinwu handled it? He must pay for selling my information. Yinwu's eyes sparkled as he took the documents. There were two types, one detailing the information broker's assets and business status, the other containing the company's analysis of DICE research records. Yinwu looked at the DICE research records first. No, please, when assigning research projects, at least give us something feasible. Analyze the DICE? With just a few reports and video recordings? Without even rolling the dice in a lab? Without using specialized observation equipment or conducting experiments? What kind of results do you expect from this? Even if we produce results, they'd be hypotheses with zero reliability, not even worthy of being called hypotheses? Fine. I'll give you my opinion. The dice could be reality manipulation, or dealing with luck and misfortune, or handling possibilities and probabilities, or overturning fate, or really anything. How can we know what it is without data right now? If we're looking for similar cases, it's slightly, very slightly similar to the Blessed Child or the president of the Artists Association. The Blessed Child with bizarrely good luck, the association president loved by the world. When someone tries to shoot them, the gun breaks itself. Would-be assassins suddenly have heart attacks. If they're locked up, doors open on their own. When they're thirsty, it rains. When they're hungry, fruit appears. Those kinds of anomalies. I think the dice might implement similar results probabilistically, categorizing them as critical failure, nothing, success, and critical success. Consider this just speculation that doesn't even qualify as a hypothesis. If you want definitive results, bring the dice and its user here. Yinwu blinked as he read the opinion disguised as a research record. It seems I determine the judgment, and it randomly implements possibilities or probabilities. Anyway, it was good that the company couldn't get a grasp on it. Even if fragmented information like delays had leaked, they couldn't fundamentally prepare to counter the dice. More important was the information broker's data. Yinwu turned the page with a rustle, revealing a photo of a surprisingly young person. Is this the information broker? The one who sold my information? Yes. The company is good at having its information stolen, but even better at stealing information. Mark Young watched Yinwu's reaction nervously. The club had just predicted an economic depression, after all. Yinwu, you must refrain from judgments that could have widespread consequences. I know. I just got an idea I want to roll. Yinwu glanced briefly at the other documents before moving on. The information broker's assets, concentrated in stocks and currency. He could mess with this and get a critical failure or success. But instead, he wanted to twist the cases he saw in the research records. The opposite of luck is misfortune, right? I'm going to try bestowing misfortune. If it fails, won't he become lucky? Then it's good promotion. The dice can do this. And I'll get compensation from the information broker. Just keep tormenting him with the dice until he coughed up the reward. Yinwu casually summoned the dice. Dice. Bestow misfortune on this person. The dice remained still. It seemed unable to find its target, frozen in place. Yinwu was taken aback by this unfamiliar response. Can it not work if the target isn't right in front of me? Or because it's not directly related to me? Or is this not a judgment the dice can make? No. Yinwu intuitively realized at novel bin at. Possibility. Probability. It was because of the distance. There was no possibility or probability to manipulate here. Yinwu's eyes suddenly darkened. Not because he recalled his past bravado about tormenting some sculptor. He realized the dice's weakness and how to break through its limits. The dice's limits are my mental limits. Then the possibility I can implement now is, like toppling dominoes, the possibility implemented here must reach the enemy through countless real-world possibilities. Yinwu chose his judgment. Moving beyond simple dice play, closer to the essence of the dice. The possibility that my enemy will experience misfortune. The dice rolled. Clatter. Success. Probabilities and possibilities fluctuated around Yinwu. The result emanating from him spread outward. It was past midnight. The penthouse, the temporary residence of the Korean branch of the Goldberg Club, had been seized entirely. The old man and the information broker met in a newly acquired hotel room. As the old man entered, tapping his cane, the information broker looked up leisurely. Sir, how did the negotiation go? Just submitted the proposal. What do you expect? It'll be a while before we see any substantial content. The old man took off his coat without sparing a glance, while the information broker tapped the table with his fingers. The information broker thought of the person who had a grudge against him. That Lee Yinwu? What about him? How much money would it take to smooth things over? How much do you think it would take? The old man, having hung his coat on the rack, sat down across from the information broker. The information broker smiled awkwardly. His voice was tentative, as if testing the waters. About as much as we got from the Green Association. Thief's mentality, I see. Think bigger. You've got plenty of money, don't you? It's all in stocks and dollars. The information broker shrugged. Nasdaq is invincible, and the dollar is king. It'd be a shame to pull out now. He converted his earnings to dollars as soon as he made them and bought ETFs tracking the Nasdaq index. ETFs that rose in value as long as the US stock market was on an upward trend. The old man frowned and began to lecture. Do you want to die? Want to be buried without using all that money? If you don't pay an appropriate price, they'll forcibly extract it from you, you know. Come on, sir. He's just an investigator. He seems to have made some money from solving many cases, but he hasn't touched really big money. The information the broker had obtained didn't include any achievements or rewards for solving the climate anomalies. That was because the company had put great effort into protecting what Yunwu had asked to be kept hidden. Therefore, the information broker judged that Yunwu, being an investigator, would be satisfied with just returning the money received from the Green Association. Value is relative, isn't it? Won't that be satisfying enough? The information broker shrugged again. The old man was about to burst out in anger, but then he remembered something and let out a weak sigh. This information broker doesn't know how to interpret information. Value is relative. Can the price of threatening a survivalist's life really be settled with money? And he doesn't even understand what precognition means. Precognition wasn't about seeing the future. It was about changing it. It was about limiting the countless branches of future possibilities. He didn't want to waste energy on a youngster who wasn't even in the mindset to listen to advice. If he died like this, it would be natural selection. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Do as you please. After all, his main job was to contract with the dice holder as the club's proxy. The information broker grinned and leaned forward. He rested his elbows on the table and interlocked his fingers. Then, please propose the money we received from the Green Association first. It's currently in gold, but if they want it changed to something like banknotes or anomalous objects, we can lower the price a bit. The old man listened with one ear and let it out the other, while the information broker, chattering away, stopped talking as if his throat had gone dry. He grabbed the water bottle. Just a moment for some water. And then, the possibility that Yunwu had chosen and the dice had implemented reached them. Misfortune. The water he was gulping down got stuck in his throat. The information broker bent over, spitting out water. A harsh coughing sound followed. Cack, cack. Choking on water? Why are you in such a hurry? The old man glanced at him. Are all young people like this these days? But the old man's expression soon hardened. The information broker flailed his arms, but unfortunately, his elbow struck the corner of the table. That electrifying shock. Ugh. The information broker jumped up and down. And then he misstepped somehow. Crack. His ankle twisted. His body fell backward. The chair toppled over, and as the information broker fell back hard, his toe slammed into the sharp corner of the table. Thwack dash. The table's edge dug between his toenail and flesh. That horrific pain. Arg. His head was dyed with pain. The information broker rolled around, screaming. The water bottle fell on top of him, soaking him. The old man looked down at the unsightly information broker with sunken eyes. An impossible series of misfortunes. Is this the dice? It doesn't seem like each judgment was rolled separately. Misfortune? The distance should be considerable. Is there no distance limit? He thought, looking at the information broker. Meanwhile, the information broker, after suffering in pain for a while, finally came to his senses. His eyes were mixed with half bewilderment, half annoyance. What's this all of a sudden? Sir, am I under attack? Probably. More importantly, check your stocks. In that moment, the information broker's face turned ashen. His complexion became pale as if all the blood had drained from him. No, no way, no, right. He took out his phone with trembling hands. Even that didn't go smoothly. The touch screen didn't work properly. He failed to log in repeatedly and his account got locked. He dropped the phone and the screen cracked. He got cut by something and blood beads formed on his finger. Despite this, the information broker gritted his teeth and kept tapping his phone, and finally saw it. The sight of the stocks he had steadily been buying plummeting in a steep curve. The information broker blankly watched the falling graph. He coldly denied reality. This much of a drop is fine. It was due for a correction anyway after the continuous upward trend. Considering the average price, I'm still in profit. It's actually a good time to buy more. It'll go up eventually, right? The club won't just sit by either. Looking at the information broker rambling, the old man shook his head. Then he struck his cane down with a thud. Right, the club will prevent the economic crisis. The company plans to help too. The Great Depression, a fixed future, has come. Feed gold to the golden omnipotence and it'll be stopped. There are many other means and powers too. When an economic crisis comes, gold prices tend to rise, so the club will calculate the profits and losses to prevent the crisis. The company was similar. If it were just a simple economic crisis, they'd think it's none of their business and pretend not to see it, but this is an accident combining the dice's result and the future fixed by golden omnipotence. In other words, it was an economic disaster caused by two dangerous anomalous entities. The company wouldn't stand idle in such a case either. The problem was the information broker. The old man pointed his cane at the information broker. This junior was so clueless. But what about your life? An opponent capable of causing this much damage sees you as an enemy. The club has no intention of protecting you specifically, because an anomalous entity that can confront golden omnipotence and create synergy is more important than some rookie like this. Starting with this contract, sometimes giving profits, sometimes preventing losses, gradually intertwining, won't they eventually become friends? This is the club. Isn't this a more sophisticated method than crudely antagonizing and killing? There are many foolish juniors who don't understand this, though. At that point, the information broker realized the situation. His lips trembled, and he barely managed to open his mouth. I'll dispose of all the stocks and dollars. How much compensation should I pay? Now you're ready to listen. Here's what you need to do. The old man folded his hands over his cane. Equipment that helps with work and survival rather than money. And separately, 1 billion won. A forced contract stating you'll never sell information related to the dice or that person again. No one is outstanding from the start. The old man, hoping the information broker had learned a lesson from this incident, advised in a low voice. At that moment, in the hospital room, Yinwu and Mark Young were shaking their arms and legs as they looked at the laptop screen together. Wondering what possibility the dice had implemented, they opened the stock screen out of curiosity. Nasdaq stocks were plummeting sharply. Isn't this a precursor to the Great Depression? No, why? What did you roll? Misfortune, you say? Didn't you roll an economic crisis? I really only rolled misfortune, and it was just a success. It can't cause this much damage. Yinwu raised his voice, feeling wronged. It was just a success, so why is there this much damage? This isn't just unfortunate, but it happened after rolling the dice. Mark Young frantically messed up his hair with his hands. Yinwu, this is really not okay. Although it wasn't your intention, the Great Depression, the number of people who will suffer because of the dice result, it's uncountable. The people who will suffer because of an anomalous entity, that is. Mark Young, with his somewhat strong sense of duty, groaned, clutching his head. Yinwu was at a loss for words too. He caused the Great Depression, something he'd only seen in history books. And on top of that, how many incidents have I caused now? The reptilian boss going berserk, losing an ordinary bullet. If we count this one, until now, things had aligned well and benefited the company, so he'd somehow gotten away with it, but would the third incident be overlooked as just an incident? Yinwu's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Is the headquarters suspicious of me too? Thinking I'm deliberately causing incidents? Twisting it around, he'd spread the reptilian plague, handed over an ordinary bullet to a hostile group, and caused an economic crisis. Even I think this looks like a doomsday cultist, not a company employee. The fire was at his feet. Yinwu jumped up in panic, grabbed Mark Young's shoulders, and shook him back and forth. You said you're under a director, right? Quickly contact them and tell them, say I rolled misfortune and all hell broke loose. Yes. My shoulder. Mark Young, being shaken vigorously, took out his phone. Yinwu retreated to the door of the hospital room, his senses on high alert. The call connected. Yes. Due to the dice result now, the club? Precognition. I understand. I'll relay that. The call ended. Yinwu looked at Mark Young, extremely tense. He wondered if they might have ordered to shoot him with an ordinary bullet. Mark Young spoke. Yinwu, they say it's not your fault. Are you sure? This doesn't seem like a problem that would end just like that. Yinwu's suspicion deepened. He turned the doorknob with a click, opened the door, and hid behind it. I didn't know this well either, but precognition. Mark Young explained with a relieved expression. The future fixed by precognition. Yinwu's result had merely rolled down towards the tilted future. Yinwu understood too. Something like an oracle system. So, they can handle it all, right? It's all the club's fault. If even the dice couldn't handle the oracle system that burst, surely the company can block a single precognition? Indeed, Mark Young nodded as he looked at the laptop screen. Yes, it's rising again. Whether they used large-scale psychological manipulation or some strange anomalous entity, I don't know. It will end up as just a minor incident. And the director said. Yinwu perked up his ears. He said to tell him if something like this happens. Whether it's revenge or whatever, the company will handle it for you, so please only roll the dice when you're out on a mission. The director, who had indirectly experienced a bomb meant to explode outside going off inside the house, was also shocked. Toggle new ads. Time passed. Li Yinwu, who had nearly caused an accident unintentionally, didn't spare a glance toward the dice and spent his days in an unnervingly peaceful routine. A routine so peaceful it bred anxiety. How long has it been since I've rested like this? Perched on the edge of his hospital bed, Yinwu gnawed at his fingernails. His legs jittered, his slippers tapping rhythmically against the floor. Several weeks had passed in the hospital room. A daily life of eating, sleeping, and leisure, devoid of work or incidents. At first, his body and mind had reveled in the relaxation. But soon, an uncomfortable feeling began to creep in. What started as anxiety before sleep now plagued him at all hours. What if I can't readjust when I return to work? Why are negotiations with the club dragging on? Isn't the war starting soon? Will it end without incident? Pop. The last fingernail came off. Yinwu snapped back to reality and examined his fingers. Without even trimming them, all 10 nails had been bitten down to rough stubs. Yinwu frowned deeply. Something was off. He assessed his mental state. This wasn't normal. It seemed like PTSD from the extreme work conditions. Maybe I should see a counselor. Just as he was mulling this over, bang! The door flew open as Mark Young burst in. Shivering, he launched into a tirade. What's with this weather? I doubt the abnormal climate's really gone. I know it's winter, but this cold and heavy snow can't be right. The snow on his shoes melted, leaving wet patches on the floor. Yinwu, still fidgeting, looked up at Mark Young. How are the negotiations with the club? And the war? Any issues? Everything's progressing smoothly. The war is set to begin tomorrow. Mark Young sat down. Speaking lightly, as if he didn't expect much, he said. You won't go even if I ask, right? Honestly, I'd like to deploy you. Of course I won't go. Yinwu jumped up. So this was the source of his anxiety? Go to the battlefield? Absurd? That great tree or whatever, even that dies before it can grow to danger level 6. Mark Young waved his hand dismissively. Fine then. Just observe from here. He explained that Yinwu could watch the battlefield situation from afar, like an observer. As Mark Young pulled out some documents, Yinwu shook his head vigorously. Do I have to observe? Huh? You don't have to if you don't want to. But wouldn't it be helpful? You could see the destructive power of anomalous entities or hostile groups' anomalies. Well, that's true, but what if I'm affected just by watching through a screen? Dying just from seeing it, or going insane just from remembering it? Mark Young let out a hollow laugh. We've obviously prepared for that. The filter will take care of it. Well, in that case. Yinwu nodded reluctantly, and Mark Young waved the documents. More importantly, let's discuss the negotiations. There are two main agreements. One was between Yinwu and the company. You're quite an honest person, Yinwu. You have the dice but don't use it for personal gain. That's one reason why headquarters thinks highly of you. Let's talk about that. Not using the dice to make money, harm others, or overturn society. One might expect someone with such an item to use it for their desires. Yinwu made a sour face at Mark Young's backhanded compliment. I'm using it to save myself, for my own life. I'm scared to use it normally because of the risk of failure. Regardless of Yinwu's expression, Mark Young handed over a document. Yinwu saw it was a simple text, more like a letter. The dice's results are hard to predict, and its effects difficult to control. So the director suggested, only roll the dice during work. Refrain from using it in daily life. The company won't interfere if your life is in danger during daily activities, but if there's a nuisance, don't roll the dice, inform the company instead. They'll handle it for you. These proposals were written out in longhand by an unknown author. Yinwu spoke with a not unfavorable expression. What counts as a nuisance? Anything you'd want to resolve with the dice. Like the information broker incident, we're offering to handle retaliation for you. Not bad at all. The dice make me a bit uneasy anyway. A moderate success is fine. But failure is meaningless, and who knows what might happen with a critical success or failure. Asking the company might be better. You'd get exactly what you want. Yinwu nodded readily. I'll do that. I don't roll it unless it's truly dangerous anyway. Mark Young sighed in relief and pulled out a second document. This too was a company proposal. You mentioned selling dice usage rights before. We've had various discussions about that, and Yinwu. Mark Young looked at Yinwu, who was absorbed in the document. His eyes fell on the words new department proposal. How about quitting as an investigator? What do you think about heading an entirely new department? A department dedicated to trading dice usage rights. Yinwu would be the department head and its sole employee. Yinwu was taken aback. Wait, you're going all in on this? I didn't think it'd be this official. We have to go all in. Do you know how many people want to use the dice? Though the results are uncertain, there's much the dice can do. And if you keep rolling, you're bound to succeed eventually. Mark Young waved his hand, saying the company alone had plenty of researchers driven mad or obsessed with a single result. Of course, you'll keep your special investigator status. And this is similar to investigator work. You'll go out and roll the dice when requests come in. This is... Yinwu swallowed hard, deep in thought. Just rolling dice instead of investigating? Probably safer than being an investigator. Surely it's better than facing unknown anomalies barehanded as an ignorant investigator. Yinwu nodded. I'll do it. He could try it for a few months and cancel if it didn't work out. Surely they wouldn't stop him from returning to investigation at Novel Bin at. Excellent. We'll work out the details for this too. Mark Young pulled out the next document. Negotiations with the club. We relayed your intentions, and the club accepted. Just like that. Yinwu tilted his head. His proposal was more of a threat than a negotiation. Forced contract? No way. Sell my information? Go ahead. I'll use the dice for revenge. In exchange, I'll sell you dice usage rights. Yinwu expected the negotiations to continue, but surprisingly, the club accepted immediately. Seems suspicious. The company also applied some pressure. And the club doesn't want to make an enemy of you. Consider their guidelines. Mark Young hesitated, then spoke. They'll probably buy a few dice usage rights and make a few contracts to build relations. They'll try to win you over, and if they can't, at least maintain a relationship without hostility. Fighting yields little profit. Making friends is the real gain. Yinwu caught the club's eye, so they'll work to befriend him. Yinwu's expression was ambivalent. That's fine. I don't want to make enemies either. The club's guidelines overlapped with Yinwu's in some areas. Fighting is dangerous. It's best not to create dangerous elements. But if a dangerous element threatens his life, still, please keep checking if my information has been leaked. If it keeps happening, I'll have no choice but to gamble with the dice. His voice sank ominously. Suddenly uneasy, Mark Young asked with trembling lips. What kind of gamble do you mean? Yinwu didn't answer. No need to explain the dice's information. The essence of the dice, realizing probabilistic possibilities. I'll roll for the possibility that my information becomes anomalous. Like the book he saw in training that kills when read. An anomaly that kills those who recognize his information. Of course, I'm scared of failure or critical failure, so I won't do it unless absolutely necessary. Even success could be problematic. No. Mark Young's hands shook. He couldn't fathom what vicious outcome Yinwu had imagined. Please, truly leave what the company can handle to us. A critical failure with the dice would be hard to clean up. Yinwu ignored the trembling Mark Young and looked at the final document he held. Seems we've covered everything. What's that? It's a proposal from that information broker asking for forgiveness. Mark Young regained his composure, focusing on the last task. It's a forced contract promising never to sell information about you or the dice again, and 1 billion won compensation plus any items you want. Yinwu was indifferent. They'd already sold information that nearly got him killed. I'll take it since they're offering. Tell them I want a gun and those time-buying bills. Or other useful equipment. Yes, I'll relay that. I'll be back tomorrow then. After gathering his documents, Mark Young looked out the window. Snow was falling heavily outside. Who knows how much had accumulated. This weather, really. Mark Young muttered irritably before leaving. Left alone, Yinwu closed his eyes. Anxiety still plagued his mind. They said the war's tomorrow. Nothing will go wrong just observing from here, right? Dark night. Yinwu tossed and turned. He stared into the pitch-black void, blinking. War, they say. At least I'm not going to the battlefield. The doomsday cultists' plan to descend the afterlife had stopped. Caught up in the accident he'd created, they'd lost the capacity to proceed. Plus, they'd likely been swept up in the possibility he'd implemented, the possibility of the enemy's misfortune. But a strange unease refused to dissipate. His heart pounded, nerves on edge. In the darkness enveloping the hospital room, it felt like a monster could leap out at any moment. This is childish imagination. No, it could actually happen. I can't let this continue. Yinwu sat up, then reached into his bag to pull out a fluorescent vest, a stone, and a gun. His hands moved busily. After donning the fluorescent vest and gripping the stone and gun in each hand, he felt a bit more at ease. Yinwu fell asleep around dawn. Yinwu, where has this person gone? A voice rang out. Yinwu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the stone and gun in his hands. He saw Mark Young grumbling as he paced around the hospital room. Bundled up completely in a padded jacket, gloves, and scarf, Mark Young suddenly wore an anxious expression. Did he run away? Because he doesn't want to observe? Or did he have some kind of accident? His face, already blue from the cold, turned deathly pale. Mark Young stamped his feet in place. We can't have an accident now. We don't have the resources to deal with one. Almost all resources had been invested in the war. Information resources were monitoring the doomsday cultists and hostile groups, while combat personnel were on standby at the battlefield and major regions of the world. If Yinwu caused a critical failure of an accident now, Mark Young urgently pulled out his phone, then saw Yinwu's phone in the corner of the bed and trembled. He didn't even take his phone. This needed to be reported to the director immediately. There was no telling what might happen. Just as Mark Young raised his finger to dial his phone, Yinwu put down the stone and took off his fluorescent vest. I'm right here. A voice thick with sleep. Mark Young whipped his head around to look at Yinwu. He let out a sigh of relief for a moment, then quickly adopted a dumbfounded expression. Why are you sleeping with perception-distorting gear on? I've been feeling a bit anxious lately. Yinwu yawned widely, then rubbed his sleepy eyes. In that brief moment, his fatigue dissipated. The vitality of rainwater. Mark Young let out a sigh. As long as nothing's happened, it's fine. Has the war started? Yinwu looked at Mark Young with wide-awake eyes, and Mark Young sat down heavily in a chair. He took out his laptop and placed it on the table. It's about to start now. Mark Young, looking as if he'd aged years in an instant, tapped on his laptop. Then he brought up a screen split into multiple sections. People and anomalous entities were facing off across a black river. The company and allied groups on one side, hostile groups on the other. This is the observation screen from the company. To explain briefly I'm hungry. Can we order something to eat? Mark Young was at a loss for words for a moment, then belatedly nodded. Hospital food no, you're being discharged tomorrow. Do as you like. Even if they called it war, this was closer to a battle between anomalous entities. A war conducted under rules and agreements. A war to blow away the afterlife and destroy anomalous entities, the source of contamination. No idea what the other groups were thinking, though. Then, a boxed meal. And Yinwu, who had been tapping on his phone, came to his senses. The anxiety circling his mind. A war breaking out far away, but with unknowable repercussions. His dull mind snapped awake. Yinwu waved his hand. Never mind. Please continue. The afterlife is part of a two-dimensional plane that fell into our world like a meteor. Mark Young schemed over it. He started his explanation from the afterlife. A two-dimensional plane operating under different laws, or completely contaminated by anomalies. The afterlife was a part of such a two-dimensional plane that had fallen near Earth, into our dimension. The center of the afterlife, which slightly overlaps with Earth, is that black river. If we just destroy that river, the magicians from the Metaphysical Literature Society and our company can perform a grand spell to completely banish the afterlife. Yinwu sharpened his senses. Looking at the screen, 2 countdowns were running. One for the time remaining until the war began. The other for the time remaining until the afterlife's banishment. The ticking time felt like a burning fuse. Will the war go as the company wants? Is the banishment 100% certain? As he fidgeted anxiously, time passed. The war began. Dash. Dash. Beep dash. The clock announced the start of the war. The seals on the isolated anomalous entities were released, payment was made to the anomalous entities, and the anomalous entities exerted their power. The screen split into dozens of sections simultaneously turned into chaos. Flashes of light, observation devices engulfed in darkness, filters creating static. The speakers spat out noise that couldn't even be called sound. Yinwu forgot his anxiety and stared blankly at the screen, then turned his head. I can't see anything. Just a moment. Mark Young clicked his mouse and enlarged one of the somewhat intact screens. At novel bin at. The speaker vomited a thunderous roar. On the screen, a red giant was rising to its feet. A giant causing flames and mushroom clouds. As it shouted, shockwaves burst forth, vaporizing the Black River. No, the afterlife was simply overturned by flashes of light, heat, and radiation. Yinwu instinctively realized. That was a real nuclear explosion. The red giant, an anomalous entity sealed by the company. This is why we keep the world's governments in check. Mark Young stared into space as if recalling a memory, then explained vaguely. World War II, or was it during the Cold War? Some country tried to create weapons using nuclear power and anomalies, and accidentally created this entity. It's easier to understand if you think of it as the spirit of nuclear explosions. That's insane. Yinwu couldn't help but curse. What the hell? No matter how many dice he had, this was a danger he couldn't even get close to. If that thing tries to kill me, wouldn't running away with the dice be the answer? Don't even think about getting close. Meanwhile, the red giant caused a few more explosions. Explosions occurred with each of its steps. Mushroom clouds shot up like some kind of mushroom farm. And yet, something stood before the giant. Is that a demon? Looks like the demon of world wars. An old man wearing what looked like a World War II-era military uniform spread his arms wide, his mouth split in a grin. His voice could be heard. Sacrifices? Thank you. In a place where the concept of war was maximized, in front of the worst weapon of war, it was absorbing the concept it presided over. The old man's white hair turned black, his wrinkles disappearing. A dark mustache appeared under his nose. Youth, my prime is returning. Yinwu was taken aback. This seemed like they'd only done the enemy a favor. But Mark Young wasn't surprised, and sure enough, the attack continued. Suddenly, several people appeared before the demon. People with halos, bathed in holy light. They shouted a brief amen, then raised their fists. The demon's expression twisted. The spear of Longinus. Demon, back to hell. Bam! They punched the demon. Miraculously, the effects of the nuclear explosion didn't reach their surroundings. No, it was indeed a miracle. There's an anomalous entity in the Vatican, a spear called the Spear of Longinus. If you're stabbed and die, you resurrect as an anomalous entity after 3 days. But it disappears after 40 days. This time, the Vatican's exorcists and the company's demon hunters had volunteered themselves. And so the brawl continued. The haloed figures surrounded the demon, throwing punches, kicking, and sometimes lashing out with whips. The red giant stood dumbfounded for a while, then let out a small wail before beginning to destroy the Black River and the surrounding world. Mark Young turned the screen. Ghosts screamed. The living have invaded. Run away. There's nowhere to run. As the ghosts fled helter-skelter, a shadow fell over them. The shadow of a bird. A blue bird swooped down on the ghosts. It came down hard, stomping on ghosts with its legs and pecking their heads with its beak. The struggling ghosts became dazed like people who had lost their minds. Then they staggered to their feet and grabbed other ghosts. Let go. The heads of the captured ghosts were also pecked by the blue bird's beak. And so those ghosts also lost their minds. The blue bird, now grown larger, opened its beak wide as if annoyed and took a deep breath. The air currents in the area, the minds of nearby ghosts, were all sucked in. All those ghosts became slaves of the blue bird. A bird that pecks minds. The company had it sealed away. The company did this too. Yinwu's jaw dropped. They do this and then worry about contamination, while keeping such things locked up like some secret weapon. Isn't the company actually the reason anomalous contamination is so serious? Mark Young smiled awkwardly. Well, they all have research value. And if we save them, they might come in handy someday. Meanwhile, the blue bird flew around the afterlife, sucking up the minds of ghosts, and instantly grew in size. A body large enough to block out the sky. Below it, an army of ghosts following its flight. That's when it happened. Rustle. Suddenly, a curtain fell over the screen. A curtain you'd expect to see on a theater stage. The influence of an anomaly, affecting even the camera and screen. As Yinwu tensed and leaned back, the curtain opened. Beyond the curtain was a stage. A narration was heard. A deep male voice. And so the band of heroes completed their preparations. With the help of the great sculptor, they gained an army, and with the help of the great blacksmith, they forged a cage to seal the evil bird. An army of statue knights on horseback and soldier statues stood in formation. Beyond them was the army of ghosts. In front of the statue army, a man in brilliant armor raised his sword. It's time to overthrow the evil bird that enslaves humans? Fear not. Glory lies before us. The soldier statues simultaneously struck the ground with their spears. Mark Jung muttered. The hero theater troupe. Is it reality manipulation like a director? Probably. The ghosts and statues charged simultaneously, clashing in battle. The man in brilliant armor, along with archers and mages, fought fiercely against the blue bird. Similar evenly matched battles took place in various locations. The afterlife was engulfed in war. Powerful evil spirits that could no longer bear it sprang forth all at once, but were instantly vaporized. Yinwu placed his hand over his pounding heart. Never, ever go to a battlefield or large-scale combat zone. If it looks like a battlefield, immediately roll to escape. Having established one more rule for survival, Yinwu focused his eyes on the screen. And the war situation began to flow in a direction different from the company's expectations. The Green Association clashed with synth dynamics. Plants and mechanical humans tangled together, competing to see which had the greater vitality. Elsewhere, all manner of anomalous entities engaged in repeated cycles of destruction. At the doorway opened by a deranged magician, the afterlife transformed into a world of meat chunks. Strange insects devoured the flesh, and concert-like singing could be heard. Mark Jung's superior and the person in charge of this war, the director, nodded while looking at the screens covering the wall. Everything's breaking apart nicely. Yes, the Black River is being destroyed smoothly, and the magicians have finished their preparations as well. The secretaries constantly checked numbers and times, occasionally making calls to assess the situation. The war was progressing according to plan, close to the objectives. But the director wore a meaningful expression. Though anxious, he couldn't show it, so he put on a suspicious look. Those hostile groups. They're not the type to end like this. Though they had made an agreement, the groups could have hidden motives, their members could have different thoughts, or they might suddenly go berserk. And then, the war situation began to flow in a direction different from the company's goals. The director blinked. He looked at the screen showing the airspace of the afterlife. The shadow of a city loomed in the dim sky of the afterlife. A pitch-black city with buildings erected haphazardly, without uniform standards. Bats flew about, and black energy wafted through the air. Strange statue-like objects glowed with red eyes, and bizarre humans with distinct personalities looked around in confusion. Isn't that the demon self-governing region? Why is it there? That's the demon worshippers' headquarters? We agreed not to use group headquarters or danger level 6 anomalies in this war, didn't we? No, more importantly, if that descends on the afterlife now, won't the afterlife become heavier? The secretaries panicked and started making calls, but before the calls connected, the truth was revealed on the screen. All sorts of demons wailed. Hey, this is a battlefield. Which bastard? Which bastard brought the demon self-governing region here? Bastard. A compliment. Find the culprit quickly. No, let's go back. Is there a friend who can send this back? Can't do it alone. At that moment, several demons on top of the highest building in the demon self-governing region cackled. Yes, I did it. I, the demon of betrayal. I, the demon of tragedy. Anyway, demons who enjoyed causing chaos joined hands to backstab everyone. Because it was fun. Boom. The demon self-governing region began to descend. The translucent shadow of the city gained substance. That mass. That overwhelming weight of existence. The afterlife seemed to tilt. The ground rumbled, and the battlefield shook. A subtle feeling of falling, like being in a descending elevator, swept over them. The director spoke calmly. Can the prepared banishment magic handle this now? No matter how screwed up the demons were, he never thought they'd bring down the demon self-governing region, but now wasn't the time to panic. The magic circle prepared to send the afterlife back was similar to a missile's propulsion system. If the afterlife became heavier, problems would arise. A secretary versed in magic fluttered his eyelids, calculating something, then shook his head. We must use the banishment magic immediately. The afterlife is falling into our world even now. Any problems with using the banishment magic? The afterlife will explode. So, the afterlife was falling like a meteor, and he was saying to intercept it with banishment magic. Then the afterlife would shatter and scatter debris, but that was better than it falling in one piece. The director remained still for a moment, then spoke. Calculate the time remaining until the fall is complete. Send out requests to stop the war, and prepare to evacuate the afterlife. Tell the magicians to get ready. If they stopped the war and lightened the afterlife, they might buy time and perhaps even prevent the fall. Just then, a phone call came in. The director looked at the number and immediately answered. This is the director. I request a stop to the war. This is the club president. I've grasped the situation. We'll evacuate the afterlife first. It was the club president's voice. When the director looked at the screen, the club, which had been inconspicuous, began to move. Suddenly, they started shouting with megaphones. 1+2, 1+2. Fresh graphics cards straight from the factory. Buy one get two free. 90% discount opening in 10, 9, 8, 7. Cryptocurrency prices predicted by Golden Omnipotence for 1 week from now. We'll tell you in 30 seconds. Anomalous entities rushed through the doors created by the club. They had fallen victim to mental manipulation. The director felt slightly relieved. Emergency measures were being implemented quickly. Thank you for your cooperation. Just pay us the gold value for destroying those things. With that, the call ended. The director's pupils dilated. A camera observing the Artists Association captured a rippling space. This wasn't a simple spatial movement. Space connected itself. Even without the being beyond emerging, the afterlife began to transform. The twilight afterlife. The afterlife, existing only in darkness, a hazy sky, and faint light, sensed the being beyond the space and changed. Darkness hastily retreated. Dim light gathered to become illumination. Wind blew in, pushing away the debris of battle scattered in that space, and green grass bloomed like a red carpet from the barren earth, waiting for it. To welcome the most beautiful one in the world. To praise its beauty. The director cried out as if screaming. Cut the connection immediately. It's the Artists Association president. Too late. Its bare feet appeared. Stepping on the soft grass. The filter turned off. The security system stopped. For its beauty must not be concealed. Everyone's eyes, faces turned toward the screen. Tears flowed. In an instant, transcendent beauty captured their souls. The command post watching became paralyzed. In the afterlife, the war stopped. Lee Yin-woo and Mark Young were observing the battlefield, rotating through various observation equipment. Far more anomalous entities than Yin-woo had seen during work. Yin-woo focused intently on the screen, imprinting each group and their characteristics in his mind. So things like that exist. To deal with that, I'd need to prepare this judgment, and even without dice, act like this. It wasn't just terrifying danger level 5 anomalies, he could learn from seeing the main anomalous entities of various groups. Mark Young spoke offhandedly. Group headquarters or danger level 6 anomalies weren't supposed to appear according to the negotiations. That looks like the demon worshipper's city. Mark Young hurriedly zoomed in on the screen. The demon self-governing region was descending. The demons in the self-governing district were also panicking. No, why bring their headquarters to the battlefield? Yin-woo quickly grasped the situation. He hadn't seen many demons, but how should he put it? They seemed crazy, or rather, true to their concept. Looks like they got backstabbed too. Probably just some demon causing trouble. Even so, their own headquarters. Yin-woo rubbed his flushed face. His heart pounded, and a sense of unease swept over him. Something feels wrong. It was more than simple psychological anxiety, it was intuition. Like the feeling of being on the brink of a major failure, or danger standing right behind you. And then, it happened. Suddenly, the screen changed. Though they hadn't touched the laptop, it switched to the screen of another observation device. To where the Artists Association president was walking out. To show her beauty. It happened in an instant. Before they could react or be on guard, the most beautiful being in the world revealed itself. There was no interference. Everything, living and non-living, moved to praise her beauty. They couldn't speak. Couldn't move. They just looked at the screen, tears streaming down their faces. Art that moved the soul, art that captured the soul. No, art bordering on violence against the soul was there. Mark Young let out a groan mixed with weeping, ecstasy, and love. Yin-woo was no different. That was beauty courted by the world itself. Look, all the anomalous entities on the battlefield kneeling before it. The sight of the afterlife contorting its body for it. The war stopped, and those who had been fighting became its slaves. All the light in the afterlife shone down on it, and all darkness retreated to the ends of the world, lest it obscure its beauty. The association president spoke. Come with me. Even sound could become art. Its voice, too, as art courted by the world, shook their souls. All the anomalous entities rose. They staggered forward. Towards the passage the world had opened for itself. Yin-woo stared blankly at them. He wanted to go too. Survival instinct was paralyzed in the face of this shower of beauty. Self-awareness was erased. All senses and thoughts focused solely on it. Dice. Let's go too. Movement. No, movement might fail. How could he get closer to that? What judgment should he roll? As he thought this at novel bin at. A chilling sensation crept up his spine. Bang, a thunderous sound exploded. When Yin-woo looked blankly at the screen, the afterlife was being torn apart. Even amidst this, the most beautiful one remained completely unaffected, but Yin-woo gradually broke free from its influence. Survival instinct screamed. Yin-woo's eyes remained fixed on the laptop screen, but in the corner of his vision, through the window across from the laptop, he sensed something like a meteor falling. The afterlife was plummeting, shattered into pieces. Just then, as if the observation device had been destroyed, the screen went dark. Mark Young was still captivated by it, weeping, while Yin-woo rubbed his face vigorously. Wake up, wake up, wake up. The afterlife is falling. Will it be okay? We're screwed. A major accident has occurred. I need to survive. Right now I'm in danger. Shouldn't I be the priority? I need to live to see it again anyway. His wavering eyes painfully tore away from the laptop. In the center of a certain road. People wearing strange conical hats or robes looked up at the sky. The two oldest among them muttered. It blew up spectacularly. I don't know if this is okay. We acted on our own without orders. What else could we do? The command post was paralyzed. The two old men simultaneously looked at a young magician. He had been watching on a laptop but lost his mind upon seeing the association president. We'll have to extract his soul and put it through the wash once. The demon self-governing region started the fall, the association president accelerated it, and the command post was paralyzed. It was the best we could do. If we'd been late, an even bigger disaster would have occurred. The two old men suddenly looked at each other. Then they grinned. And, well, If the company or anyone else complains, we can just run away. It's not like this is the only world out there. The banishment magic unfolded on a massive scale, befitting its grand nature. It rivaled road construction or urban planning in scope. The company and Magic Society drew city-sized magic circles at 6 points close to the afterlife. They repainted road lines with magic-infused paint and built new roads to form the magic circles. They're wasting tax money on useless things at year's end, ordinary people grumbled. Aside from these complaints, enormous magic circles were smoothly drawn in 6 cities worldwide. The prepared banishment magic forcefully pushed back the afterlife. The falling afterlife collided with this repulsive force and shattered. Fragments of the afterlife rained down all over the world. Get a grip. Li Yanwu barely grasped his constantly twisting thoughts and eyes trying to return to the laptop. To be precise, he turned his 180-degree reversed thoughts another 180 degrees, returning them to their original state. She'll be fine. She's not the type to get hurt from falling. Yanwu vaguely sensed it. All probabilities and possibilities were moving for her sake. Possibilities that could harm her shrank away, while those that could help her were maximized. She was one who could move reality. Someone on a similar level as the golden omnipotence that moves reality with gold, or the future Yanwu who handles possibilities at will. Even dice interference probably won't work well on her. She won't get hurt in an accident like this. So, if I just survive, I can see her again. My survival is the top priority. His mind rotated 360 degrees, returning to its original state. Yanwu sprang up and rushed to the window. The afterlife. In the blue sky, translucent meteor-like objects were falling strangely. Without flames from friction, without noise. Fragments of the afterlife were falling. The direction they were falling was. Yanwu was terrified. Why are they falling here? A fragment of the afterlife plummeted straight towards the hospital where he was admitted. Its speed was incredibly fast. What seemed like a faint dot grew to the size of a human fist, then instantly closed the distance, filling the sky. There was no time to react properly. Yanwu crouched down by the window, next to the reinforced concrete wall. As if responding to a nuclear explosion, he closed his eyes, covered his ears, and protected his head. And then, the fragment of the afterlife fell. Boom. The impact was minimal. There was no flash, no destructive power. When Yanwu cautiously opened his eyes, he saw a completely transformed hospital room. What the? The once clean hospital room had turned into a haunted hospital straight out of a horror movie. The wallpaper was torn off, revealing moldy concrete. Dirty puddles appeared here and there, the blankets were in tatters, and all the furniture had turned to trash. Before Yanwu could grasp the situation, an announcement immediately followed. BZZT. Anomaly manifestation confirmed. Patients and medical staff, please respond calmly. This hospital. An old speaker spat out a murky sound. The sound was distorted. Will do its best for the death of patients. Not the voice of the person making the announcement, but a dreadful voice as if from hell. A voice mixed with screams and curses. When Yanwu listened carefully with heightened senses, he heard something about taking revenge on the living world. At the same time, the hospital was in chaos. All sorts of curses burst out from the patient rooms. Shit. Getting caught up in this crap even in a hospital. Ghosts go to hell. Is this a second-dimensional fusion? Any magicians around? I'm here. Let's see, the materials I have right now are. Yanwu's expression settled calmly as he listened. He had grasped the situation at novel bin at. A fragment of the afterlife fused with the hospital. And in this hospital, there were plenty of veteran company employees admitted. From what he heard, there was no shortage of professionals including demon hunters and magicians. Yanwu nodded to himself. It shouldn't be too big a problem. First, let's wake up that guy. Yanwu's gaze turned to Mark Young, who was sobbing and caressing the laptop screen. I have to go too. Get a hold of yourself. My mind is perfectly clear. In my life, I've never dash. Mark Young tried to say something, but Yanwu immediately cut him off. How do you plan to go? That's. Mark Young's eyes lit up. He immediately found a way to use all the resources he could mobilize. She's the president of the Artists Association. I heard she usually stays at the Arts Center, turning it into an anomalous entity. So if we contact the Artists Association dash. He knew her identity. Yanwu felt uneasy for a moment. An artist he usually didn't want to get involved with. The leader of such artists. Something's off. Keek. Just then, a ghost scream echoed through the corridor. The scream that pierced his head caused a headache, and Yanwu escaped a bit more from her influence. His senses sharpened, thoughts flowed. Is my mind contaminated? But she. Her shadow that wouldn't leave his mind. That beauty. Something was strange, but she didn't threaten Yanwu's life, and even the dice couldn't resist, so he couldn't completely break free. Yanwu massaged his throbbing head and soon came to a conclusion. Now's not the time for these thoughts. He needed to survive in the hospital fused with a fragment of the afterlife. Yanwu looked straight at Mark Young. Let's focus on escaping from here first. If we die here, we'll never see the Artists Association president again. Mark Young also came to his senses. No, he set his priorities straight. You're right. They carefully left the hospital room. A hospital run by the company. The fragment fell in the wrong place. After all, hospitals where professionals are admitted were full of people who could fend off most dangers. Kreia, a demon hunter with one hand in a cast hanging from a sling and wielding a silver dagger in the other tore apart a ghost. The ghost dissipated with a resentful expression. The demon hunter watched it with a stoic expression, then briefly prayed, Amen. He didn't know what had happened, but his job remained unchanged. Hunting threats to humanity. Just then, footsteps were heard. The footsteps of two people. When the demon hunter turned his head, he saw a man in patient clothes and another in a suit. The man in patient clothes bowed his head. I'm Investigator Yunwoo. This is Mark Young from headquarters. We're trying to escape. Would you like to join us? The demon hunter frowned. There was a smell. A smell that tempted people. Shing. The silver dagger was raised diagonally. Its sharp blade gleamed faintly in the dim light. You two have been affected by an anomaly. Us. Yeah. The demon hunter stood still for a moment, then lowered the silver dagger. Such incidents were common. They didn't seem to have completely lost their sense of self or been controlled. Get checked as soon as you escape. Yunwoo and Mark Young looked at each other, then back at the demon hunter. Aren't you escaping? I'm going to hunt these things. Go on. He spoke firmly and moved on. The silver dagger scattered an eerie light. Yunwoo and Mark Young didn't press further and hurried their steps. How long had they been walking like that? They saw people gathered in the middle of the corridor. Medical staff and patients were crowded together, with a magic circle drawn on the floor. Two more coming. Hurry! The magician created a safe zone. As they said, ghosts were gathered on the opposite side of the corridor, wearing hateful expressions. They couldn't approach the magic circle. The magician threw some powder to drive away the ghosts, then rummaged through his bag. Ah, we're short on materials. Haven't we been able to contact the company? I've been on the phone with them. That's when it happened. Their phones rang simultaneously. Yunwoo immediately checked. The first message was sent to all company employees. The afterlife has fallen in fragments. Move quickly to track the locations of the fragments and suppress the anomalous entities existing in those fragments. The company, moving separately from the paralyzed command, entered combat mode and moved to clean up. The second message was sent to special management targets. Elite agents, we will soon assign missions. Be prepared. The third message was sent to those who had witnessed the war and been affected by the association president. This is, drink the memory eraser. The short sentence wasn't text but a photo, with a force that compelled the mind. Mark Young immediately took out a memory eraser from his pocket and poured a few drops into his mouth. Yunwoo resisted, his hands trembling. The memory eraser isn't right for this situation. His mind was torn in three directions. The desire to approach the association president. The need to survive. The urge to drink the memory eraser. Yunwoo groaned and curled up. His head hurt. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a mechanical sound was heard. People turned in unison to see beings that were half human and half machine climbing up the stairs. On their chests, the logo of Synth Dynamics was clearly imprinted. These were anomalous entities that had been in this fragment, in the midst of war. Pure organic life forms detected. Modify them? Red optical sensors flashed. The machine humans each drew out weapons. Yunwoo suddenly raised his head. He lowered his hand slowly with sunken eyes. Right. Those anomalous entities from the afterlife would be here too. If something like the spirit of a nuclear explosion was here, it'd be really dangerous. As if doused with ice water, his head cooled rapidly, and his split mind was mended. Chaos reigned. Prepare for the first surgery. The mechanical humans from Synth Dynamics drew their cold weapons. They'd used up all their bullets during the war. Steel blades, chainsaws, and awls protruded from their forearms, scattering an eerie light. Remove unnecessary organs and body parts. Replace them with machines. And then, noise erupted from their heads. Let's return to the most beautiful one with more works. These things had also gone haywire due to the association president. Even though she had disappeared, their slightly freed will still moved for her sake. The ghosts who had survived in the relatively safe battlefield were the same. Ghosts who had been avoiding the magic circles and scattered powder emitted hatred-filled mental waves. Since the afterlife that she desired has been shattered, we must comfort her by turning more of the living into the dead. It's a chance for revenge too. It was severe mental contamination. All will and minds were twisted around the association president. The hospital's security guards silently took up their weapons. Truncheons, pistols, and taser guns. We can handle those things even if we can't deal with the ghosts. We just need to protect the safe zone. But you don't have enough manpower on your own. Do you have any spare guns? I do. Lee Yunwoo turned his bag inside out. The remaining pistols from the club clattered out. I was going to get these guns from an information broker anyway. No problem using them all up here. The Special Forces combat personnel quickly grabbed the pistols. Also, a combatant who had faced Synth Dynamics before rapidly issued instructions. Don't use the taser guns. There might be ones that recharge themselves with that. And aim for the human parts. Those things die if they bleed out too. Advice based on rich experience. Yunwoo listened attentively while quickly gauging the forces on both sides. I think we can handle those mechanical humans well enough. The ghosts are fine. And it doesn't look like there are any spirits of nuclear explosions or anything here. At that moment, Yunwoo's gaze caught two people. The magician who had created the protected area. After rolling his eyeballs around with his mouth shut, he suddenly shattered his bracelet and disappeared from this world. Seeing the situation looked dire, he had fled to another dimension. After enviously watching that for a moment, Yunwoo approached Mark Young. Here. Memory eraser. After realizing his memories were gone and assessing the situation, Mark Young absent-mindedly looked at his phone and fell victim to mental manipulation again, pouring a few drops of memory eraser into his mouth. Then he became confused due to the lost memories, looked at his phone again, and drank the memory eraser. He kept repeating the cycle of looking at his phone and drinking again. At that point, the battle began. Fire. A thunderous sound erupted. The hospital corridor filled with gunshots. The mechanical humans trudged forward to dedicate themselves to the association president, to prepare more works for her. They took the bullets straight to their bodies. Bullets bounced off machine parts and embedded in flesh, spilling red blood or lubricant, with some critical hits felling them. It'll be disadvantageous if they close the distance. Yinwu coolly assessed the situation, then quickly snatched Mark Young's phone and memory eraser. The current situation, that's dash. Mark Young wore a confused expression as he was robbed, and Yinwu held the phone forward without even glancing at the screen. Don't look this way, move aside. The seasoned company man immediately cleared the way. An empty space opened up in front of Yinwu, and he quickly ran forward, using the screen forcing them to drink memory eraser as a shield. In that instant, the mechanical human's pupils caught that screen. Human eyes and camera lenses all focused on it at once. Priority 1 command changed, change impossible, changed, change impossible, changed, ZZZZT. The association president's influence clashed with the company's imposed control. Mark Young's body, implanted with suggestions as a direct employee of the director, moved according to orders, but in the mechanical humans' minds, two higher entities purely competed for dominance. ZZZZT. The mechanical humans' movements stopped. Even as bullets rained down, their brains and circuits were overloaded and couldn't respond properly. Priority 1 command. Return to her with more works. Changed. Drink the memory eraser. Change impossible. Changed. By the time they started breaking down one by one, the association president's influence pushed back the company's orders. Priority 1 command maintained. Make her happy. The few remaining mechanical humans charged ferociously but fell under the hail of bullets, and the ghosts sobbed in disappointment. To die without even breaching that barrier. The company employees who had fended off the mechanical humans wore grim expressions. The magician fled. There's no reason for a magician to stay here. They're good at running away too. Then those ghosts. Yinwu narrowed his eyes, looking at the ghosts and scattered remains of mechanical humans. Association president. Is that mental contamination? A sense of dissonance. The hospital turned into an anomalous zone. The acrid smell of gunpowder and deafening gunshots. Bizarre behaviors and speech. The association president's influence clashing with mental manipulation. All the circumstances combined to pound at his mind. But to doubt her. I may not be that emotional, but it's different with the association president. Yinwu nudged Mark Young. Mark Young wore a tense expression as he searched his pockets to assess the situation, then was startled to see an ordinary bullet pop out. Why do I have this? Hey, Yinwu. What's today's date? And what's the current situation? Yinwu explained briefly. That the war had gone terribly wrong. That the demon and artist had thoroughly messed it up. The war. I remember it was being planned. It seems about a month of my memories are gone. But why the memory eraser? Mark Young looked troubled, but Yinwu paid no attention. You saw the Artist Association president. So that's why the memory eraser. No wonder my chest aches. Mark Young grasped the situation and wore a complicated expression. He had forgotten the association president, but the empty space left by forcibly erased memories ached with bitter pain. The pain of losing your most precious memories. The pain of not even knowing what memories you've lost. And he grew wary of Yinwu. It seems you didn't drink the memory eraser, Yinwu. That's right. Is that association president mental contamination? I keep having thoughts of wanting to return to her. It's a bit lacking to call it just mental contamination, but that's roughly correct. Quickly drink the memory eraser. Mark Young pointed at the memory eraser bottle Yinwu had snatched, but Yinwu didn't even glance at it. Instead he looked at the pistol loaded with ordinary bullets and thought. Mental contamination, huh? Even now he couldn't believe it. That she had manipulated his mind. But since it was a little safer not to believe, Yinwu twisted his thoughts. I don't feel like drinking the memory eraser. If it's really mental contamination, I should be able to break free given some time. Let's bury this for now. It felt a bit off to roll the dice. Because it felt like the result would come out in her favor, not his own. Yinwu recalled her words. Come with me, she said. But she went alone. That promise is already broken. It's strange for me to go find her alone when she said to go together. And where would the Artist Association president be? She'd be at the Artist Association headquarters, right? Am I supposed to go there alone? He kept building psychological barriers. The association president's influence sank lower. Yinwu wore a refreshed expression. How to put it? It felt like shackles had been thrown off. At that point, the situation began to change. The hospital survivors were in the safe zone, and the ghosts glared at them from far away. The survivors couldn't kill the ghosts, and the ghosts couldn't enter the safe zone, so they just spent time in a staring contest. Come out, you cowardly living bastards. You come in here. We don't necessarily have to deal with just them. There are many people here. One ghost's eyes widened as if realizing something. That magic circle cunningly blocked the corridor leading to the stairs, but there were people on the lower floors too. Just as the ghosts started showing ominous signs, The afterlife fused with the hospital encroached on reality a bit more. Company employees who had died in the hospital started reviving as ghosts. Combat personnel with horrific injuries, sickly researchers, investigators with pain-filled expressions. They looked around in bewilderment, then blankly stared at their own translucent bodies. This is, I'm dead. Two-dimensional fusion? Revived as an anomalous entity. At that moment, one combat personnel in the safe zone wore a shocked expression. Father. At that voice, a middle-aged man in combat gear turned his head and said, I'm not your father. People end when they die. What's in front of you is an anomalous entity. At novel bin at. That cold voice. Just like his father in the combat personnel's memories. And as the company employee ghosts grasped the situation, they looked at the malice-filled ghosts affected by the association president. This hospital has become an anomalous entity. Due to two-dimensional fusion. The afterlife seems to have crashed. Let's deal with these guys first. They clearly have a high hostility level. Since we've been revived as anomalous entities anyway, we should first establish a friendly relationship with the company. Let's work hard. Their eyes flashed as they charged at the dazed ghosts. In an instant, the ghosts tangled and fought. As people were taken aback, unexpectedly, an investigator ghost cursed with an exasperated expression. Work under the company even after death? Keep facing dangers? I choose eternal sleep. Pop dash? The investigator ghost burst. He fell into eternal sleep, free from both danger and work. Dash. Dash. The war command centers of each group quickly recovered. The company followed prepared procedures and drank memory erasers, with reserve personnel replacing the command. Track the fragment locations, and put satellite weapons, elite agents, and doomsday defense devices on standby. Anomalous entities affected by the association president will go berserk. Contact the magicians? Tell them to prepare banishment magic or spatial movement? Throw the red giant or mind-packing bird into another dimension. The magicians excitedly discussed. Where should we send the red giant? That place, what was it? Muspelheim? Wouldn't it do well there? The club's chairman regained his senses with a pre-prepared insurance and calmly said, bring the gold. How much should we bring? To the secretary's question, the chairman coldly replied, enough to fight the Artist Association president. Danger level 6 is the nuclear bomb of the anomalous world. It had struck the high-ranking officials watching the war. Even the club, which tries to smooth things over, couldn't sit still on this one. The company would be busy dealing with the accident, so shouldn't the club at least warn the association president? A mysterious glow surrounded the building. Built as a massive art museum and enhanced by the association president's residence, this place was truly the headquarters of the Artists Association, the Palace of Arts. The directors of the Artists Association had gathered in the meeting room, speaking in hushed voices. The association president went to collect artworks personally. I wonder how many she'll bring back. Well, I doubt she'll be able to gather as much as we'd hoped. The directors, who usually argued over artistic differences and ideological disagreements, were now united in anticipation of the association president's return, rescuing artworks from destruction in war, making the Palace of Arts even more splendid. How many works would the association president bring back? One director with earphones plugged in focused on the sound for a moment, then shook his head. The afterlife world has collapsed. Looks like she'll only be able to salvage about 3 fragments. Despite hearing that the world the association president had personally visited had collapsed, none of them seemed concerned for her safety. These directors served directly under her. They understood what she was better than anyone. They were merely disappointed that the results didn't meet their expectations. 3. I hope they're good pieces. Our fragments should be falling this way. I wonder where she is now. The directors all looked out the window at once. Sure enough, 3 translucent meteorites were falling from the blue sky, tracing bizarre trajectories. Ahead of their path, clouds parted on their own, rainbows appeared, and trees and grass bloomed, all to welcome her. The directors' faces lit up like children waiting for presents. Then, the face of the director who had received the news turned pale. The news from his wireless earphone had shocked him. What's wrong? We need to go greet the association president. The directors who were getting up stopped with strange expressions, and the one who heard the news grimaced as if he had accidentally destroyed a nearly finished artwork. The demon self-governing region, the demons, and worshippers in the district were taken out by the association president. For a moment, the directors doubted their ears. Honestly, they had expected other groups to warn the association president about anomalous entities on par with her. They were prepared for that. But the demon self-governing region? The main base that demon worshippers had barely managed to establish by taking advantage of the anomalous climate? Wouldn't this drive the other side mad? This wouldn't end with just warnings or checks, would it? They muttered to themselves without realizing it. Have the demon worshippers gone insane? What do they gain by dropping their headquarters into a war zone? The demon self-governing region? Why? How? Could it be the work of the doomsday cult? Amidst the confused voices, a gentle voice was added. Greetings, artists. I'm a legal counselor from the demon self-governing region. I've come to discuss this incident. The directors were startled and turned around to see a man with silver-rimmed glasses and a suit, exuding a professional aura, bowing his head to them. He reeked of demon. Despite his seemingly fragile appearance, the directors dared not underestimate him. A greater demon? Listen to us first. Attacking your headquarters wasn't our intention. It was an accidental incident. It was an attempt to buy time. The association president would arrive soon anyway. Once she arrived, there would be no problem. Whether the demon knew this or not, he nodded and continued. I'm a demon who knows propriety. I abide by rules and laws. I intend to proceed with this matter in a reasonable manner as well. Ah, that's a relief. We admit our fault. No, let's sit down and talk about this. The directors bustled about awkwardly. Being usually immersed in artistic creation, they were unaccustomed to such matters. Searching for insufficient chairs, wondering what to serve, busily moving around the barren meeting room. Where's the water? Cups? Don't we have cups? We don't have enough chairs? Ah, that's the association president's chair. Don't sit there. Why did you move the demon self-governing region to a war zone? Honestly, your side is also at fault. That's right. What kind of demon are you? The demon's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I have many names. Demon of Revenge, Demon of Hammurabi's Code, Demon of Retribution, Demon of Mutual Assured Destruction, Demon of the Doomsday Machine. Today, that name. The name of the Avenger who roamed the world like a nuclear submarine, moving when the demon self-governing region was attacked. The bustling directors froze. They immediately assumed combat stances, gripping sculpting knives, hammers, clearing their throats. The demon spoke. Don't worry. I came as the Demon of Hammurabi's Code. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The demon spread his arms wide. As if overcome with joy, a smile threatened to burst across his face. Since our headquarters was raided, yours should be raided too. How fair is that? Rumble. The Palace of Arts trembled. The artworks within shuddered. Even the directors couldn't escape its influence. It felt as if they were enveloped in layers of invisible nets. Artists focused solely on their craft were powerless before the greater demon's ambush. A sculptor trembled, clutching a sharp sculpting knife. You? How dare you try to steal my children? That's not all. You're all targets for execution. Why, you ask? Because the demons and worshippers have all lost their minds. The association president will be here soon. The directors struggled desperately to buy as much time as possible. But the greater demon just giggled, looking at them like toys. Even I can't handle the association president. My powers wouldn't work on her either. But will she be able to come here? What do you mean? Just then, a faint shadow, the shadow of a massive meteorite, passed over the Palace of Arts. The light streaming through the windows flickered for a moment. The directors' faces hardened. This was impossible. Did the association president want to go somewhere else? Wake up, you senile old fool. It's another group. Another group is interfering. It was just as he said. Golden omnipotence, having gorged on gold, was granting the club president's wish. The greater demon glanced at the ceiling, sensing the chaos in the sky. The aftermath of the collision between the world moving for the association president and the force imposed by golden omnipotence. The leaders of two groups, the core anomalous entities of two groups, had twisted the world. And a certain power that had spread through the world before this war began at novel bin at. The possibility of causing misfortune to specific targets. The fating misfortune tilted the world one last time. The greater demon's expression was subtle. Misfortune to my enemies. Seems the company laid the groundwork in advance. Did they know things would turn out like this? Indeed, the war had begun even before the battle. The foundation laid by the company was taking effect. It was all a misunderstanding. Li Yinwu had simply rolled the dice on a whim to get revenge on the information broker. But the aftermath was still having an effect now. Confiscation. As the greater demon raided the directors and the palace for prisoner exchange, several dangerous fragments fell towards Yinwu's enemies, towards the Doomsday Cult, towards their hidden hideouts. The Doomsday Cult members were each hiding in their hideouts. The humans who survived the reptilian boss's rampage, or those who didn't participate in the gathering in the first place, planned to launch synchronized terrorist attacks under the hijackers' command. How long has it been since the war started? Not even an hour yet. At the height of the war, when the hijacker opened portals to each hideout, they would terrorize all sorts of cities. The Doomsday Cult members were checking their explosives, poisons, and anomalous entities when they suddenly looked up. Translucent meteorites were crossing the sky. Isn't that the afterlife? Why is it falling? Did someone proceed with the plan unilaterally? We shouldn't have the resources for that. Bewildered feelings, excited feelings thinking it was a good thing, and then terrified feelings seeing the meteorites falling towards them. 3 high-ranking Doomsday Cult leaders each saw massive fragments falling towards their hideouts. The hideouts transformed into the afterlife world that had been at war. A smoker, who had been deeply inhaling his cigarette and exhaling black smoke, trembled. He saw the afterlife world that appeared before him, a battlefield where all sorts of plants had grown lush. The Green Association? Of all things. The misfortune that had been tormenting them in small ways had brought him his most lethal enemy. A human from the green sect with flowers blooming on his head and a plant alchemist holding seeds looked at him with puzzled expressions, then glared at the smoker before them. A smoker? This won't do. What if he gets exposed to second-hand smoke? He's harming the association president of the Artists Association. Let's capture and kill him. The plant alchemist sprinkled seeds, and as the green sect's priest clasped his hands, plants grew rapidly. Plants that absorbed and purified the black smoke. The smoker began to flee without looking back. The black smoke exploded in an instant, killing the surrounding plants. Similar incidents occurred in various places. Fragments showering down on the Doomsday Cult members' heads. I can't win this. A martial artist boasting superhuman physical abilities saw the red giant and ran coughing in the opposite direction. This is... An electronic ghost made of green character strings suddenly came to his senses, only to come face to face with a mind-eating bird blinking before him. At that moment, Yinwo was on a call. The club, you say? In the hospital, now safe thanks to the cooperation of the company employee ghosts. Yinwo had returned to his room and was waiting for the company's contact when he received a call from the club. This is the chief secretary under the club president. Yinwo, you said you'd sell the dice usage rights. We want to buy them now. Now, Yinwo asked suspiciously. It was still wartime. Should he take a request from the club, a hostile group, right now? The person calling himself the chief secretary spoke calmly. The company has approved it. If that's the case, what would you like me to roll? The Artists Association president. It doesn't have to be a full-scale attack. Just enough to be a nuisance would be fine. He said the Artists Association president and the club president were fighting, and asked for even a small interference. Yinwu's voice immediately sank. I cannot do that. Did you perhaps watch it? I did watch it, but... Please wait a moment. The chief secretary covered his phone and said something. Immediately after, the association president's influence that Yinwo had buried deep in his mind disappeared. Yinwo felt his cleanly washed mind and was bewildered. The twisted psyche, the nonsensical thoughts, the mindset that wasn't like him, that extensive and severe mental contamination. No. We've removed the influence. Will you accept the request? No, I really can't. Yinwo answered sincerely. Get involved with such a monster? It gave him chills. Li Yinwo's mind snapped back to clarity. As his memories returned with lucid clarity, his whole body trembled. Irresistible mental contamination. Beauty that manipulates even reality. A transcendent being straight out of mythology. One whose mere sight drives humans mad, something that can't be prevented, closer to cosmic horror. At least that was Yinwu's perception, so he trembled as he barely managed to speak. I really can't do it. How could I possibly dash? The club's request. That demand to slightly provoke the Artists Association president must not be granted. But Yinwu hastily stopped mid-sentence. He realized his opponent was the club. They're on a similar level, aren't they? The president fighting the association president and golden omnipotence. Having acutely felt the association president's power, Yinwu reassessed the club's strength, and his confidence in being able to somewhat deal with golden omnipotence instantly vanished. He hurriedly changed his words. I can do it, but if I get a failure or critical failure, it could only benefit the association president. You know that, right? This has a huge risk. A minor roll will suffice. Your eyes feeling itchy, fatigue building up, getting sleepy. The secretary replied with a slightly flustered voice, but Yinwu shook his head vigorously. It won't work because the distance is too far. It only works at close range. I really want to help, but... Yinwu was on the verge of sobbing. It's not even like a shrimp getting crushed between fighting whales. I just want to stay out of it. He hated war and didn't want to get involved in monsters fighting each other. Carelessly intervening would be fatal even with multiple lives. The secretary fell silent for a moment. Two types of noise could be heard through the phone. A rustling sound of something being moved and poured. The continuous voice of someone, perhaps the club president. That voice sounded savage even just listening to it. Please give up. As Yinwu anxiously tapped his feet, the secretary spoke again. The distance is fine. We can move you. And, after saying they'd resolve all minor issues, words to persuade Yinwu followed. If you're worried about retaliation, there's no problem. The association president won't be able to move freely after this. Even if you participate now, she won't have the leisure to attack you. No, that's not dash. The artists won't have the mental capacity to seek revenge either. It was awkward to refuse, yet also difficult to agree. Just then, Mark Young burst through the door. Seeing Yinwu on the phone, he nodded. Yinwu, we got a call from the director. He says to cooperate with the club. On top of that, the secretary added. The Artists Association headquarters and directors have been kidnapped by a great demon, I hear. You don't need to worry about revenge. Yinwu let out a light sigh. With the situation progressing this far, it became difficult to refuse like a petulant child. In fact, there was no worry of retaliation, and some safety was even guaranteed. It's a war. They won't go around taking out their anger on individuals. And they won't have time to bother with me while dealing with golden omnipotence. Yinwu resigned himself and muttered softly with an office worker's sorrow. I won't be responsible for whatever results. Golden omnipotence moved Yinwu from the hospital room to an unknown mountaintop. 3 meteor fragments streaked across the sky. The association president was on one of them. Yinwu glanced up briefly, then brought his phone to his mouth. I've arrived. You'll need to move me back once this is roughly finished. Of course we'll return you. It should be no problem. I'm counting on you. They made some pleasantries about how even a minor provocation would be plenty helpful and that he could expect compensation, but Yinwu ruthlessly ended the call. This was no time to focus on such conversation. Yinwu took several deep breaths. It was no small matter. He was about to provoke that association president. Prepare. Though it didn't feel as dangerous as expected, he still needed to be cautious. Yinwu took out a fluorescent vest and stone, stuffing his pockets full of time-buying bills. He stood still for a moment, thinking, then took out a sleep mask and earplugs to cover his eyes and ears. Just in case the association president revealed herself, it might help a little. I feel like they'll fall off on their own if the association president comes. But it's better than nothing, I guess. Pitch black vision. Muffled hearing. In the darkness, only the dice in a corner of his mind were visible. Dice. Let's do this. Yinwoo clenched his fist, preparing for a roll. The minor roll that the club and headquarters wanted. Chance of blinking becoming bothersome, chance of choking on saliva, chance of feet itching, chance of catching a cold, chance of suddenly feeling sleepy, chance of being overwhelmed by the feeling of forgetting something but not remembering what it was. The dice rolled chaotically. Then, the results came out. Failure, 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 failure. All failures. I figured as much. Yinwoo calmly continued to roll for the next judgments. The world was already moving for the association president's benefit anyway. It would affect the dice results too. So the dice rolled, and as if the probabilities were rigged, only failures came up. Roll, failure, roll, failure. He tried changing the judgment a few times to roll for outcomes that would help the association president, and they ghostly came up as successes. By this point, Yinwoo felt a surge of competitive spirit. More accurately, he felt anxious. It doesn't work at all to this extent. Didn't that mean resistance was entirely impossible? If something like that tried to kill him, wouldn't he just have to die? The dice stopped. Yinwoo rolled no more. In the pitch-black vision, he recalled the association president from his memory. A blurry figure, now barely remembered clearly. The one the world had praised. If she asked me to die for her. As if all the blood drained from his body, his hands and feet grew cold, and his vitality faded. It's dangerous just to look at her, but I was forced to see. I have no way to resist except the dice, but even the dice doesn't work. This wouldn't do. It couldn't be like this. No matter how dangerous the opponent was, even if they were danger level 6 and a core anomaly of a top-tier organization, he couldn't have zero means of resistance. Yinwoo gritted his teeth. Just heightening my senses isn't enough. He could feel it even now. All results would only come out in ways that benefited the association president. He had to forcibly draw the desired result. At least once, he needed to fix the outcome according to his will, not the association president's. At the very least, he had to make the results random. Focus, focus, focus. I need to have the ability to escape. His heart pounded. Yinwoo bit his lip so hard it nearly tore. Instead of the dim vision and stifled hearing, the scent of blood grew strong. He told himself. This is an opportunity. This was a chance to learn how to face unavoidable death. A chance to improve survival skills. An opportunity to face an anomaly on the level of the association president. Yinwoo concentrated intensely. As if an ordinary bullet was aimed at his head. As if the association president stood before him. His heightened senses faintly detected possibilities. Possibilities tilted in the association president's favor. Possibilities of golden omnipotence moving. Possibilities that could be manipulated with dice. I need to move this. But how? He waved his hand, stared intently at the sleep mask with eyes wide open for no reason, and clenched his fist as if grasping probability. But nothing worked. The probabilities and possibilities didn't budge an inch. Can't I do it? Yinwoo scratched his head dejectedly. It seemed impossible after all. The dice must be less contaminated. That's when it happened. He felt a gaze. The sleep mask slipped down. The earplugs firmly blocking his ears fell with a soft thud. The world suddenly rushed in. Yinwoo saw clearly with both eyes. The meteor suspended in the middle of the sky, and the gaze from the meteor that seemed to be looking at him. It was the association president. She had cast her gaze, looking for whatever had been bothering her. The perception-distorting gear lost its power. It couldn't deceive her. At that clear gaze, his heart plummeted. Yinwoo's mind went blank at novel bin at. This is. Though her form wasn't visible yet, it was only a matter of time. The recent past flashed rapidly through Yinwoo's mind. His contaminated mind. The association president moving the world. An insurmountable danger? His instincts screamed. Yinwoo screamed too. His blanked mind couldn't process complex thoughts and exploded with a single, desperate idea. Escape? No, move. An action purely driven by instinct. A body moving like a beast, without thought or calculation. The dice rolled. Roll. In the stretched-out moment, Yinwoo sensed the possibility. The possibility tilting towards failure to prevent Yinwoo from escaping, for the association president's sake. No. Before the stirring possibility could fully solidify, Yinwoo flailed his hands like a drowning man and the result changed. Success? The world Yinwoo saw changed in an instant. From the unknown mountaintop to the hospital room he had been in. Yinwoo clutched his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. His pupils trembled ceaselessly as he looked around. Mark Young, who had been resting in a chair, wore a puzzled expression. You're back. I am back? Yes, I think I escaped. Yinwoo rambled. Even now, he couldn't quite understand. Did he really escape? For real? How did I do that? No, as long as I got away from that thing, it's fine. Yinwoo collapsed onto the bed, drained. It felt as if tightly stretched nerves had suddenly snapped. He said to Mark Young, I won't take requests like this again. Really? No, what on earth happened? Mark Young asked, and Yinwoo briefly explained while trying to calm his pounding heart, that the association president had seen him. So he ran away. At those words, Mark Young's expression became subtle. The association president shouldn't have had the leisure to attack right now, so she probably just glanced over. but he still managed to escape. The sky was a battlefield where Golden Omnipotence launched gold-fueled attacks, only for the Association President's world to deflect them. Like a barrage of missiles against an air defense network, silence descended upon the warped sky. The Association President stood amidst the fragments while the Club President perched atop a downtown skyscraper on the opposite side. Both looked to where Li Yinwu had fled. In their battle, Yinwu had been like a mosquito buzzing and irritating the Association President's mind. One that might distract him slightly if lucky, or even manage a lucky sting. But suddenly that mosquito had wielded power on par with them. Danger level 6. The Club President remarked with interest. Unlike levels 1 to 5 which were based solely on threat, level 6 required near omnipotence or at least imperfect absoluteness. Otherwise, it wouldn't properly counter all kinds of anomalies and equipment. The ability to overcome all types of dangers was necessary, and Yinwu had displayed that kind of power. The power that forcibly modified the world, moving for the Association President to escape. The Club President muttered again. A warning. His mind raced. Why reveal that power and leave after only pretending to interfere? What was the intention? Was this enough? Would he attack from afar if the world became more chaotic? Or had a major problem arisen elsewhere? The Association President, on the other hand, blinked and said softly, I want it. That was a masterpiece. A work of art beloved by the world on par with himself. If placed in the Hall of Arts, just as the world began to move to fulfill that desire, the Club President spoke. His voice echoed across the distance. That's enough. That fellow who just left seems ready to snipe from afar if we cross the line. Push any further and there's no coming back. Countless sanctions would be imposed. More than the Artists Association could withstand. Besides that, the probability manipulating dice and wish-granting Golden Omnipotence would launch a joint attack immediately. The Association President glanced sideways. Isn't the gold a shame to waste? Gold's always a shame to waste. Let's wrap this up. Just talking to you consumes gold. A month's seal seems appropriate, doesn't it? The Club President spoke bitterly, regretting the gold consumed this time, and the Association President reluctantly nodded. But these fragments are mine. I've no intention of touching those. And you need to negotiate with the demon worshippers. I can do it for you. The exchange of each other's headquarters and key personnel. The aftermath. The Association President sat down, uninterested. The grass intertwined to form a soft bed. The temperature also changed to perfect for a nap. As she closed her eyes, darkness fell upon the fragments, and the anomalous entities kneeling around froze, not daring to breathe. Do as you see fit. The fee for proxy negotiation dash. Tell the directors. I need to get some sleep. The Association President drifted off. The Club President immediately cut the connection, making a final expenditure of gold. A month's seal. Golden light flashed around the 3 fragments suspended in the sky. As the Association President had accepted, the golden light shone brilliantly, enveloping the fragments, and soon the 3 fragments vanished. The Club President, whose mouth had gone dry from all the talking, grumbled. Talking to her is a losing proposition. Executive Secretary. Bill the company for the gold used this time. We should be compensated for our work, shouldn't we? Yes. The Executive Secretary bowed his head. He wore a strange expression. The Yinwu he'd sensed during the call was so different from the one he'd heard about here. Danger level 6. I didn't get that impression at all. He just seemed like an ordinary office worker. Then the Club President snapped his fingers. Yinwu, add him to the VIP list. Even if this was a fluke, he has the potential to reach level 6. Understood. And, prepare to negotiate on behalf of the Artists Association dash. Even after the war, the club moved busily to recoup the time and gold invested this time, leaving the other fragments to the company. Dash. Yinwu soothed his pounding heart. Though he'd fled the battlefield, his startled body refused to calm. I feel like I'm dying. It was beyond the realm of acceptable risks and incidents. Both the battlefield he'd seen on screen and anomalous entities like the Association President or Golden Omnipotence. Though he'd somehow managed to escape, Yinwu lacked confidence. How did I manipulate probability? Yinwu moved his slightly trembling hand. He clenched his fist as if grasping probability, waving it through the air. But that sensation didn't return. In fact, he couldn't even remember the feeling. He'd simply flailed desperately to survive, on pure instinct, his mind blank with fear. He only felt as if he'd fled while screaming in sheer panic. Just then, Mark Young burst through the hospital room door. He'd gone to a nearby cafe to buy drinks, and he sloshed several cups of coffee. Sorry I'm late. I was handing these out to everyone here on the company's dime. The hospital, fused with the afterlife, had no potable water. Only rusty water or blood remained. That was kind of you? As Yinwu reached out, Mark Young smiled politely and handed him a cup with a straw. Oh no, not at all. You're the one who did something amazing. Having roughly restored his memories using the diary he kept as a precaution against memory erasers, Mark Young was treating Yinwu almost like a director. He'd heard quite the news. Thanks to you bestowing misfortune on the enemy, the truly dangerous fragments fell on the doomsday cultists' heads. Do you know how much damage you've prevented? Pardon. Yinwu, who'd been sitting in a daze, raised his head. He wore a bewildered expression. Me? Yes. The director praised you highly. Thanks to you, we dealt damage to the doomsday cultists, reduced civilian casualties, and bought time. Me? Yinwu's mind short-circuit. His already exhausted brain couldn't process this reality. Did the misfortune last that long? It's gone now, but that's how it played out just before it disappeared. The Doomsday cultists were enemies too. A group fundamentally incompatible, one they'd like to see gone. The Doomsday cultists were hostile to Yinwu as well. He'd killed their top agent carrying the eraser and caused their reptilian boss to go berserk. Mark Young's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yinwu. I also heard you even warned the Artists Association president. They accepted a month's seal because of you. No, that doesn't make sense. Yinwu wondered if he'd fallen victim to an anomaly. One that induced hallucinations or dreams. It really made no sense. Why would that association president interpret a fleeing person as a warning? How do I wake up from this? But as Mark Young continued, Yinwu accepted reality, his expression turning sickly. The club shared all the information. They said you displayed level 6 power before leaving. Apparently the association president backed down because of that. No, that's not it. His hands trembled violently. The disposable coffee cup in his grip vibrated, spilling coffee. He feared being overestimated. He dreaded them seeing a fluke, an action he couldn't even remember how he'd done, as his true ability. I did repel the association president's interference, but I don't remember how I did it, and if you told me to do it again No, you should be proud of such an ability. Really, my ability isn't at that level. Yinwu saw an ominous future. A future where the company viewed him as equal to the association president and assigned him missions he couldn't handle. Mark Young nodded as if he understood, but he kept saying things that made Yinwu want to lose his mind. I understand your concern. You're worried about the dangers that come with such power, right? But with this much strength, you'll actually be safer. Who would dare touch you? No, I'm telling you it's not true. Yinwu explained, almost pleadingly, and Mark Young tilted his head. Isn't it the same thing? You've demonstrated level 6 power, or rather, used that level of strength. It's just a matter of time, isn't it? Yinwu's mouth clamped shut. It is a matter of time. As time passes, I'll be contaminated by the dice and reach a level where I can manifest possibilities at will. All he needed was time. Yinwu gave a hollow laugh. Might as well use it all to his advantage. I need more time. I don't know how long, but I can reach a level similar to theirs. He decided to make them see him as a seed that needed nurturing, to make the company cherish and protect him. Mark Young smiled. The head office is already re-evaluating you. No one imagined you'd be this capable. You don't need to involve yourself in the aftermath of this war. They say you should rest well. Whether fragments or whatever, Yinwu didn't need to step in. He'd demonstrated that level of potential and value. Mark Young rambled on about the company's future compensation and benefits, but Yinwu let it go in one ear and out the other. He pondered how the situation would unfold and how to escape from opponents on PAR with the association president. Suddenly, Yinwu's eyes lit up. Right. No matter the opponent or situation, I just need to hone my ability to escape. If I did it once, I can do it again. At Novel bin at. Li Yinwu rested in a filthy hospital room, receiving news through Mark Young. Whether the company had adjusted Yinwu's position or not, all information was provided without falsehood. It was information that simple field workers would find difficult to hear. The association president's sealing and negotiation with the club and multiple demons. So they negotiated to exchange the main force and core personnel, from what I hear, Mark Young said. Isn't that karma for those demon worshippers? Yinwu asked, his expression ambiguous. Sure, the association president had suddenly appeared, but Yinwu suspected it happened because a deranged demon had sucker punched them. Mark Young gave a hollow laugh. You think demons care about that? They're the type to gleefully charge in when they find an excuse to go wild. That's true. They were the kind of bastards who'd drop their main force into a war zone for their own amusement. That archdemon might have invaded the Soul Arts Center just because he loved revenge and chaos. Why are there no sane ones? The company and club are relatively normal at least, Yinwu lamented. There were too many lunatics in the world. Weren't the magicians arguing about where to drop some red giant for fun? Doomsday cultists, artists, demons, the Green Sect, other groups. They'd all lost their minds completely. Since there's an association president-level figure on the demon worshipper side too, it seems they negotiated a clean exchange as if nothing happened. Nothing was killed or destroyed, Mark Young explained. Yinwu suddenly raised his head, his curiosity piqued. Who's on the demon worshipper side? Someone like the association president. I don't know exactly. Mark Young furrowed his brow as if recalling something. After thinking for a moment, he said, not a demon, but a worshipper. I heard they're in hell. Probably not dead, but I'm not sure what they're doing. As long as they weren't on Earth, it was fine. He hadn't heard anything about them returning so far, so it seemed he didn't need to worry about it. Yinwu looked around the hospital room. It had merged with the afterlife, transforming into an abandoned hospital straight out of a horror movie. Outside, ghostly office workers were wandering about, and an eerie chill swirled through the air. It was a worrying sight. Are the fragments all right? Didn't you say contamination was a problem? And those who were at war? Yinwu asked, his voice laced with concern. The afterlife had poured into reality. The once ordinary hospital had become an anomaly. Wouldn't the entities whose minds were contaminated by seeing the association president at the battlefield also be running wild? Mark Young spoke with a slightly dark expression. I hear they're in the middle of cleaning up right now. How? Yinwu asked. Can this even be cleaned up? Even Yunwoo, who hadn't yet grasped the company's capabilities, asked in a worried voice. Mark Young's lips twitched before he spoke awkwardly. The best options were destruction and banishment. It's similar now. Mark Young subtly averted his gaze. Banishment. They decided to just dump everything in other worlds. Actually, it's easier to banish the fragments separately than to banish the entire afterlife. Yunwoo suddenly recalled a memory. The Earth that the tree person had shown him, destroyed by climate anomalies. Back then, they built a migration site in 2 dimensions, using Earth as a trash can to dump unmanageable anomalies. As expected of the company, whether they had a scenario prepared or not, they came up with a similar solution to a similar problem. The solution to dump the contaminants elsewhere. Yunwoo thought of various things to say, but in the end, he only uttered a brief comment. The magicians must be thrilled. At novel bin at. They're apparently in a party mood right now. Mark Young replied. This one might live well if we release it there. I don't like that world, so let's dump it in that other one. Other dimensions might not be so bad after all. Mark Young imagined the conversations of the magicians he had seen a few times, while Yunwoo rubbed his tired eyes. Anyway, it meant there were no major problems. If the world was intact, if it wasn't an unmanageable issue like the climate anomalies, it was okay to relax. My job is done, Yunwoo thought. He completely let his guard down and leaned back on the tattered bed. Outside the hazy, cracked window, there was chaos in full swing, but that was no longer his concern. As Yunwoo seemed about to fall asleep, Mark Young turned on his laptop and plugged earphones into his ears. First, let's recover the memories. Then, plan the department Yunwoo wants to create, and prepare future plans. Yunwoo's work was done, but Mark Young still had a lot of work left. Mark Young began playing video records he had saved while starting his document work. Before placing his hands on the keyboard, he took one last look out the window. People were murmuring. The commotion could be heard even inside the hospital room. Isn't that where the meteor fell? It's completely ruined? Look at those broken windows and peeling paint. This is the hospital in Songpyeong City. Police and firefighters were controlling the crowd. People were holding up their phones and chattering. News crews were doing live broadcasts. Mark Young smiled faintly. They've given up on keeping secrets. But they haven't stopped controlling information. A new era of information control. The intelligence department's method of abandoning outdated control methods and adapting to the information age. Under the company's protection, ordinary people would never reach the truth. They would view this world overflowing with anomalies as safe. Until now, the company had pursued complete secrecy and total information control, not letting even a shred of information leak out, ensuring that ordinary people couldn't perceive even a shadow of the anomalous. But times had changed. The internet accessible from anywhere, phones with cameras, information easily uploaded and viewed by anyone. An era where each person was an investigator and informant. That unfathomable sea of information. As technology advanced and population grew, the company felt its limits approaching. This won't do. We can no longer maintain secrecy. The amount of memory eraser consumed annually is increasing exponentially, as are the resources needed to monitor all information. And then the climate anomalies came. The company gave up on maintaining secrecy. They had no resources to invest in keeping secrets on a doomed Earth with people who would die anyway. But the climate anomalies disappeared, and the company changed its information control methods. More efficiently, suited to this era. Big Brother doesn't suit the modern age. Let's make people not take interest or seek the truth of their own free will. Just like how people don't seek news of ongoing wars in other countries. If we tweak the information censorship system a bit, we can monitor the whole world with fewer resources. 8 billion people will be our eyes. We'll also use persistent individuals as investigators. That's the current situation. Reporter Kim Deok-bok glared at his phone while smoking a cigarette. It was an emergency broadcast from the station he worked for as a reporter, but the level of broadcasting was utterly incomprehensible to him. No, all the broadcasts were like that. He flipped through the broadcasts being streamed live. This is the end. The Creator is punishing us. I received a divine revelation, and that is the afterlife. The afterlife has backflowed. How do I know? God told me. This is clearly an attack by the reptilians. Everyone, beware of reptilians. We must not forget the Blue House attack. There are reptilians among us. Didn't they prove that reptilian thing was a plague ages ago? Self-proclaimed experts appeared as guests, spouting nonsense. Sometimes these quacks would grab each other by the collar and fight. You're saying it's a supernatural phenomenon because the meteor is translucent, but this is a rare occurrence. The water vapor in the atmosphere. At least the professor's explanation seemed plausible. This isn't right, Kim Deok-bok muttered. Tired of it all, Kim Deok-bok switched to another broadcast. Politics, celebrities, corporations, diplomacy, news from other countries, entertainment, sports, countless pieces of information flowed by. Kim Deok-bok snapped out of it while watching some girl group performance. This wasn't the time. He needed to uncover the truth. To find out the truth of this world that had gone strange since the Blue House terror attack, and let everyone know. There's definitely another side to this story. Because he had seen the fragment fall on the hospital with his own eyes. He had seen something different from a meteor impact. The moment he saw that, his usual suspicions turned into certainty, and his cigarette burned down to the filter. After some deliberation, Kim Deok-bok logged into the video streaming platform where he did part-time live streaming. The platform, where countless videos were being uploaded, recommended videos tailored to Kim Deok-bok's tastes as if it had been waiting for him to log in. Girl groups, videos investigating anomalous phenomena, videos from the broadcasting station he worked for, vitamin supplement ads, and so on. Among them was a video that piqued his interest. Something about a snowman killing people. This is quite detailed. Kim Deok-bok mused as he watched the video. He noticed the locations and incident cases were specific. It was as if someone had already gathered information firsthand. After some consideration, Kim Deok-bok decided to investigate this incident. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and returned to his car, flexing his fingers that had gone numb from the cold. It would be good if he could uncover the truth, and even if he couldn't, he could write an article about it. He could also stream the investigation process. Kim Deok-bok's car sped down the winter road. He didn't know that the video recommended to his algorithm was one created and deliberately recommended by the company. Nor did he realize that he had unwittingly set out to investigate as the company's eyes. He was also unaware that the viewers of his stream were the company's AI, and that it wasn't actually being broadcast. Time stopped. Yin-woo successfully resisted with a dice roll and woke up instinctively, sensing something was off. He quickly assessed the situation. The hospital had fallen silent. Mark Young was frozen mid-type on his laptop nearby, while people outside the window stood petrified like statues. Time stop. Must be the broken clock, Yin-woo thought. He'd experienced a time stop before. The company had probably activated it to contain the situation. He could confirm it by checking the emergency communication network at the clock hand manufacturing lab, but Yin-woo didn't feel like going there. It was too far and bothersome, plus he'd already met a company employee directly. The door burst open. A special agent in what looked like a spacesuit casually poked his helmet into the hospital room. Upon seeing Yin-woo moving normally, he leapt back in shock. "Arg? An anti-time anomaly? How? Are you alright?" Yin-woo asked awkwardly as the special agent sprawled backwards. A dirty puddle of water had scattered into droplets, frozen midair in the stopped time. Stay back." The agent frantically groped for his weapon, looking like he might accidentally discharge it. Yin-woo quickly raised his hands, spreading his empty palms wide. "I'm not an anomaly, just a regular investigator. I can resist time stops. Who are you?" "Oh." After panting heavily for a while at Yin-woo's calm demeanor, the special agent got up with an embarrassed laugh. "I'm an employee drafted for the cleanup team. The company decided to preserve this hospital, so I was told to look around," he answered while lowering his eyes and examining his spacesuit, which must have been equipment for resisting the time stop. His voice trembled, apparently ashamed of his unbecoming behavior for a company employee. "Drafted? Did they hastily gather whoever they could use quickly instead of professional agents? Or is it just this guy?" Yin-woo wondered, seeing as they sent him alone to this hospital. Yin-woo scratched his head and asked, "Is it the broken clock? You know about it? I only found out recently. Apparently, they've stopped time and the cleanup team is drawing magic circles, investigating, relocating magicians, stuff like that. It looked like they were even using the extinction defense device to buy time." Yin-woo nodded and asked another question. "Will it take long?" "I'm not sure about that." "Oh, but let me ask you something." The agent, who had been fiddling with his spacesuit checking for scratches, calmed down. The redness in his face subsided. He suddenly held up his helmet. The agent's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yin-woo. "You've been here the whole time, right? What happened?" "Fragments fell, ghosts and machine people went wild, company employee ghosts appeared and cleaned up." The agent listened carefully to the information, asking questions here and there. Once he got what he wanted, he stepped back. "Thanks for your cooperation. I need to check the hospital once more and then support other areas. But man, I'm jealous. Resisting with just your body. We can't even take off these suits until the operation's over." He grumbled about not being able to wash or eat anything but liquid food through a straw as he left. The heavy footsteps faded away. "There shouldn't be any problems. No, I shouldn't say that." Yin-woo slapped his own mouth repeatedly, then looked around and saw the document Mark Young had been writing before he froze. A department that sold dice usage rights. The new department Yin-woo would be in charge of. Maybe I should think about this. It was his future job, the department he'd be heading. Though he could cancel if he really disliked it, Yin-woo seriously envisioned the future. In the midst of this, Yin-woo suddenly had a realization. "Do I really have to do this? Can't I just spend time under the company's protection?" Time that had stopped began to flow again. The magicians, who had been forcibly relocated, looked at the prepared magic circles with bewildered expressions and frowned in dissatisfaction at the company employees urging, I didn't intend to dump them here. Don't go saying that anywhere. If people find out I dumped garbage, I'll face retaliation." Simply put, it was littering. Taken to the extreme, it was an anomalous attack. Who knew how other dimensions might react? Honestly, the karma accumulated by Earthborn magicians was quite substantial. Banish. In any case, the fragments were safely banished, along with dangerous anomalies that contaminated the world. With that, the urgent situation was wrapped up, and various groups in the anomalous world slowly began to cool down. Tallying damages, restoring those damages, lamenting lost anomalies, planning for the future to be reorganized before and after. Yin-woo also prepared for the future. So, I was thinking, do we really need to sell usage rights? Can't I just spend time in some final shelter or something? Yinwu spoke with sincerity. His eyes shone with hope. Just receive the company's intensive protection and spend life in a safe place. If he spent that time well, he'd reach a level where no one could threaten him. It was the perfect future, the perfect life. Mark Young looked blankly between his laptop screen and Yinwu. You don't want to sell usage rights. No, I don't mind if it's a secluded place. Actually, as long as there's internet and good food, I can endure anything. As Yinwu spoke, a brilliant future flickered before his eyes, and he raised his voice. Given enough time, I'll reach danger level 6. Really? I'll be similar to the association president or golden omnipotence, you know? I'm saying if you just protect me well and feed me, the company will get its best combat force. Mark Young made a strange expression. He had seemed dependable when desperately denying it, but suddenly his credibility plummeted at novel bin at. Of course, it's probably not a lie, but both headquarters and the Korean branch knew Yinwu caused accidents, so they had planned to prevent them from happening in the company from the start, but somehow the researchers found out and collectively threw a fit. They say after a few accidents everyone will avoid it, that they'll sacrifice a few departments. The team leader's mouth twitched, then he suddenly slammed his fist on the desk. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion. Let's go eat some meat. Why should he care about other departments? Besides, Yinwu was actually an employee too difficult to keep under him. It was a good thing. He'd even be working in the Anomaly investigation team's office for the time being, so unnecessary worries were pointless. The new year had barely begun. The atmosphere, previously unsettled by war, now buzzed with a different kind of excitement. People were still making the mistake of writing last year's date. Though only a few days had passed since the previous year, people were busy making resolutions they'd never keep, envisioning hopeful futures, and enjoying the New Year's spirit as if they'd become new individuals. Li Yinwu, too, was greeting the new year, not as an investigator, but as a department head. Please help the less fortunate. My insurance company went bankrupt overnight. Your attention dash. Not interested. Hanging up on the spam call that had come through at the start of the new year, Yinwu busily moved his mouse. Click, click. Yinwu browsed through the company system. The newly created department, the Gambling Eradication Center that sold dice usage rights, was flooded with requests. So many that scrolling through them seemed endless. Research institutes, academic societies, departments. Lots of clubs too. Green Association, artists, demons? Why demons? Yinwu clutched his head. Had the company done some advertising? Why did I name it the Gambling Eradication Center? To tell people not to gamble with dice. That they'll fail or critically fail. It was a name chosen with the hope that they wouldn't be given work, that they wouldn't receive strange requests. Contrary to his hopes, work was pouring in. At that moment, Yu peeked her head indiscreetly. Her eyes, sparkling with curiosity, quickly scanned Yinwu's monitor before her pupils dilated. There's even a doomsday cultist? They're asking to roll for the end of the world. That's not all. Yinwu moved his mouse quickly. There were a few requests so ridiculous they made him laugh. The Green Association wants to move the seeds of the Great Tree, an artist wants to unseal the association president, and a demon just wants us to roll. Doesn't the company screen these? The proposals that the company should reject had come through as is. As Gu made a face of disbelief, Yinwu sighed tiredly. They say I should sort them out myself. Charitably speaking, it was trust. Trust that Yinwu would reject any requests that crossed the line. That they were entrusting everything to Yinwu. At that point, the team leader got up. As he was gathering his things to go out somewhere, he casually remarked. Looks like they're trying to analyze your personality. Right, you said your sister went through something similar. Hearing that, Gu, whose sister was a ghost in the intelligence department, lit up with an exclamation mark as if remembering something. She said that from elite agents on up, they're seen as biochemical weapons or weapons of mass destruction, so they analyze and test their personalities in various ways. Individuals with uncommon destructive power, closer to anomalous entities than people. Living weapons. Since the fallout wouldn't be small if these individuals went berserk, the company always checked and analyzed their mental health through various systems and procedures. But the ghost of the intelligence department had discovered that plan while snooping around classified information as usual, and Yinwu learned of the company's intentions thanks to the team leader and Gu. Yinwu took a fresh look at the flood of requests. The annoying workload appeared different. A test paper handed out by the company. Certainly. All sorts of departments and groups. Requests full of individuality and the different rewards they offered. It wouldn't end with just 1 or 2 times, and when enough data accumulated, they could analyze a person. What they preferred, what they avoided, what they wanted. They're seeing me as halfway to danger level 6, so it was understandable behavior. And there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Then I guess I can choose as I please. Since he had no hidden intentions he didn't want discovered. It's not like I'm a doomsday cultist, or have any grand desires, or strongly held beliefs. Yinwu comfortably browsed through the list of requests, looking only for ones that suited his taste. Gu asked. Still, it's your first task, right? It seems like a meaningful job. What are you going to choose? It's simple. Under Gu's sparkling gaze, Yinwu quickly clicked his mouse to reject the nonsensical requests first. I'll reject the doomsday cultist right away. And anything involving the association president or the like, I'll definitely refuse. The doomsday cultist was excluded from the groups, as well as requests that looked dangerous. Of course I won't do anything involving the association president. This one's scary because of the risk of failure or critical failure. And this one's just plain dangerous. After filtering like that, the long list was considerably shortened. Now he just had to choose a request with a reward that appealed to him. Yinwu carefully examined the list. Rewards. What should I choose? Money was the most common, with rare equipment or anomalous entities occasionally offered. Yinwu's eyes slowly read the words, his mind working busily. This isn't helpful, but I kind of want it. At that moment, the team leader finished gathering his car keys and wallet and glanced at the one investigator and the former investigator. I'm heading out on a business trip. Kill some time and then go home. Ah, you said you were going to give a lecture, right? Jiyu poked her head up over the desk partition. The team leader waved his hand dismissively. It's a pain, but I have to do it. Oh. Jiyu let out an indecipherable exclamation. Like a self-improvement seminar, it was a session where a company employee lectured other employees. Sometimes a researcher would teach anomaly studies at an introductory level, and sometimes a combat agent would share operation stories. And investigators just tell a few experiences of how you responded on the fly when encountering unknown anomalous entities, and you get paid. They shared their survival experiences. Unlike most researchers or combat agents who worked with some degree of acquired information, the job of investigating unknown anomalous entities. This kind of know-how was useful to everyone, so the team leader tended to give lectures periodically. The two of them lightly bowed their heads in place. As their heads disappeared below the partition, farewell greetings floated out. Have a safe trip. Yeah, be careful on the dash. Shut up. If you tell me to be careful, it feels like I'll have an accident. The team leader grumbled as he left the office. Jiyu fiddled with her hair before returning to her seat to browse the internet, while Yinwu carefully selected his first task. He regained his focus after hearing the team leader's words. Survival should be the priority. Don't they have any decent equipment? Something that compensates for my weaknesses or enhances my strengths. Something that improved cognitive abilities, enhanced regeneration, or maybe increased luck. But no one had offered such things as rewards, so Yinwu chose the request that looked safest. Request for observation assistance. A group of people wishing for Pluto's return as a planet in the solar system. Pluto, contaminated by anomalies, has been out of observation for a long time. We wish to observe Pluto using the power of the dice. Location. The location was an isolated observatory, and the reward was simply money. After pressing the accept button, Yinwu thought lightly, if it's just observation, even a failure or critical failure shouldn't be a big problem. And so, the Gambling Eradication Center's first task was decided. Yinwu checked the time and left immediately. Jiyu, left alone, waved her hand saying it was fine and to go ahead, and Yinwu drove out to the quiet countryside. After leaving the bustling city behind and driving for quite some time, he reached an isolated plain where not even houses were visible, let alone cars. Clunk. As Yinwu got out of the car, he surveyed his surroundings. There really is nothing here. A plain where an observatory might be located. Built in a place without even proper roads to avoid light that would interfere with star observation. Yinwu walked along the snow-covered path. As he trudged through the deep snow to reach the main entrance, he was greeted by a closed iron gate and a security guard. This area is off limits except to authorized personnel. I'm here from the company. Huh? We don't have any visits scheduled for today. I'm Yinwu from the Gambling Eradication Center. Please check with those inside. Yinwu showed his newly made ID. The security guard, holding a taser gun and radio, looked flustered as he called inside. Yinwu stood still for a moment before a strange thought suddenly struck him. A subtle sense of discomfort he only now noticed. What is it that connects company employees? Most people just believe you if you say you're a company employee. Come to think of it, he couldn't recall many instances of people being suspicious when he identified himself as a company employee, even though someone could disguise themselves, or even take over another's body entirely. I've confirmed it. Please come in. As the security guard opened the iron gate with an embarrassed smile, Yinwu casually asked, are there cases of people impersonating company employees? Almost never. The security guard spoke as if making small talk. There's this superstition. They say if you impersonate a company employee, the company catches you and turns you into a real company employee. So people usually just attack or sneak in instead. It's a world overflowing with anomalies. Not many people would dismiss urban legends as just for fun. Even Yinwu doubted the truth. Isn't there really a similar anomalous entity? Seeing Yinwu's doubtful expression, the security guard laughed. It's just a superstition. Hostile entities impersonating company employees end up getting caught by the company anyway, so it's probably just a strangely distorted urban legend. Now, please go inside. The security guard stretched out his hand, pointing to a tall building. A path stretched straight to it. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. As Yinwu entered, a researcher came running hurriedly to the deserted first floor. Looking a bit disheveled as if he'd just woken up, the researcher seemed somewhat flustered. I didn't expect you to come so early. I came right away, wanting to get the job done quickly. And even coming right away, it was already afternoon. As Yinwu said that, the researcher blinked. But don't we need to wait until night to observe stars? He'd thought that even for an observatory, as a company department, time wouldn't matter. Yinwu made a foolish expression, and the researcher scratched his head. Since you're here, why don't you take a tour of the observatory? Oh right, would you like to see the alien? Alien? Suddenly an alien? Yinwu adjusted his bag, checking his equipment. Wariness took precedence over curiosity. The researcher, oblivious to this, made a complicated expression. We have the last survivor of a distant civilization destroyed by anomalies. Yinwu immediately asked, the alien. Is it safe? It would have been a lie to say he wasn't interested. It was an alien after all, and not just any alien, but the last survivor of an alien civilization. However, that was one thing when viewing it through a phone screen as a video or image. The idea of coming face to face with it was another matter entirely. They even said it's the last survivor. Clammy sweat formed on Yinwu's palms. His wariness spiked. How harmless could a being that survived the destruction of an entire civilization, an entire planet, really be? Was this quiet observatory equipped to handle such an entity? The researcher seemed oblivious, but he still noticed Yinwu's tension. He let out a deep sigh. It's all right. Really. It's like someone on life support. If anything, it's a pitiful existence. Truly. The words were filled with deep empathy for the alien, as if he'd already interacted with it several times. His voice carried profound sympathy, respect, sadness, and awe. Yinwu's mind raced. Is this mind control? He discreetly reached for his pocket. To buy time to escape if he sensed trouble, he gripped the time-buying bills. The researcher turned around. You'll understand when you see it yourself. Yinwu watched his retreating back before abruptly asking, do I have to see it? You don't have to if you don't want to, but it'll help you better understand what it means to pierce through Pluto's anomalous veil. Personally, I'd like more people to know their story. The researcher stopped walking. In front of him were stairs leading up and stairs leading down to the basement. The researcher turned his head to look at Yinwu, as if asking what he wanted to do. Yinwu narrowed his eyes. If I assume the alien is on the same level as my future self, it's already too late. I've entered its domain. Yinwu assumed the worst-case scenario. His future self. The alien was comparable to that being, the last survivor of a world destroyed by climate anomalies. If that was the case, it was too late to make a fuss now. He needed to keep a cool head and find a way to survive. Yinwu took a step. Let's take a look. They went down to the basement. Down the stairs, steadily descending one step at a time. The researcher spoke, tidying his clothes and disheveled hair with a solemn attitude. To be honest, we still don't know where they came from. Their origin is a meteorite from far away, but even reading their memories, we can't figure out where that meteorite started. What kind of alien is it? From Pluto. Pluto was just where they landed after leaving their home. Most of them that flew into the solar system fell onto Pluto. Adat novel bin adat. It was a question meant to gather information, but Yinwu still didn't understand. He asked more directly. What powers does the alien have? Robust vitality. But even this is a product of their civilization. The researcher trailed off. Yinwu perked up his ears. The researcher continued, his voice filled with complex emotions. They possessed technology to accelerate contamination by anomalies and guide that contamination in desired directions. Technology that could produce results from A to Z even if contaminated by A. Yinwu stumbled for a moment. He realized the omnipotence of this technology. So even if infected by an anomaly in the form of a plague, it could be used to create superhumans instead of spreading disease. No, it means they could transform into any imaginable anomalous entity. It was omnipotence in the truest sense of the word. Anomalous entities that build houses, expand space, control time, create food, they could create anything needed, regardless of whether it was organic or inorganic, time or space. Controlled contamination isn't contamination at all. It's the power of a god. Yinwu's wariness intensified. He gripped his bag tightly, his senses on high alert. The researcher smiled bitterly. They built a brilliant civilization with that technology, and that same technology led to their downfall. But we're here. They set foot in the basement. A lone iron door waited for them. Beep beep. The researcher entered the password with practiced ease, authenticated with his employee ID, turned the lock with a click, and opened the door. The thick iron door slid open with a heavy noise. A chill seeped through the gap. Yinwu shivered. White breath poured from his mouth. It was as cold as opening a freezer. Let's go in. The researcher spoke, wrapping his clothes tightly around himself. Yinwu eyed the iron door with tense eyes. The researcher walked through the wide-open door. Yinwu didn't enter immediately, instead leaning forward to look inside. He blinked. Where's the alien? This is it, right here? This. The researcher nodded. He approached a transparent glass box and placed his hand on the cold glass wall. This is the alien. It's in a frozen, suspended, and sealed state. Yinwu stared blankly at the glass box, dumbfounded. Inside the glass box was just a single meteorite. A meteorite made of rock with a dark, dull texture. It was heavily cracked and broken, showing no signs of life whatsoever. Although various devices like EEG machines were attached to it, Yinwu couldn't sense any danger from it, let alone any signs of life. It feels safe. A bit unsettling, but it feels like a normal anomalous entity. Is this even alive in the first place? He felt his tension dissipating. At that moment, the researcher manipulated the machinery outside the glass box. He pressed a button and pulled out a helmet. The researcher held out the helmet to Yinwu. This is a device that lets you view memories. If you look at the aliens' memories, you can glimpse the anomalous veil you need to pierce. You'll also learn their story. Yinwu hesitated for a moment before taking the helmet. As soon as he put it on, the world turned black, and someone's memories began to play. The memories of an alien living in an alien civilization. It was a brilliant and great civilization. Yinwu watched the playing memories with his mouth open, as if watching a movie. A world that surpassed what people imagined as a future civilization. A world that seemed to have reached the endpoint of fantasy and science fiction had achieved infinite prosperity. Something made of pure white light floated around. They communicated with connected minds, but Yinwu couldn't understand their mental waves. He could only vaguely sense that they were transcendent beings. Immortals. Anomalous entities that were incomprehensible even to the eye, with no concept of lifespan or death. Yinwu turned his head to look at their civilization. Is this even possible? Perhaps this was what it looked like to hold infinity in one's hands. The ultimate civilization achievable through anomalies was there. Space had no end. They had expanded it. By contaminating space with anomalies. There was no shortage of resources. They had created anomalous entities that produced resources. Space, time, resources, technology, life, nothing had limits. If they needed something, they could simply create an anomalous entity to make it. Yinwu saw the transcendent beings made of white light creating anomalous entities as a hobby. They created life too. They decorated space, and they created anomalous entities that provided pleasure, indulging in it. When a transcendent being felt bored with eternal life, they created an anomalous entity to erase boredom, maintaining the vitality of life forever. It was technology that could realize imagination. An anomalous civilization that depended on anomalies for everything. Yinwu suddenly thought. A chill ran down his spine. Why did a civilization like this fall? And then, the perspective changed. Time passed. A mist settled over the brilliant and great world. A mist made of anomalies. This mist appeared everywhere in their world, eroding the anomalous entities they had created. In the mist, anomalous entities twisted, scattered, and mutated with contamination as they pleased. The civilization made entirely of anomalous entities began to run amok towards something terribly dangerous. As the uncontrolled contamination grew stronger, the mist that engulfed the civilization grew thicker. The transcendent beings moved through space busily. They burst powerful mental waves as if screaming, created walls to block the mist, isolated spaces, but it was only for a moment. The mist slowly eroded the walls and spaces. The anomalous entities for protection lost their original functions. The anomalous entities that had been used as tools regained their original anomalous nature. The essence of anomalies, logically incomprehensible and extremely dangerous. A thick mist settled over the once brilliant civilization. The future they believed would be eternal closed off. The mist not only eroded, it shrouded space and time. The transcendent beings met their limits. Their civilization collapsed. They could neither foresee the future, nor return to the past, nor freely traverse space. Yinwu glared at the mist with widely dilated pupils. What is this? Anomalous contamination. It wasn't just simple mist. It was the extreme of anomalous contamination, born in a civilization that controlled anomalous contamination. Something that made contamination run wild uncontrollably and caused anomalous entities to mutate explosively. Yinwu indirectly saw what Earth would be like if anomalous contamination arrived. Those who had evolved themselves into transcendent beings mutated. They lost their self-awareness and became monsters. Factories that produced resources became factories that churned out monsters. The expanded space mutated into something like a two-dimensional world. Time, which had been like a playground, became a prison. Even natural objects that weren't anomalies changed. At this point, the perspective changed. The transcendent beings depended on anomalous entities for everything, but they hadn't lost their intelligence. They knew that unavoidable extinction had come. The surviving transcendent beings gathered to talk. The forms of those facing the end of their civilization shone. They saw the extinction they had brought upon themselves, looked at the universe, and saw life. Somehow, Yinwu felt he could understand their conversation. Perhaps the transcendent beings had regressed themselves to avoid contamination, making their words comprehensible. This mist will be the doom of all life. Let's finish this with our own hands. Let's detonate the star. Immortality doesn't exist in the face of the universe. Self-destruction to erase the mist. And then, let's leave our trace in the universe. Even if we perish, may the life born from us shine in the dark universe. They, made of pure white light, turned black. The immortal transcendent beings transformed into solid meteorites. Their intelligence and consciousness dimmed, but they became sturdy stones that could resist the mist for a short time and carry microorganisms with the potential for evolution, capable of seeding life. Strong enough to cross the universe propelled by the force of their star's explosion, even if their star exploded. Finally, the star exploded. The runaway anomalous civilization vanished in a flash of light, and the mist evaporated. But the meteorites carrying their hope scattered into space, using the star's explosion as propulsion, and Yinwu saw the meteorites flying across the universe to reach the solar system. Pluto. A group of meteorites fell onto Pluto, but one meteorite fell to Earth and the memory stopped there. Yinwu digested the memory for a while before taking off the helmet. He moved his lips. Is that mist the reason Pluto disappeared from observation? Yes. Pluto, where they fell, was covered by that mist. That mist blocks observation. The researcher spoke, his voice filled with complex emotions. as if unsure whether to resent them for bringing calamity to the solar system or admire their resolve and hope. Yinwu raised his head to look at the sterile ceiling, as if looking at the sky beyond the ceiling, the universe beyond the sky. Even in the infinite universe, anomalies exist. Unknown civilizations and life forms exist, as well as unimaginable anomalous entities. Right now, there was a mist of contamination on Pluto. There's no place safer than Earth. We have the company and other groups here. I need to live well here. Yinwu's eyes flashed. Suddenly, something like a sense of mission ignited within him. Pluto is too close. We don't know what effect it could have on Earth. Yinwu spoke. I'll do my best to help with that observation. He believed that if they obtained information, the company would somehow deal with it. The researcher smiled brightly. Yinwu's offer to help with the observation left the researcher looking puzzled. Didn't he come here to help anyway since he accepted the request? That thought barely had time to register before Yinwu spoke again. The researcher listened intently, as the question related to his field of expertise. Is space really that dangerous? I mean, things like the mist of contamination or astronomical anomalies. And there's the issue of contamination too, right? Like space getting polluted. Well, the researcher started to answer but then rubbed his hands together. The underground isolation room was cold. He took a few quick steps. Let's talk upstairs. This isn't the best place for a conversation. Yinwu nodded in agreement. Thanks to the vitality from the rain, he could resist the cold a bit, but it was still chilly. They locked the underground isolation room securely again and moved to a modest office. The researcher boiled water and brewed some tea. Would you like some warm tea? What kind would you prefer? Anything is fine. I'll make you some green tea then. Though he didn't particularly want tea, Yinwu accepted it like a hand warmer. He cupped the warm mug with both hands and looked at the researcher, as if asking him to answer the earlier question. The researcher sat across from him, swirling his tea bag. You asked if there are many dangerous anomalies in space, right? There probably are. It'd be stranger if there weren't, given how vast space is. For a moment, Yinwu tensed up. The things overflowing on Earth were already giving him a headache, and if he expanded his view to include space. But the researcher calmly took a few sips of tea, as if he didn't have a worry in the world. In fact, he wasn't worried at all. But anomalies that could actually reach Earth are just a handful. It's space, you know. Whether it's people, anomalies, or contamination, they're all just dust in the face of the universe. Are you sure? Yinwu asked, his voice filled with doubt and hope. Warming his hands on the teacup, he met the researcher's eyes. It's true. Do you know how dangerous space itself is? Black holes, supernova explosions, gamma-ray bursts, galaxy collisions. And above all, the universe is expanding. The researcher brought his hands together in front of his face, then spread them wide. Once the distance reaches a certain level, the speed at which things move apart becomes faster than the speed at which contamination spreads or anomalies approach. The expanding universe acts as a natural shield. He was saying that even anomalies were mere specks of dust before the universe, unable to reach Earth. Yinwu blinked. It felt like dozens of question marks were floating around in his head. Is that so? Honestly, he wasn't sure. It's not like he knew much about space. Since an expert was telling him this, he could only tilt his head and believe it. The researcher suddenly chuckled. He took out his phone, tapped on it a few times, and showed Yinwu an image of a strange star. The company is also very interested in space and observes it using various anomalies. This one was once the protagonist of an Earth destruction scenario. Yinwu craned his neck forward to look closely at the screen. It was a bizarre star. A strange star with the outline of a mouth and teeth. What is it? It's an anomaly we named the Planet Devourer, a star-eating entity. The moment the company observed it, it also became aware of Earth and started racing towards us by the shortest route. For a moment, Yinwu felt a chill. Even if it wasn't an anomaly, something of that mass falling to Earth would mean extinction. But the researcher snickered. But this thing was really far away. Far enough for the universe's expansion to increase the distance. No matter how fast it flew towards Earth, the distance just kept growing. The researcher tapped his phone. The picture changed. It was a photo of the Planet Devourer, shriveled up and dead. Its planet-sized mouth was pathetically agape, spewing dust like saliva. It starved to death. It starved. Yinwu stared blankly at the photo, and the researcher swiped to the next one. The next photo depicted the Planet Devourer's pitiful end. Shattered into pieces after being hit by a passing comet, it became cosmic dust. Even that dust was drawn into the gravity of a star that had entered its orbit. Just as an animal dies and enters nature's cycle, the anomaly that had roamed space devouring stars returned to the stars. Yinwu felt overwhelmed anew and afraid. An astronomical anomaly. And the universe, of which even that entity is just a small part. He felt like a speck of dust desperately struggling in the face of the infinitely vast universe. It truly was an infinite universe. He was just a tiny particle. Was there any meaning in desperately trying to serve? No, that's not right. Yinwu snapped back to his senses. No matter what the universe was like, living was what mattered. Is Earth safe? It's relatively safe. There aren't any unmanageable anomalies in our nearby space. Even if there were dangerous ones, the company and other groups work together to protect Earth, right? In other words, there were no cosmic anomalies that could significantly harm Earth. Yinwu relaxed a little. His body, stiff from the cold, loosened up and slumped in the chair. He suddenly looked up. What about the mist on Pluto? We're not sure about that. Since we can't observe it at all, we don't know what will happen. That's why this observation is important. We need to find out what it is and what's happening on Pluto. The researcher spoke worriedly, and Yinwu nodded before looking out the window. The sun was setting over the quiet plains. The time to see the stars was slowly approaching. The best time to observe Pluto was at midnight, so there was still time left. Yinwu ate dinner in the observatory's cafeteria and spent time enjoying his new hobby. His new hobby was writing about himself on the company's internet community. It was a site where company employees chatted anonymously. Tap, tap, tap. Yinwu's fingers moved quickly. He typed incessantly on his phone, completing a long post. They said not to write anything that might violate security regulations. There was also a warning that the intelligence department was watching, so he twisted his experiences slightly to avoid revealing his identity. He wrote about getting tossed on his first day, swindling the Goldberg Club, almost dying after summoning the demon of sloth out of curiosity, getting dragged to the intelligence department for interrogation, and encountering a bald doomsday cultist with an eraser. The responses were consistent. People asked if he was a problematic employee, why he got tossed on his first day, why he summoned the demon of sloth at home, what he did to get dragged in for interrogation. As he wrote posts and browsed reactions, it was time. The door to the break room opened. Let's go up. It's the perfect time for observation now. The researcher's eyes sparkled as he entered, dressed in black. Gone was his disheveled appearance from earlier, replaced by the aura of a passionate researcher. Seeing the researcher fidgeting with excitement, his eyes twinkling like stars, Yinwu immediately pocketed his phone and stood up. Should we go right now? Yes? Come quickly. The researcher strode ahead cheerfully. They left the break room, climbed the stairs, and reached the top of the observatory. Yinwu looked around curiously. The observation room with its round dome ceiling felt like the top of a lighthouse. In the center of the dimly lit room stood a complex machine that looked like a cannon, the telescope. The researcher busily moved around, manipulating the machinery. He spoke excitedly. This is perfect timing. The weather today is really good. There are no clouds, it's a great night for stargazing. I already feel like we'll succeed in our observation, our luck seems so good. Listening to the researcher repeatedly saying how good it was, Yinwu suddenly realized something. If it had been cloudy, would we have had to wait here until the weather improved? It really felt like he'd chosen this task carelessly without any research. Yinwu made a mental note to at least check basic information before accepting requests in the future. The observation preparations were complete. It was as if life had returned to the observation room. Power flowed into the complex machinery. Graphs like heartbeats and images appeared on several computer monitors, and the dome began to open. Yinwu looked up. The ceiling opened. Cold winter air blew through the gap, and a pitch-black sky spread out. A night sky where stars seemed about to pour down. All right, let's get ready. The telescope moved on its own. It turned its eye towards the open night sky, towards where Pluto should be. The researcher clapped his hands and called Yinwu over. He pointed at the monitor. Can you see it? I can see something, but I'm not sure what it is. The screen was dotted with white spots. It seemed to be Pluto as captured by the telescope. Are these Pluto and stars? No, it's noise. We can't observe accurately because of that mist. I'll zoom in. The researcher scrolled the mouse wheel, and mechanical sounds came from the telescope. The noise got worse, right? Even though this isn't just a simple telescope but a piece of equipment loaded with advanced science and anomalous technology, we can't block out the mist's noise. The researcher, who had been leaning over the computer, straightened up. He turned to Yinwu with hope in his eyes. Yinwu nodded. He knew what he had to do. I'll give it a try. He resolved to do his best. Yinwu quietly closed his eyes. He called upon the dice in a corner of his mind. Dice. The possibility of piercing through the mist's noise and observing. Roll. Failure. At novel bin at. Crackle. The noise got worse. The researcher stamped his foot in frustration at the messy screen, while Yinwu kept his eyes closed. There doesn't seem to be much risk in failing. Even if I get a critical failure, it shouldn't be unmanageable. I'll keep rolling then. Perhaps because he didn't sense any danger, his various senses remained calm. Yinwu purely rolled the dice, and the results kept coming. Miss, failure, miss, and then success. Suddenly, a terrible scream erupted. The researcher jumped up and down, delighted like a child. We did it! We succeeded in observing? I can see Pluto, the mist of contamination. I can see it clearly, as if it's right in front of me. His voice was excessively intense. Torn, cracked, flipped, filled with noise. Something was wrong. Yinwu felt cold sweat running down his spine. It wasn't just the researcher's voice that was the problem. The observation room should have been filled with dry winter air, but he felt a sticky, humid moisture. The researcher continued speaking. I can see what the mist is. Contamination? His voice was terribly horrific, unpleasant to hear. Yinwu felt his blood boiling. No, the anomaly within him, the parts contaminated by anomalies, were bubbling furiously. No. Yinwu opened his eyes urgently. He saw the observation room filled with mist. In the mist, the researcher's shadow was faintly visible. It was no longer in human form. His eyeballs were elongated, his spine curved towards the sky, his head and eyes pointed straight up. They had observed the mist. The mist had also seen them. The mist had come here. Why did this happen? Yinwu screamed internally as he called upon the dice. Then he made a strange expression. He opened his mouth and spoke. My senses. His contamination level had skyrocketed. He felt senses clearer than ever before, possibilities he could almost grasp. The observatory transformed into an anomalous space. The observation room was filled with mist, starlight pouring down, and moonlight shining brightly. Yinwu quietly closed his eyes. His metaphysical senses stretched out like tentacles, clearly perceiving the observation room. I can feel it. The telescope had become an anomalous entity. No longer a telescope for observing stars, but one for seeing the terrors of the universe that shouldn't be seen. The same had happened to the researcher. The 0.4% of contaminated genes ran wild, and his ordinary human body was invaded by the mist, twisting into an anomalous entity. His spine and neck curved backward in an arc, and his protruding eyes extended towards the sky like telescopes. Instead of human sounds, his mouth emitted something like star noises, flowing out like electromagnetic waves. A human had become an anomalous entity. This sensation, on the other hand, Yinwu, already contaminated by anomalous entities, sank deeper into the sensation. Listening to the calm beating of his heart, he interpreted the flood of information. A world of disorder and non-causality due to anomalies. A future holding infinite possibilities, bordering on chaos. The dice manipulated probability as possibility, and the contaminated Yinwu could sense probabilistic possibilities and lead to results. At this moment, he detected futures with high probabilities, futures likely to be realized. Futures thick with the mist of contamination. Danger level 6. All futures converged towards anomalous contamination. Infinite possibilities narrowed to a future where everything changes into anomalies. He saw futures where the observation room connected to outer space, or space monsters appeared, or the space gradually expanded. Like a world moving for the association president, reality, and the future tilted towards contamination. But even the future after that rushed towards one conclusion. No, this isn't danger level 6. This isn't absolute. Yinwu slightly opened his eyes. For a moment, the shape of dice seemed to reflect in his pupils, but then the dice shape crumbled, turning into threads of probability clustered like a swarm of parasites, writhing. Yinwu spoke in a strange tone. The company was already prepared. The future full of mist and anomalous contamination ultimately ended with purification by the company's hands. Satellite weapons stabbed down, bombers bloomed flames on the ground, missiles flew, and in extreme cases, nuclear bombs fell. Was the violence of pure science and physical force the weakness of the mist? There was no future where the mist spread to Earth. As if humanity's survival was destined. At that moment, Yinwu thoughtlessly thought. Boring. A predetermined future. Fixed possibilities. It's really boring. A world full of more chaos and unexpected events would be more fun. Yinwu slowly raised his hand. The threads of probability writhed. He would open wide the closed future. Wouldn't it be more fun if a perfectly fine Earth could face doom tomorrow, if walking forward could lead to random teleportation, if time flowed backwards or repeated itself? That was the moment. The hand about to unleash possibilities stopped. His voice trembled. Fun, fun. His heart, which had been beating steadily, began to race madly. The vitality from the rain surged endlessly, swirling through his entire body. His survival instinct screamed as if his head would split, and his humanity strengthened in response. Conflicting contaminations clashed. In that miraculous balance, Yinwu came to his senses. Contamination. It was the contamination of the dice. Even his sense of self had been pulled closer to the dice. The nature that favored randomness and possibility. He felt a chill. The winter cold suddenly cut to the bone, and only then did Yinwu realize the problem. I can't handle this power. Contamination wasn't the only issue. The near-infinite possibilities of the future pouring in. Yinwu had merely been swept up in the wave of information, seeing what was shown. Only now, having barely regained his senses, did he find his own future. Himself, completely eroded by the dice, losing self-awareness and becoming an anomalous entity spreading chaos. Himself, dying from the company's bombardment while resisting contamination. Or a future where he became more contaminated by the mist, with even the rain and dice mutating. There was no future where he lived normally. No, Yinwu screamed. He couldn't handle such a future. His mind, wandering through futures, snapped back to reality. What should I do? Think quickly. No, thinking wasn't necessary. With such strong power, there was no need to use his head. The power in his hands now was equal to or stronger than the mist, and in fact, he didn't need to use the power. No, I don't need to eliminate the mist. The company should do that. I just need to reverse the contamination. Yinwu raised both hands. At this moment, the power of danger level 6 was fully unleashed. He spread one hand wide. As possibilities were released, they collided with the future narrowed by the mist. The mist seemed to writhe and retreat. The speed at which the observation room was changing into an anomalous entity slowed. The future where Yinwu would become an anomalous entity also shrank. In that state, Yinwu grasped two other possibilities. One was suppressing the runaway contamination. The other was movement. He disappeared from the observation room. Wake up. Yinwu moved to Mark Young's hotel room. Mark Young startled awake, sitting up in bed. What's going on? Even in his sleep-addled state, Mark Young responded sharply. Yinwu explained briefly. They had observed the mist of Pluto and summoned it to Earth. The observatory was contaminated. Mark Young's expression showed his sleep had completely fled as he gaped. The mist of Pluto? You mean that danger level 5 thing? Shouldn't there have been filters to prevent its observation? Ah, the dice. But still, muttering to himself, Mark Young unconsciously tapped on his phone to search for information, then made a tired expression. That department was supposed to seal the alien and extraterrestrial material. The security level was mismatched. There was no warning not to observe it. He sighed heavily. Request screening. They hadn't touched anything to analyze Yunwoo's personality. They thought even if a problem arose, Yunwoo would handle it well. The company, being so large, often made small mistakes, and this accident resulted from various factors overlapping. Yunwoo waved his hand at that nonchalant voice. Anyway, we need to respond quickly. I'm doing it now. Yunwoo glanced over to see Mark Young writing a request for weapon use against the Pluto mist. It's weak to pure physical force. Just firing a few missiles should end it. Or dropping a satellite weapon. Done. They say they'll drop a satellite weapon. The request sent directly to a director at headquarters was approved. Mark Young put down his phone, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. They would fire at the observatory's coordinates without separate observation. He looked out the window, and Yunwoo also gazed at the bright night sky of the city. Faint starlight was falling across the night sky, moving in a straight line towards the observatory where the mist was. Yunwoo suddenly waved his hand. He moved the observatory staff who hadn't been touched by the mist far away. As for those who had become irreversible anomalous entities, let's move them to isolation rooms. They'll suffer through experiments, but that's better than dying. He moved them separately to isolation rooms he had seen before. To rooms housing the tree person and the grammar Nazi robot. Since the mist had moved through observation, there shouldn't be any problems at Novel bin at. After watching the night sky for a while, Mark Young seemed to realize something and looked at Yunwoo. Aren't you contaminated by the mist too, Yunwoo? I'm suppressing it for now. You must be at the association president's level right now, right? Still, you need to reverse that quickly. If left alone, you'll completely change into an anomalous entity, and the dice will mutate too. Yunwoo kept his mouth shut. That was true. But there was still time, and Yunwoo decided to use this opportunity. I'll show off while I have the chance. The Artist Association President or Golden Omnipotence. If he showed them this power now, they definitely wouldn't try anything foolish in the future. Yunwoo closed his eyes and measured probabilities, searching for the Association President and Golden Omnipotence. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. Golden Omnipotence, shining with golden light, refused approach. A defensive stance prepared by offering gold regularly. Forcing through this would just cause gold losses. Let's give up. He turned his gaze. The association president, suddenly opening her eyes from sealed fragments, looked at Yunwoo with covetous eyes. Their gazes met. Rejecting the possibility of being enchanted, Yunwoo heard a voice in his ear. Masterpiece. Come with me to the Soul Arts Center. She spoke. The world moved. To call Yunwoo there. Yunwoo blocked it in panic by realizing a possibility, and quickly turned his gaze away. And then, a few rare anomalous entities lurking around the world. Some owned by the company, some sealed, some hidden by groups. At that moment, Yunwoo thought. He remembered what the observatory researcher had said. The universe is a natural shield. Those things close to myths that could even block that mist. Earth, littered with things that even the anomalous civilization couldn't create. Could it be that Earth is protecting other stars? Isn't Earth the most dangerous? Yunwoo suddenly didn't want to let go of the power in his hands, but not wanting to lose his sense of self, he reversed his contamination level. Everything, including the dice, returned to a state slightly more contaminated than before contact with the mist. Because he wasn't ready yet. As the power disappeared and he fell into helplessness, Yunwoo's eyes lit up with a thought. I need to find a way to maintain my sense of self even when contaminated. The next day was a weekday. Since Yunwoo didn't have a home, he stayed in the investigation team's building, arriving early at his desk and sitting in front of the computer. Didn't they say my security clearance had increased? In the office, bathed in morning sunlight, only the sound of Yunwoo clicking his computer could be heard. As he logged into the company's system, all the measures and responses related to Pluto's contamination were visible at a glance. From the most recent documents to the initial discovery, the observatory staff should be fine. The unaffected employees were to be reassigned to other departments, while those who had become anomalous entities were apparently isolated in appropriate departments. For example, an employee who loved stargazing and had become a telescope-like entity was going to a space observation facility. The satellite weapon incident was handled as a meteorite fall. False information was spread, and it became just another news story people glance over. For the mist appearing on Earth, the outcome was relatively good. After a moment's hesitation, Yunwoo clicked his mouse. He went back to earlier documents to look at the research records on Pluto's mist. He had a question. Why did the mist that appears when observed show up on Pluto? Long records of exploration, experiments, and countermeasures. Quickly flipping through pages and skimming keywords, Yunwoo finally found the information he wanted. It was because of the company. His expression turned strange. Extraterrestrial meteorites that fell on Pluto and Earth. Following the procedure for dealing with extraterrestrial anomalous entities, the company sealed the meteorite on Earth and sent an exploration ship to Pluto. While searching for the meteorite's origin on Pluto, they observed a small amount of mist that had survived a star's explosion, and the mist was summoned to Pluto. The exploration team quickly reported its characteristics, and the company blocked Pluto's observation by applying noise. They occasionally sent explosives to prevent the contamination from spreading. Yinwu clicked his tongue. They're just a bunch of troublemakers. Investigating and nearly blowing up Pluto. The observatory researcher not receiving the notice, trying to observe Pluto out of curiosity and exploratory spirit despite it not being part of his job. They work hard, but it seems they cause just as many accidents. Anyway, he just looked at the records out of momentary interest. Yinwu took his hand off the mouse and leaned back deeply in his chair. His unfocused eyes stared into space, lost in thought. Contamination. Self-awareness. What should I do? Although the observatory was gone, he'd gained a lot. He'd wielded enough power and senses to survive while contaminated, and experienced the level he could reach in the future. Above all, the side effects of the dice. The lost sense of self and the overwhelming wave of information. Honestly, I don't mind becoming an anomalous entity, but I need to remain myself. Being swayed by power would be a weakness too. Tap, tap, tap. He drummed his fingernails on the desk. Yinwu sank into deep thought. Various methods flashed through his mind. Should I keep grasping the possibility of maintaining self-awareness? No, that's unrealistic. It might work for a while, but in the long run, he'd still lose his sense of self. It was like trying to quench thirst with seawater. Yinwu lowered his head. He looked at his own body. The contamination that had risen in opposition when the dice's contamination had run wild. He muttered in a dubious voice. Human qualification certificate. If that thing stating this entity is human was also an anomalous entity, and if it caused contamination that fixed one as human. But that alone feels a bit insufficient. At that time, the contamination had also run wild. And in the future he'd seen then, the dice's contamination had ultimately prevailed. Ah, my head. Yinwu frowned, his head aching. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. His mind, already tired, lost focus, and random thoughts popped up haphazardly. Disorganized thoughts. Ideas that came up by chance. Among the notions that bubbled up and disappeared like foam, one shone. Is something like survival instinct also an anomaly? Yinwu sat up straight. His eyes sparkled. Lightning struck in his mind. Oh. A strange exclamation of realization escaped his lips. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The abilities that had manifested so far weren't just superhuman strength appearing in crisis situations. It surpassed the urban legend about cockroaches' IQ rising to 340 when they sense danger. On top of that, hadn't he even detected the house's attack and countered it with an eraser in the house where you die if this is right, it's actually better. It was safer and more suitable than the dice. It matched his preferences and personality, and it shouldn't be a power he couldn't handle. Unable to contain his excitement, Yinwu sprang up from his seat. His face flushed red as he paced around the empty office. At this moment, Yinwu's experience as a company employee and the classified information he had seen blended together, opening a limit to his perception that had been closed. A new path. It doesn't have to be the dice. I don't need to be omnipotent or powerful. It's enough just to survive. As he muttered to himself, Yinwu's eyes suddenly lit up. If survival instinct is an anomaly. If I could reach danger level 6 with survival instinct. That power shown by the dice, golden omnipotence, the association president. If he could obtain the power to move the world at will and fix the future through survival instinct. Yinwu, who had been moving restlessly, stopped in place and murmured like a dreamer. This is it. An existence that doesn't die. Dangerous realities move away, and it heads towards a future where survival is guaranteed. The dice? Not needed. It's just a nuisance that contaminates one's sense of self and brings danger through failures and critical failures. Rather, if I reach level 6 with survival instinct, the possibility of me being in danger will move away, so only results favorable to me will come out. It's enough to use it as a tool. Yinwu decided to walk a different path from his future self. A more suitable path. At that moment, the door swung open and the team leader arrived for work. He strode in but stopped when he saw Yinwu. Yinwu was jumping up and down in place, pacing, and grinning to himself in excitement. The team leader discreetly averted his gaze. Well, yes, that can happen when you're alone. I just had a good idea. How was your lecture? Yinwu hurriedly changed the subject, feeling embarrassed, and the team leader took off his thick padded jacket. Nothing special. Just talked for 2 hours and came back. Then UGU arrived for work, and the anomaly investigation team's day began. Yinwu stared blankly at his computer desktop. He couldn't focus on work, unable to escape his other thoughts. How do I reach danger level 6 with survival instinct? Is it even possible? Do I need to borrow the dice's power? At times like this, there's no friend as reliable as the dice. The last resort that creates miracles, a dependable secret weapon that protects life. Couldn't he use the dice to realize the possibility of survival instinct being at danger level 6? 6 feels impossible, but it'd be great if it worked. If I could raise the dice, rain, certificate, and instinct all to level 6, wouldn't I be invincible? If that were possible, the Artist Association or the club would have mass-produced them already. As he was lost in thought, UGU suddenly made a sound of surprise. Isn't this about you, Yinwu? Yinwu snapped back to reality. UGU spoke as if she couldn't believe it. There's a story about you on the company intranet. Wait, what did you do on that request yesterday? Well, one department did get wiped out. Yinwu scratched his cheek and logged into the intranet. He immediately saw the post UGU mentioned. Don't request anything from the Gambling Eradication Center. An employee who loves the night sky did a joint experiment with that center, and that day the department disappeared. Now only ruins remain where the department was. Reporters looking for a story are prowling around like wolves, and the unaffected employees are all waiting for reassignment. Yinwu made a dumbfounded expression. I mean, I was the trigger, but it happened because of the company's mistake. Those words. The fact that he didn't deny it and made excuses suggested the exaggerated post wasn't far from the truth. Yu quietly pushed her chair away, distancing herself from Yinwu. Did it really turn into ruins? Well, some dangerous material leaked, so they had to do something like a bombing. Yu was silent for a while, then looked at the team leader. The team leader had an expression that said he'd expected this, but suddenly he started tapping his fingers on the desk nervously. Our office isn't going to explode too, is it? How many things had Yinwu blown up? He went for interrogation and got robbed by the club's spy, went to the intelligence department and a doomsday cultist with an eraser attacked, and even the apartment building and shelter he was living in peacefully got destroyed. At this point, it'd be stranger if the office remained intact. The team leader spoke hurriedly. Security staff. We have anomalous equipment in our building too, should we request security personnel? Investigators mainly worked in the field, and since there was no important information or anomalous entities in the building, they didn't have dedicated security guards. But with anomalous equipment being supplied, they now met the conditions to request them. Yu opened her mouth to speak but then shook her head. I don't think it'll make a difference. Yinwu, quickly choose the next request. It's the center's first month, we need to work hard. Her intention was transparent. If it's a bomb that's going to explode anyway, place it outside. Pass the danger to someone else. Yinwu was about to say something in response to this truly investigator-like thinking, but he held back. I'm still eating and sleeping here until I find a place to live. Yinwu looked at the Gambling Eradication Center's request list as if following Yu's words. He blinked. Overnight, the list of requests had shrunk. Perhaps having heard about the observatory incident, several departments had cancelled their requests. Of course, there were still new requests coming in. People who still wanted to gamble with the dice. Or messages sent like this. There's a doomsday cultist in your heart. We know. You've caused more damage than most doomsday cultists. Stop deceiving your heart, break free from the company's shackles, and become a true doomsday cultist. A recruitment attempt from the doomsday cultists. What nonsense. Yinwu recoiled in shock and immediately hit reject, then browsed the list looking for rewards he needed. I probably can't find a way to protect my sense of self while resisting contamination. It'd be good to have, though, since the dice is certain. Then he suddenly saw an interesting request. It was a new one, and the term blessed child caught his eye. Dice experiment request. Wouldn't it be innovative if we could control the risks of the dice? Couldn't it be safely used in all sorts of experiments? If a child blessed with luck is nearby, wouldn't unfortunate results not happen? The message continued at length after that at novel bin at. Our researchers see the dice as a tool for experiments, so we decided to find a way to use it well, and so on. But Yinwu was purely interested in the blessed child. Not for the dice, but for himself. Wouldn't accidents stop happening if an entity like that was next to me? Yinwu wanted to shore up his weaknesses. He needed enhanced perception to counter his vulnerability to attacks, regeneration to overcome the fragility of the human body, and risk management to alleviate his fear of the dice's failures. Now he'd found a way to maintain his sense of self, but in a way, there was something even more important. A blessed child. If one was by my side, wouldn't I avoid accidents and incidents? Hope sparkled in Yinwu's eyes as he looked at the monitor. Until now, he just accepted that this was how his life was, but if he could change the fate that brought dangerous accidents, I could live peacefully, right? No, calm down. Don't get too excited. Yinwu took a deep breath and moved the mouse. Having grown from the observatory experience, he started by looking up relevant information. The blessed child. True to being an anomalous entity, a child followed by incomprehensible luck. Stocks this kid picks hit the upper limit, isolation attempts fail due to problems, gotcha pulls succeed in one try. Attackers get lost, trip, have accidental discharges. At novel bin at. The observation records and experiment lists were quite long. That ridiculous luck. Yinwu muttered in a small voice. I'd like to meet them once. It was worth testing his fate. Yinwu put his hand on the mouse. The cursor hovered right over the accept button. And just as his finger moved to click, his hand stopped. Yinwu blinked. Am I really going to work right after that chaos yesterday? This doesn't seem right. It was just yesterday that he dealt with Pluto's contamination. Living like a workaholic, taking on requests day after day, wasn't like him. After going through something big, he should rest for a while to recover his physical and mental strength. Whoosh. The mouse moved, closing the company system. Yinwu leaned back in his chair leisurely. Let's rest for a few days. As Yinwu picked up his phone, Yu, who was also killing time, turned her head. Did you choose a request? I did pick one. But I'm going to rest for a few days since I overdid it yesterday. Yinwu was tapping on his phone when he felt a gaze from the side and slowly turned his head. His eyes met Yu's. She was looking at Yinwu with eyes full of envy. Pure envy. A one-person department. He was both the department head and the only employee, with no one to give him orders. You only work when you want to? No quotas? No mandatory requests. Not really. Just then, their phones rang simultaneously. Thinking it was an urgent message from the company, they hurriedly checked their phones, their faces twisting strangely. Have the Doomsday cultists gone mad? Well, they were always crazy, but why are they acting up like this? Did the Doomsday cultists really send this? Yinwo also stared blankly at his phone. An advertisement message mass sent by the Doomsday cultists. Doomsday cultist join now $. Everyone becomes anomalous entity 100% guaranteed free explosives you and mass murder high-ranking Doomsday cultist chance to gain position at start terrorizing now. Are they short on people? Yinwu thought slowly. It seemed they were trying to recruit like this because they lacked manpower, though he wasn't sure if there were any humans who'd become Doomsday cultists because of this. Time passed. After resting for a while, Yinwu accepted the request to see the Blessed Child. There were some accidents like the internet cutting out or the mouse cord coming unplugged, but he managed to accept it without problems. Yinwu, ready to leave, stood up from his seat and gave a slight bow. Then I'll be going. Oh, all right. Be careful. Take your time coming back. The team leader and UGU nodded with bright faces, waving their hands cheerfully as they sent Yinwu off. Yinwu left the office with an uneasy expression. I guess I'd dislike having someone like me around too. Still, it feels a bit off. With that, Yinwu got in his car and left. His destination was the Bird Migration Center, where the Blessed Child was said to be. Driving. It's such a hassle. Though the company covered gas costs, the act of driving long distances and moving around was work in itself. Yinwu stepped on the accelerator, sharpening his tired mind. Winding through national roads, then onto the highway. He drove towards the far-off destination. During the drive, he received a phone call. It was Mark Young. Have you left? I'm on my way. Is something wrong? Yinwu listened intently to the sudden call. His eyes focused on driving, but his ears concentrated on Mark Young's voice. Was there something he needed to avoid at the Bird Migration Center? Mark Young spoke lightly. Nothing much. I just checked the request too, and there doesn't seem to be anything you need to avoid or not do. Then why did you call? Yinwu asked curiously, and Mark Young answered with a voice mixed with some expectation. Headquarters is also interested in this experiment. It's a potential level 6, but we don't know how long it'll take to reach that level. They're very interested in whether it can be doped with other anomalous entities. Yinwu kept his mouth shut. It feels like if the results are good, I'll be deployed on dangerous missions with the Blessed Child. Something felt off. An uneasy feeling. Yinwu quickly changed the subject. By the way, the Doomsday cultists have been sending out advertisement texts lately. Aren't they plotting something strange? No, they're purely short on people. It's all thanks to your achievements. The reptilian plague ran wild at their gathering, and later they were unluckily hit by afterlife fragments. The Doomsday cultists had taken such a blow that they could barely operate normally. Above all, didn't you take out the Doomsday cultist with the eraser? Actually, their downfall was predetermined from that moment. Mark Young explained with a chuckle. The Doomsday cultist who erased even his own name. The Doomsday cultist who had been blocking various sabotage attempts from other groups. From the moment he died, their future was decided. The Doomsday cultists would wither and die. Plans have already been drawn up. We'll steadily carry out operations in all sorts of ways, but can they hold out? Yinwu suddenly realized. The one he'd luckily defeated with a critical success, the one multiple versions of himself had to gang up on to overcome, had been playing the role of a danger level 6 for the Doomsday cultists. Well, it had taken 5 dice rolling together to even have a chance of winning. Was he at a level approaching 6? At that point, Yinwu arrived at his destination. The Bird Migration Center. I've arrived? Yes, good work. The call ended. Yinwu parked his car in the outdoor parking lot and got out leisurely. He looked around and took a deep breath. Maybe because it was a bird migration center built on an empty plain, but the atmosphere was really nice. The air was clear, and an overall peaceful energy flowed. It was enough to naturally relax his tension and mind. It already feels good. Yinwu stood still for a moment. He savored the safe feeling, as if he'd entered a shelter. Who are you? I'm Li Yinwu from the Gambling Eradication Center. I'm here for the collaborative experiment today. As he stood there, a security guard cautiously approached, and Yinwu went through security procedures to enter the center grounds. Various birds greeted Yinwu with different cries. Also, a researcher who walked out slowly nodded his head towards Yinwu. The child is waiting inside. Let's go quickly. All right. Yinwu followed the researcher, looking around as he walked and said, this place is just like a zoo. Are those birds anomalous entities? Cages surrounded by wire mesh or glass walls, with birds leisurely walking around inside. The researcher glanced at the cages and nodded. This is a place to isolate bird-form anomalous entities. The names of those birds over there are nuclear, drone, aircraft carrier, F-15, UFO. What kind of bird names are those? Did that mean they had that much firepower? Yinwu looked at the birds with tense eyes, but the birds were just stupidly nodding off. They looked like completely ordinary birds. The researcher said. When detected by radar or information resources, they're recognized as their names. As nuclear missiles, aircraft carriers, or fighter jets. Yinwu exclaimed in admiration, looking at the birds anew. Safe anomalous entities. No special secrets, no potential danger factors. How long has it been since I've seen such simple and ordinary anomalous entities? He felt something like emotion. It was like experiencing the daily life of an ordinary company employee. The researcher looked at Yunwoo as if he were a strange person, then hurried his steps. Here it is. The room where the child stays. They went to a room in the center building. A nameplate hung on the door like a child's room, with various stickers and drawings attached. The researcher knocked briefly and spoke in a kind voice. I'm coming in. Okay. An innocent child's voice was heard. Yunwoo, full of curiosity, watched the slowly opening door. Beyond the wide-open door was a child's room. Toys, books, and bird dolls were scattered around, and a children's anime was playing on the TV. In front of the TV, a child who looked about kindergarten age was fixated on the screen. The blessed child. Though they looked like an ordinary kid, something was different. From the moment he entered, Yunwoo felt his mind relaxing, an intuition close to certainty that this place was safe. At that moment, the child who couldn't take their eyes off the TV suddenly turned around, waving their hand happily, and their eyes met Yunwoo's. Yunwoo put on the most harmless smile he could manage. After all, it was a child, and he didn't want to appear as an enemy and suffer misfortune. He timidly raised his hand slightly and waved. Hello. In an instant, the child's expression changed. The child who had been happily watching the children's anime looked at Yunwoo as if seeing a nightmare and started crying as if they couldn't breathe. Tears and snot poured out, their face turning white. The researcher hurriedly approached. Child? This mister isn't a bad person - bad. Both Yunwoo and the researcher were taken aback. In that brief moment, the child jumped up and, before they could stop him, darted past the two of them and ran away with quick steps. Thump, they hit Yunwoo's thigh with their hand as they passed and disappeared down the corridor. Yunwoo blankly watched the child's retreating figure. Staff trying to catch the child tumbled over. The child vanished from sight in an instant. What? No, really, what? Yunwoo muttered in bewilderment. Do I look scary enough to make them wail like that? I don't think so. There must be another reason. But before his thoughts could progress, the situation rapidly unfolded. The researcher sighed and turned towards Yunwoo. He spoke firmly. We'll cancel the request. With the child reacting like this, the experiment is impossible. To be honest, I didn't really want to do the experiment either. Ah, I see. And so, Yunwoo was confusedly kicked out of the bird migration center. Standing in front of the center's main gate, Yunwoo blinked. A request ended in an instant without any incident. The blessed child who ran away. Having finally grasped the situation, he muttered in a daze. So not encountering me is considered lucky. Yunwoo returned to his car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he stared blankly into space. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. The child who had run away crying. Did they run because of the dice? Because of the risk of critical failure? Or is it really because I attract accidents? Was I born with such an unlucky fate? Yunwoo suddenly rubbed his face. The cold winter air had chilled his skin. He coldly recalled his past and came to a conclusion. I'm actually pretty lucky, aren't I? He'd been through many accidents but survived well. Even with the dice, though there were many misses and failures, critical successes had outnumbered critical failures. Wasn't this close to good fortune? No, but still, the accidents. That was when it hit him. A light gleamed in Yunwoo's eyes. Putting aside the cause, he recognized the reality. Accidents. Requests. Work. He muttered in awe. The job's done. Without any accidents. The work that always blew up spectacularly had ended without issue. No attacks, no anomalous entities running wild, no unexpected incidents. It was truly lucky. A peaceful job and daily life. He got goosebumps at this unfamiliar reality. It felt very strange. Is it right to end like this? Is this really the end? Really? Nothing's going to blow up? Yunwoo fidgeted restlessly in the driver's seat, but time passed peacefully. The quiet, calm countryside. Nearby birds and stray cats were calling. There wasn't a human shadow in sight, and no anomalous phenomena appeared. At that moment, Yunwoo realized. I'm not unlucky, that's why so many accidents happened. He also saw hope. Yunwoo's mind raced. Through the foggy window, he could faintly see the shadow of the bird migration center. The luck that would offset accidents waiting to happen. Yunwoo muttered with a mischievous expression. Happiness shared is doubled, sorrow shared is halved. That saying transformed appropriately in Yunwoo's mind. Luck shared is doubled, misfortune shared is halved. Let's share some luck. The scene of the child crying in terror flashed through his mind, but it passed meaninglessly in the face of Yunwoo's self-justification. If luck is being offset, it's good for that kid too. They can live as a normal person instead of an anomalous entity. How hard must it be to live under surveillance, isolated, and educated as an anomalous entity? This was a chance for the child to experience a normal daily life. It was good for both of them. Yunwoo twisted his thoughts to reach this conclusion, and immediately called Mark Young. To find a way back into the bird migration center after being practically kicked out. Yes, it's me. We're using the investigation team building as a temporary office now, right? I'm thinking of moving the temporary office to the bird migration center. Could you get me a visitation permit? That's easy. But are you really going to move? Mark Young asked, sounding puzzled, and Yunwoo replied briefly. I'm planning to stay for a few days for now. Yunwoo's eyes suddenly turned to his thigh. The thigh the child had hit while flailing their arms as they ran away. I was attacked by an anomalous entity. I should check for after effects, consequences, here. He felt a bit uneasy in a corner of his mind, thinking he might be taking this too seriously with the child. but Yunwu needed that luck, so he ignored the feeling. I'll come back if it doesn't work out after staying a few days. Okay, I've just gotten you visitation permission under the pretext of office relocation. You can go in. About the experiment? The child ran away, so we couldn't do it. It probably won't work for dice doping. If the dice risk management succeeded, the child would likely be dragged along with Yunwu to dangerous areas. Mark Young sighed in disappointment, and the call ended. Yunwu immediately got out of the car and walked towards the bird migration center. It was evening, and the sun was setting. Yunwu entered under the suspicious gaze of the security guard and saw various staff members bustling about. The staff were carrying large basins full of bird feed into different cages. Time to eat. Oh my, were you hungry? Flocks of birds came running, surrounding the staff. Suddenly encircled, the staff looked at the birds fondly as they skillfully distributed the feed into feeding troughs. Some birds flew up energetically and plunged their bodies right into the feeding troughs. Feed scattered everywhere. Just then, the researcher who had greeted Yunwu earlier approached him with a dark expression. Office relocation. What's your real motive? He asked bluntly. Yunwu put on a harmless smile. I just liked this place. The atmosphere is nice, and the air dash. Cut the crap. You're trying to use the blessed child, aren't you? Well, use is a bit strong. Yunwu muttered quietly, but the researcher glared at him. Honestly, I don't like that kid. It's not even our department's responsibility, but they dumped the kid here because they like birds. Still, his voice was firm, his gaze steady. A child is a child. I won't stand by and watch them be used like a tool or weapon. Yunwu met the researcher's gaze squarely. Their unabashed and wary gazes crossed. I'm not headquarters. I won't use them like a child soldier. Yunwu, who had a strange image of headquarters, spoke confidently. I'll be honest too. Yes, luck is my goal. But wouldn't it be safer here? Safe. The researcher looked bewildered. He hadn't expected that response. His guard dropped for a moment. Until now, many people had tried to use the blessed child, using their luck for stocks and cryptocurrency when budgets were tight, making them pick lottery numbers, having them do game gotchas, using them in experiments. There had been countless other experiments, but this was the first time someone wanted safety. At this point, the researcher became interested in Yunwu. What's your background? They don't put just anyone in a department head position. No matter how unique the anomalous entity, they make you build up experience and trust from the bottom first. Yunwu answered honestly. I was an investigator. Actually, my current department is temporary, so if my performance is poor, I'll go back to being an investigator. An investigator. The researcher completely lowered his guard. If he was from the investigation team, it made sense that he would want safety. He probably wouldn't think of using the child like some other mentally unstable researchers. If he just wants to be around, then whatever. The researcher looked at Yunwu with slightly relaxed eyes. Try to persuade that child. It's the first time I've seen them dislike someone so much. If the kid says no, you won't be able to relocate your office. All right. It would be good enough if they didn't interfere. Yunwu looked around. Is the child in their room? They should be playing after dinner dash. Just then, an employee came out of the building entrance and shouted with a tired expression. The child is missing. They must be hiding somewhere. As if they had instinctively sensed Yunwu's approach, they had hidden. The researcher responded quickly. Make sure they don't run away. And as the security guards and surveillance systems heightened their alert, the researcher glanced at Yunwu. Only now did he feel suspicious. The child is this averse. It meant there was something threatening the blessed child. The dice? Or are they cursed, or being chased by an anomalous entity? Is that why they fled here? No, if that were the case, they would have been hospitalized or protected somewhere. At that moment, Yunwu hummed softly. Hide and seek. It was like a game of hide and seek. He needed to find the blessed child and let them know it was okay to be near him. I hadn't thought about how to persuade them, but let's find them first. Receiving the researcher's wary gaze, Yunwu started walking. Night had fallen. The child peeked out from their hiding place in the shadows. The corridor, which seemed enormous to the still small child, was covered in eerie shadows. The shadow of a tree, clearly cast by the bright moonlight, swayed beyond the window. The child's face crumpled. They had never been this scared before. It was all because of that monster. Bad person. To the child, the world had been bright and shining, soft and warm. Everywhere was fun, surrounded by a warm energy. But the moment that monster arrived, everything changed. The warm energy disappeared. The world became unstable. Ordinary dangers they had never felt before lurked everywhere. Tripping while running, choking while drinking water, having trouble with games. It was the result of the dice's random nature and Yunwu's fate-like quality colliding with luck, but to the child who didn't know this, Yunwu seemed like an evil monster. A monster ruining their world. I need to run away. The child hesitated. They had been educated, almost to the point of brainwashing, to always go outside with an adult. This perception, manipulated by pure psychological manipulation without anomalous entities, chained their feet. Just then, a voice was heard. The monster's voice. Where are you? I'm not a dangerous person. I don't intend to do anything bad to you. I'm just going to live in the same building. Here, I have a gift card. Don't you want it? Clumsy words. Awkward words Yunwu blurted out, not knowing how to deal with children. To the child, those words sounded like a promise to ruin their world forever. It shattered the psychological chains the company had created. Moonlight gleamed in the child's eyes. I have to run away. Adults can't be trusted. At novel bin at. The uncles and aunties they lived with had already been fooled by the monster. They talked with that monster, and even when the child directly shouted that it was dangerous, they smiled and tried to catch the child. Meanwhile, Yinwo was getting closer. Gasp! The child covered their mouth with both hands and curled up. They hid in the shadows, not making even a breath of sound. Yinwo approached without a sound. He had unconsciously learned to mask his presence after experiencing various dangers. Where are you? Are you sleeping in a corner? Should I roll the dice? Yinwo, muttering to himself, came out in front of the moonlit window. The tree shadows wrapped around his face and body like tentacles, and the gift card he held out swayed like a monster's tongue. The child's heart pounded loudly, and their pupils dilated. The moment Yinwo reached for the dice, the world became more broken. That terrible sense of loss and pain. Fortunately, Yinwo didn't notice the child. His mind was dull as he didn't sense a threat to his life, and his senses were deeply asleep. Yinwo, unnecessarily feeling a sense of childhood, wondered if this was what it felt like to play with a child and hummed, "Hide and seek." The singing voice, growing more distant, echoed in the eerie corridor before finally fading away. The child exhaled deeply. Then they dashed out. Run away. They boldly stepped outside, a place they normally couldn't go alone. At this moment, all the education about not going out alone disappeared without a trace. The child's eyes sparkled as they headed straight for the cages where their bird friends stayed. I can't escape alone. All the adults here have been fooled by the monster. I need my friend's help. Luckily avoiding the patrolling security guards, the child luckily found an unlocked cage door and flung it open. Wake up. The birds, scattered about sleeping soundly, woke up with a flutter. They looked at the child with dumb eyes. We need to run away quickly? Come out fast. In an instant, a wild look returned to the birds' eyes. They immediately spread their wings and flew towards the door. An alarm sounded in the bird migration center. The flock of birds became a storm as they escaped their cages, and an alarm immediately sounded. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Containment failure. Containment failure. Security personnel, respond immediately. Department heads, please report to the control room. I repeat. The recorded announcement played on loop. Yinwu stopped blankly in front of the window. He had been wearing a harmless expression and forcing a kind voice, but now he stared at the night sky from the windowsill. Birds. The birds, which were supposed to be recognized as something else on radar, circled in the night sky. The containment had been breached. An incident. Yinwu's instincts awoke. In that moment, he transformed from a mischievous adult chasing a child to a survivalist. An attack? An accident? What's going on? His dull brain cells stretched, and flashes of thought flickered. His sharpened senses accurately perceived reality. Yinwu's eyes lit up. Found them? In the distance from the window, he saw the bird cages. Near them, the small figure of a child running frantically. The situation was clear. That kid released the birds to escape. It's not an attack. It's not dangerous either. His awakening instincts and senses went back to sleep. Yinwu became the inconsiderate person bothering a child again, but he hesitated. Is it right to chase after someone who dislikes me this much? Why does the kid hate me so much in the first place? Yinwu wavered between his conscience and his desire for safety. He took out his time-buying bills and lighter to go after the child, but couldn't bring himself to light it. Not knowing the child's feelings and thoughts, Yinwu's heart gradually leaned towards the desire for safety. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstandings can be cleared up. We haven't even had a chance to talk face to face. Couldn't I just let them know I'm harmless? In terms of time, maybe a minute had passed since the alarm went off. Experienced company employees rushed out of the living quarters on the upper floors of the building, still in their pajamas. What escaped? Hurry! Confused shouts and the thunder of footsteps echoed down the stairwell. At the forefront was the researcher who had greeted Yinwu. The researcher held a communicator, shouting orders into it at the top of his lungs. Report to the higher UPS. The radar's probably gone crazy, so tell the relevant agencies. The birds were strangely recognized by radar and information resources. They would probably show up en masse on internet sites tracking aircraft, and even on airport surveillance radar. Not to mention military bases. Of course, it wouldn't escalate into a major problem. An aircraft carrier suddenly appearing in the middle of land? A flying aircraft carrier? Does that make sense? Nuclear missiles? They were suddenly launched from the Korean countryside, but they're moving at the speed of flying birds? And it's not even a missile trajectory? Anyone would be suspicious of the situation first. The researcher continued speaking. Request deployment from the Marine Response Unit, and dash. Suddenly, the researcher saw Yinwu. He also saw the child running energetically beyond the window, and instinctively realized. It's because of this guy. Thanks to the blessed child, the department that was usually peaceful without incidents had been turned upside down the moment this outsider entered. We shouldn't have put the child and this person together in the first place. It was a mistake. He had misjudged from the beginning. He shouldn't have given the chance to persuade the child. Even without malice, he shouldn't be around. The researcher strode forward. Why won't this lighter work? Yinwu glared beyond the window, clicking the lighter repeatedly, trying to light it. When it wouldn't light no matter how many times he tried, he finally gave up and slid the window open with a clatter. He planned to run over and talk face to face. Just as he put his hand on the windowsill, someone grabbed him firmly by the back of the neck. Yinwu turned his head with difficulty, and the researcher shouted angrily, "Security, throw this outsider out." "Look, sir, you've misunderstood something. This incident is my fault, is it? Anyway, there's no need to go this far. Security." The researcher acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Two security guards who had been running down the corridor stopped abruptly, then grabbed Yinwu from both sides. Their strong hands locked his arms as if linking them, then pulled him back. Yinwu couldn't even struggle. He could only hear the researcher's rapid announcements. "I'll absolutely oppose the office relocation. I'll report to the higher UPS that it negatively affects the management of the blessed child, and I'll have to request a restraining order too." Feeling like he'd suddenly become a heinous criminal, Yinwu made an extremely wronged expression. "No, I didn't do anything. I just looked for them, that's all. I wasn't even with the kid for a minute." He had wandered around looking for them, using a kind voice so the child wouldn't be scared, letting them know he was safe, even singing nursery rhymes to make it feel like a game. "The child is near the main gate, so send him out the back door." And so Yinwu was dragged away and thrown out of the back door of the bird migration center. After sighing heavily for a while, Yinwu returned to his car. "I should give up. But it's such a shame. After all, there had been some minor incidents, but no dangerous accidents, right? The luck effect was definitely real." Yinwu kept looking back with regret as he reluctantly started his car. The birds circled chaotically in the sky above the bird migration center, drawing the attention of the security guards. Security personnel and researchers armed with net guns, tranquilizer guns, and capture drones struggled to return the birds. "Go, friends." Silently cheering on the birds, the child darted between dirt paths and tree shadows, eyes sparkling. The world grew warmer, as if the monster had disappeared. The child, clothes covered in dirt and messy snow, stopped and looked back. "What the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? When is the Marine Response Unit coming?" The bird friends and the adults were having fun together, shouting like they were playing a game, firing their guns with pew-pew sounds, controlling drones cooler than toys. The birds flapped their wings, flying beautifully like airplanes. Perhaps because the world had returned to normal, the child made a serious expression as if deeply contemplating. "If the monster's gone, I should help." They needed to wake up the kind adults who had been tricked by the monster. Of course, it was scary. They had tried to tell them it was dangerous, but the adults had smiled and tried to catch them, helping the monster. After serious consideration, the child turned with a determined expression. Their heart pounded excitedly, as if they were about to go on an adventure. That's when the child first saw the researcher who had been chasing them, and let out a shriek. "Mister, wake up! You were tricked by the monster." "Yes, I know. That's why I chased the monster away. It's okay now." The researcher approached with a faint smile, and the child's eyes widened. This mister had defeated that nasty monster? "How did you do it, mister? You're weak, aren't you?" The researcher made a sour expression. He had often shown that he couldn't keep up with the child's energy. He quickly changed the subject. "Well, why were you so scared of the monster?" "Oh, it was really bad. The child's attention quickly shifted. They proudly told their adventure story of how they ran away from the monster, hid right in front of it, and how they released the birds. Listening to the child who was wildly gesticulating as they spoke, the researcher soon came to a conclusion. Luck offset by misfortune? That's why that person wanted the child's luck, and why the child disliked him. No, it wasn't just dislike. A sense of loss, like the world was crumbling. They had felt clear danger and viscous fear for the first time. The testimony was vivid. Though the child exaggerated, the fear seeped through, and the researcher's mouth opened slightly at novel bin at. "This is beyond just bothering a kid, isn't it? And why was he singing?" He saw the kid crying and running away. Is he a psychopath? He couldn't even begin to guess at the mindset of someone who became a department head from an investigator despite carrying misfortune. The researcher decided to record the entire statement and report it to the higher UPS. It was right to keep those two apart. As he was thinking about drafting the report, the researcher suddenly looked down at the child. "I don't know anything about this child at all." The world seen and felt by a child born as an anomalous entity was different from theirs. The researcher's eyes deepened as he realized that treating them like a normal child might actually hurt them. The child's exaggerated testimony and the researcher's cool yet purposeful report went straight to the higher UPS, and it was read with interest not only by the Korean branch but also by headquarters. The child's innocent yet truthful story struck them as meaningful. It seemed as if he had bullied an innocent young child, of all people. Above all, the singing was decisive. He sang such a song there? And so, some people were put on alert. The profilers in charge of Yunwoo, the director, Mark Young, and other employees. What is it? Has he lost his humanity? Has he become an anomalous entity? Has he been contaminated by the mist? To create a memory that will traumatize the child. Yunwoo wasn't just an ordinary employee. He was a future level 6, a core force of the company. A talent whose work history alone was impressive when compiled and read. That's why if Yunwoo went berserk, the fallout would be terrible, and the company couldn't carelessly overlook even a minor incident. Several people gathered to put their heads together. They analyzed the bomb that could go off at any time from various angles. Could it be a manifestation of his survivalist tendencies? He was hit on the thigh at their first meeting. He might have perceived it as an attack. It might be jealousy. The child's luck is the kind of power Yinwoo wants, but the child has had it from the beginning. Some people reasoned rationally. What if he's been hiding his true nature from the start? What if his behavior so far is the result of a sociopath's highly learned mimicry? It could be a sign of anomalous contamination. Some made pessimistic assumptions, like representatives of extinction. It just seems like a misunderstanding. And some people grasped the essence without much thought. In any case, they couldn't reach a conclusion. All the arguments seemed plausible, but there was also a lack of solid evidence. In the end, the director spoke briefly. Let's keep a close eye on him from now on. Mark, you meet him often, so observe him carefully. Yes, sir. And so Mark Young met Yinwoo with a document transcribing the child's testimony. Mark Young handed over the document, speaking nonchalantly. Why did you torment the child like that? It seems the kid will suffer from nightmares. Me? I really didn't do anything. No, I only managed to say hello. Full of indignation, Yinwoo took the document and read it. Then the indignation disappeared from his face, replaced by an expression of pain, as if his conscience had been pricked. I didn't know they'd feel like this. He felt sorry for the fear the child had experienced, and uncomfortable that he seemed so monstrous. Wait a minute. After reading the document a few more times, Yinwoo suddenly looked up. Seeing Mark Young come with a document like this, something didn't seem right. His head, sensing something suspicious, woke up, and a cold judgment, devoid of emotion, was quickly made. Suspicion? Do they suspect I'm turning into an anomalous entity due to mist contamination? He needed to clear up this suspicion. If it went wrong, he'd be seen as a potential risk factor by headquarters. Yinwoo's mouth opened. I didn't know the child would feel that way about the dice. And it says I brainwashed the employees, but that's obviously a misunderstanding. As his survival instinct kicked in and he spoke in a cool voice, Mark Young's pupils trembled. In reality, it was all excessive worry stemming from misunderstandings. The higher UPS had analyzed the incident thoroughly, and most realized it had happened because of crossed wires. The result of a collision between the dice that could break the oracle system of a 50-person shelter and the child's luck. The result of not understanding the child's perception. The child's misunderstanding of employees trying to catch them as they ran away. Mark Young swallowed hard. Objectively speaking, it's not really a problem. The child's perspective was exaggerated and distorted by prejudice. Looking at just the facts, it's something to laugh off. But he tried to control his trembling eyes as he glanced at Yinwoo. Although he'd lost about a month of memories after drinking the memory eraser because of the Artist Association president, he'd still spent a considerable amount of time with Yinwoo. Mark Young thought he knew Yinwoo to some extent. Dislikes danger, a bit naive and sloppy, a fresh graduate. But at this moment, a stranger was sitting in front of him. Yinwoo with his survival instinct activated. The person's aura had completely changed. Emotions like indignation or guilt had evaporated, and his relaxed attitude had become taut. Yinwoo, wearing an expressionless face, thought to himself. Headquarters is scary. In Yinwoo's perception, headquarters was closer to a mechanical device than people. Something cold that could throw out ethics or morals if it meant humanity's survival, seeing people not as individuals but as numbers. If such an entity had the power to control the anomalous world and saw him as a dangerous entity, I understand headquarters' concern. It feels like I bullied a young child, so they might suspect there's a problem with my character. Yinwoo calmly poured out words to clear up the misunderstanding. There's no need to worry. Why would I bully a child? Why did you sing that song? The hide and seek, hare song. Since Yinwoo had noticed the company's suspicion, Mark Young asked directly. The company couldn't relax because of that one song. Chasing after a crying child while singing such a song seemed a bit abnormal. Yinwoo rolled his eyes. The song was certainly inappropriate behavior. His voice flowed out, tinged with indignation. To make it feel like a game, like hide and seek. I just thought the kid disliked me. Mark Young focused intently. He observed Yinwoo's expressions and voice, analyzing even the slightest body movements. Yinwoo was truthful and plausible. The final judgment would be made by the profilers, but for now, Mark Young lowered his guard. Though unfamiliar, he was a company employee who had been through thick and thin. He couldn't be completely naive. I understand. I'll report it to the higher UPS like that. I'm sorry if this suspicion made you uncomfortable. It's because you're such an important asset that the company was overly sensitive. Mark Young bowed his head slightly, and Yinwoo smiled broadly. It seemed the suspicion had been cleared. Not at all. I understand. The company can be like that. A warm atmosphere filled Yinwoo's room, which had been permeated with subtle tension. As long as I'm not marked by headquarters. With the tension gone, Yinwoo relaxed his posture. Since it was just his room with a hastily laid out blanket, he leaned against the wall. Then he suddenly looked up at Mark Young. Mark Young, who was preparing to leave, turned his head curiously. What's the dash? When are you going to find me a house? Since the shelter had been destroyed, Yinwoo had been staying temporarily in the investigation team's building. Just a blanket spread out in an empty room. I didn't really look. I didn't want to find a good shelter or a house in the city only for an accident to happen. Mark Young rolled his eyes, then quickly came up with a plausible excuse. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep staying here? What? Yinwoo's expression instantly crumpled. There was a shower room, and he could cook with a gas burner, so there weren't any major problems, but he still didn't like it. Mark Young quickly spat out an excuse. Listen, do you know the artist's theory? If you move the world, it becomes art. I know that, but there's no limit to that artwork. It can be a person, a space, or an object. So, couldn't this building be a work of art? What do you mean? Yinwoo listened to Mark Young's sophistry with a confused expression. It's a building that investigators have used for a long time. As a base for survival artists, it might have become an anomalous entity where accidents don't happen. You've been staying here for a while now, and there haven't been any problems, right? Is that so? Yinwoo floated question marks above his head. It did sound somewhat plausible. Actually, you didn't need to go looking for the blessed child. This building is what you wanted. Well then, I'll be going. Mark Young confidently spouted nonsense and hurried out of the room. Yinwoo remained dumbfounded for a while, then suddenly had a thought. If you move the world, it becomes art. The Artist Association president. The most beautiful monster in the world, favored by the world. Then, if you move the world with survival instinct. Even if survival instinct isn't an anomalous entity, couldn't it become one, and if it is one, couldn't it level up? Yinwoo sank deep into thought. Yinwoo listlessly browsed through the request list. His eyes were on the text list, but he wasn't reading the words. His mind was full of other thoughts. Survival art? Is it possible? If it is, how would I do it? Twisting my body and surviving in danger? I don't like that. Clatter, the mouse wheel kept turning. He had already reached the end of the request list without realizing it, but Yinwoo kept moving his finger. Danger level 6, survival instinct, human qualification certificate, dice. The mountain peak was clearly visible, but there was no path to the summit. Yinwoo sighed deeply, feeling frustrated. Just then, it was lunchtime. The team leader got up. What do you want for lunch? I don't have much of an appetite. Yinwoo shook his head, and Yu also took out her lunchbox while wearing a mask. She had bought porridge on her way to work. I've got a cold, so I'll eat something light. Okay. Hearing her hoarse voice, the team leader nodded and went out to eat alone. Yu also left to heat her lunchbox in the microwave, and Yinwoo busily played with his mouse. Maybe I should look up some information. If thinking on his own didn't work, he could search the internet, look up records, or get ideas from elsewhere. Since his security clearance had increased, Yinwoo could freely browse all sorts of confidential materials. Danger level 6, anomalous entity evolution. Searching with various keywords brought up a lot of interesting materials. Yinwoo found a document that caught his eye. More precisely, a document that made his chest tighter and scared him. Danger level 7. He immediately opened the document. Proposal regarding danger level 7. Until now, we have assigned danger levels based on the scale of accidents and victims. 6 for Earth destruction, 5 for national collapse, 4 for city annihilation, and so on. But as technology has advanced and the company has acquired more anomalous entities, we've redefined level 6. Even Earth destruction level dangers were too easily destroyed when their weaknesses were exploited, and the company could manage them with ease. So, omnipotence and absoluteness became the criteria for level 6. Then what about dangers beyond that? How should we define those dangers that we've never seen, that are hard to imagine, that exist only as hypotheses? Many people are debating this. In the distant past, they argued whether the danger of solar system destruction or universe destruction should be the standard, but after the discovery of two-dimensional spaces and parallel worlds, the argument intensified. I propose a simpler standard. A danger we cannot manage. A danger level that exists only as a hypothesis. The danger of human extinction. Human extinction regardless of Earth, our universe, two-dimensional spaces, or parallel worlds. It's just imagination anyway, so let's set it on a grand scale until something definite is discovered. We can always adjust the criteria. The response was simple. Approved. Some researchers should stop obsessing over unproductive things and focus on their main work. Yinwoo, who had been staring at the document without blinking, let out a hollow laugh. It's just a hypothesis. It doesn't even exist. The scale was so large that it didn't feel real. He didn't think something like that could exist in the first place. Was it even possible? Human extinction regardless of world? With a calamity like that, dying would be the polite thing to do. No, wait. Survival art. Adat novel bin adat. An idea flashed through his mind. Yinwoo quickly sank into contemplation. Maybe if I survive in a situation where I should die, the world would be moved. But it wasn't a good idea. Yinwoo's expression darkened, and soon he changed his mind like a child. Danger should be avoided in the first place. This won't work. The risk is too dangerous, and it's not certain either. I'd rather level up to 6 with the dice. If a problem with no visible answer was blocking the way, you could just take a detour. Even in exams, you put unsolvable problems off until the end. Or give up on them entirely. Contamination, maintaining self-awareness. Yinwoo changed direction. Even if it was survival instinct, it wasn't as good as the dice. The dice were still the best. With that near-omnipotent power, survival wouldn't even be an issue. Yinwoo put the requests aside and looked up various anomalous entities. He looked into soul-related ones, psychology, and mental ones, resistance and survival-related ones. He got so absorbed that at some point he strayed from his original goal, as if browsing a wiki. During this, Yinwoo discovered one fact. Does the company not know that the human qualification certificate resists contamination? There were no experimental records related to contamination resistance. Yinwoo, who had been staring at the monitor, stroked his chin. Human qualification certificate. Nothing resists better than this. Can you get multiple certificates if you take the test several times? No. What if the dice takes the test and gets a certificate? Would it become independent then? A method of calling for the human qualification exam after being contaminated to the point of manipulating possibilities, and then manipulating the results. It might be worth trying. After all, he could lower the dice's contamination level again. Yinwu suddenly found enthusiasm and wrote one report and one proposal. The human qualification certificate's resistance to contamination, and a request to experiment on whether multiple human qualification certificates could be obtained, and if so, whether there was a difference in contamination resistance based on the number. UGU spread a plague. Having caught a nasty cold somewhere, she infected not only the team leader but also Choi Jae-min, the parent detector about to graduate, paralyzing the investigation team. The department that usually kept running smoothly even through considerable incidents and accidents was now wiped out, from the department head to the reserve personnel, by a mere cold. The team leader and UGU contacted Yinwu with their voices heavily congested. Hey, Yinwu, you'll have to temporarily take charge of the investigation team. Just reject any incoming work and postpone everything. Well, I guess it's not so bad if we consider it paying our dues. A cold is better than some weird accident happening. Yinwu, resisting with the vitality from the rain, readily took charge of the investigation team. All right. Get plenty of rest. Answering phones for a few days was no big deal. It wasn't even for strangers or an unfamiliar department. So Yinwu began working as an investigator again after a long time, guarding the quiet building alone. Just killing time until work came in. Rejecting calls when they came. Yes, this is the investigation team. Oh, the team leader? He's resting now with the flu. Yes, please call back later. Investigation work? We don't have any available investigators right now. Yinwu clicked his mouse, half-heartedly answering calls. While responding in an unenthusiastic voice, his eyes browsed the company intranet. The experiment proposal is under review. There's nothing to do. The report and proposal related to the human qualification certificate seemed like they would take quite a while. In the end, Yinwu, with time to spare, leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Might as well take a nap. The sunlight was warm and the heating was just right, perfect for sleeping. His tension loosened. His body sank into the chair tilted far back. Wheeze, wheeze, his breathing continued. Yinwu's consciousness sank deep down. And then, his consciousness connected somewhere, past individual unconsciousness or dreams, to a strange mental space. Yinwu blinked. He was sure he had fallen asleep in the office. When he opened his eyes, it was an unfamiliar world. An endless expanse of sand in a desert. A temperature neither hot nor cold. In the blue sky, various clouds floated lazily. Above all, there was a building in front that didn't fit the desert. Yinwu looked up at its sign. The ever-changing sign transformed into Yinwu's language. Dream exchange. Yinwu's expression soured. He had been through all sorts of incidents and accidents. It was easy to distinguish whether this was a simple dream or reality involving an anomalous entity. Yinwu scratched his head vigorously. A sharp, irritated look flashed across his face. Come on, what is this? I just took a nap, why am I getting mixed up with an anomalous entity again? It didn't look dangerous, but he didn't like it one bit. After searching for his dice first, Yinwu considered going back with them, but then slowly stepped forward. Movement is scary if a critical failure comes up. Let's go inside for now. Since it had brought him here, the way to send him back should be in that shop too. Yinwu entered cautiously, quietly tense, carefully opening the wooden door. Ding-a-ling, a bell rang cheerfully, and from inside, a hooded shop owner greeted Yinwu. Welcome. This is the Dream Exchange, where we find dreams for you or connect your dreams to suitable people. Yinwu didn't answer. He just looked around widely, taking in the shop owner and the shop. The shop owner's face wasn't visible. A deep shadow covered their face under the hood. The shop has an antique store feel. On the neat shelves of the shop, items like music boxes, crystal balls, pianos, soccer balls, guitars, microphones, test papers, and stethoscopes were scattered about. Yinwu fixed his gaze on the shop owner. Did you call me here? Well, I wouldn't say I called you, rather your soul sought out the Dream Exchange dash. Nonsense. Yinwu waved his hand dismissively, cutting off the shop owner's words. I'm not interested, so please send me back. Ahaha. People who have lost their dreams all react like that. But since we've met, why not listen for a bit? It's all just a momentary dream anyway. The shop owner waved their gloved hand slightly. Wooden chairs appeared, and steaming tea rose up on the counter. Yinwu frowned. He asked briefly, is this the Goldberg Club? A shop that buys and sells dreams. Naturally, the club came to mind first. But the shop owner shook their head and laughed it off. The Goldberg Club. Humans dreaming golden dreams. I'm not such a materialist. This work is far more grand, beautiful, and noble. Yinwu muttered to himself. What is he talking about? Regardless of Yinwu's reaction, the shop owner straightened their shoulders and began speaking confidently. Those who can't achieve their dreams will sell their dreams to find freedom, and those with ability but no dreams will buy dreams to achieve them. In other words, it's the beautiful work of making flowers bloom that would otherwise wither and die. Yes. You're doing good work. So where's the way back? The shop owner stopped. They hunched over as if they had never been excited, and let out an ominous voice. You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me either. Yinwu also spoke irritably. What's with this dream peddler? I said I'm not interested, didn't I? Dreams. The mysterious shop that traded in these vessels of human passion and hope was degraded to a mere peddler in Yinwu's eyes. No, Yinwu saw it as even worse than a peddler. I'm not buying or selling. You're not trying to kidnap people and force sales, are you? That was when it happened. As the shop owner's mood soured, the shop began to change. Darkness rippled like a nightmare, and instead of the beautiful dreams scattered about, dark and terrible dreams crawled out. The shop suddenly plunged into darkness. Beyond the darkness came sounds of crying, lamentation, and screaming. Yinwu quickly sat down in the chair. This is really interesting. What can one receive for selling a dream? And what kind of dreams do you sell? Yinwu blinked innocently. He leaned forward as if focusing on the shop owner. His sleepy mind woke up. The thing in front of me is an anomalous entity. I need to be careful. He didn't want to carelessly provoke it and have an accident. It was best to get through this smoothly. The shop owner was speechless for a while, then let out a small sigh. How did I end up with a customer like this? The darkness receded, and a dreamlike atmosphere settled over the shop again. Various objects representing people's dreams glowed softly. Yinwu breathed a sigh of relief, and the shop owner spoke gruffly. Be careful. I'm more amazing than you think, and I'm doing good for everyone. You're wonderful, sir. Clap, clap, clap. Yinwu's soulless applause and admiration. The shop owner waved their hand, making the tea disappear. There was no tea for Yinwu. The owner spoke unkindly. Dreams aren't something you can buy just because you want to. I only sell them to people who have the ability to achieve that dream. But you. Yinwu pretended to listen attentively, and the shop owner looked Yinwu up and down. You don't qualify to buy dreams. You need to have the ability to achieve something. Ah, I see. Then I guess I don't qualify as a customer. Regrettable, but I should go back. Yinwu smiled broadly. In a way, he had been insulted, but to him it meant he could go back without any problems. But the shop owner continued speaking. Still, your dream is quite good. Pure survival instinct. A thirst for life. This is something you'd usually only see in terminally ill patients. I like it. I could sell it to someone who has lost hope in life. The shop owner could see Yinwu's dream. Survival. That primal and pure dream. The shop owner nodded their head. A pleased voice flowed from the darkness under the hood. Why don't you sell that dream to me? I'll pass it on to someone more suitable. Someone who can fulfill that dream better than you will make it shine like a jewel. Yinwu didn't answer. He just stared blankly at the shop owner. The shop owner brought both hands together on the counter. They spoke kindly, as if persuading. How painful must it be to have a dream you can't handle when you don't even have the ability? If you give up your dream cleanly, you can be free from it. Someone else will fulfill your dream for you. I'm not selling. Pardon. At that point, Yinwu stood up. There was no need for further conversation. If I sell my dream, I might live more comfortably and freely. I'd retire from the company and enjoy life with the money I've earned. But that's all. Survival. The moment he lost that fundamental drive, everything would start to fall apart. He might let his guard down and die soon. Let's get out of this shop first. Yinwu didn't look back. He approached the shop door and grabbed the handle. He gripped it tightly and pulled. Clunk. The door didn't open. Instead, a voice came from behind. You might think that if you don't know, it's okay. I'll free you from your dream. You'll thank me when it's all over, won't you? In an instant, Yinwu lost something. Whatever you call it, heart, mind, soul, something fundamental at the root was gone. Yinwu, having lost the dream of survival, slowly turned around. The shop owner was holding a heart-shaped model in one hand. A ceaselessly beating heart model. Good. It's an excellent dream. Strong and pure. Who should I give this to so it shines beautifully? At that moment, the shop owner looked at Yinwu, and their gazes crossed. The shop owner spoke. How does it feel? To be free. At novel bin at. I'm not sure. Yinwu spoke blankly. His mind was being reconstructed, replacing the lost survival instinct. Newly, based on all the memories he had experienced. Yinwu's confused and unsettled atmosphere began to change. Now, you're no longer bound by dreams and free to. The shop owner spoke with a voice tinged with laughter, then stopped. Something felt off. Yinwu muttered coldly. People die someday. His values were re-established. The accidents and anomalous experiences he had been through. The world like thin ice. The vast universe and anomalous world. There is no eternity in this world. Struggling to survive day by day like a mayfly is nothing but futile effort. The right thing to do is to live each day fully, to live so that you can die satisfied even if you die tomorrow, to live as your heart desires. And where Yinwu's heart was heading now was, you took my dream as you pleased. I'll take my compensation as I see fit. It would be dangerous. The opponent was an unknown anomalous entity, and the dice's risks were still there. His survival instinct was quietly screaming. But he didn't care. Resolving this unpleasant feeling was more important. Yinwu called upon the dice. Scrape. Yinwu dragged an old chair to the door, then plopped down on it. He looked at the shop owner with dull eyes, like a dead fish. I've been thinking, just taking compensation isn't fun. The shop owner didn't reply, but eyed Yinwu carefully. Yinwu, having lost his dream, had become an ordinary person. No particular passion, just alive because he wasn't dead, an adult worn down by the harsh, rough world. Normally, the shop owner would ignore such a person, but, what's this? The shop owner unconsciously leaned back. They sensed danger from this human without dreams or passion. He had an aura closer to beings like the shop owner than to regular customers. Yinwu grinned. Let's play a dice game. The stakes are everything you have, not your dream. The shop owner held out their hand. Yinwu's dream, the beating heart model, was placed on the counter. But Yinwu shook his head. That's no fun. It wouldn't make me feel better either. It was originally his dream. Betting that would just mean getting back what was his. He needed to bet something that would resolve his bad mood. This isn't a joke or a prank. The shop owner felt uneasy. This wasn't a simple dice game. It was real gambling with real stakes. Well, if I don't want to gamble dash. That's not very polite. You forcibly took my dream, but you can't play one dice game? Then I might have to be impolite too. Yinwu smiled. That was fun in its own way. Forcing the other into a gambling game was good, and rolling the dice against an unwilling opponent was good too. In fact, the act of rolling the dice itself was fun. It was gambling that instantly manipulated reality, after all. At this point, the shop owner vaguely realized the seriousness of the situation. Swish. They gently pushed Yinwu's dream on the counter towards him. The shop owner said, I'll give your dream back. Let's stop here dash. Keep it. My dream isn't important anymore. Yinwu refused. It really wasn't important. Yinwu, having lost his dream, felt the freedom the shop owner had talked about. People die. What's the point of struggling to live? Just live each day happily. It felt like chains binding his body had been loosened. That refreshing, invigorating feeling. Yinwu enjoyed life without any worries. He was true to his emotions. Yinwu suddenly clapped. There was something to prepare before the fun dice game. Right. You need to see the dice too. Can you manifest what I see? Whoosh. The hesitating shop owner waved their hand. The dice in a corner of Yinwu's mind was projected onto the counter. A 6-sided die with 6 possible results. Critical failure, failure, miss, miss, success, critical success. Is this good? Then let's roll it as a test. Dice, just roll once. With those words, the dice jumped up. It rolled cheerfully, producing a result. Miss, the result of the projected dice. The shop owner swallowed hard, wondering what this meant, while Yinwu pondered. A miss is either 3 or 4. I like 3, so let's say it's 3. What does that mean? What kind of game are you trying to play with this in the first place? Yinwu held up 3 fingers. Let's play the dice game 3 times. If it lands on success, I win. If it's a miss or failure, you win. The shop owner looked confused. They understood the rules, but weren't sure about the situation. Should they really go along with this human's words? Maybe they should kick him out now. Then, Yinwu spoke. First, the possibility of the dreams in this shop disappearing. What dash? The startled shop owner jumped up, and the dice soared high as well. Rumble, rumble, the dice rolled across the counter. Possibilities writhed. Possibilities manifesting into reality. The shop owner finally recognized the power of the dice. No way, this human had something like this. It was too late for regrets. They had already provoked their opponent, and the dice was cast. The shop owner watched the dice with glowing eyes, and the next moment, let out a sigh of relief. Miss? The shop owner slumped down. Yinwu wore an expression that was half smiling, half not. You won the first game. Let's go straight to the next one. What are you going to roll? I'll give your dream back, please just stop dash. The shop owner grabbed Yinwu's dream and stood up. They intended to return the dream right away. It wasn't difficult. Just shove it into his head or body and it would be done. But just as the shop owner had done earlier, Yinwu didn't respond. He just did his own thing. For the second one, the possibility of no one visiting the dream exchange. After dreams, the target was the shop. The shop owner, who was coming around the counter, stopped moving. They quickly turned to look at the counter. The dice was rolling. Rumble rumble. The shop owner watched closely. Miss, failure, success, and other results flashed by chaotically. The more chaotically the results crossed, the more their heart pounded. Just don't land on success. Please. In an instant, the future of the dream exchange shook violently, and finally the result came out. Failure? The shop owner felt their strength drain away. Without realizing it, they leaned on the counter with both hands, letting out a long sigh. It was just one die, but reality changed according to its result. And it was a reality where their shop was at stake. How tense they had been in that short moment. Just then, a voice came from behind the shop owner. Yinwu had chosen the third judgment. Last one. The possibility of you not existing. No, wait. The shop owner's loosened tension snapped tight again. This time, their very life was at stake. Will luck be on my side again? Maybe because they had won the previous 2 times. Overwhelmed by a feeling that they would lose, the shop owner reached out towards Yinwu. They had to stop this judgment? But no matter how quickly they moved, it was slower than the speed of thought. Rumble rumble, the dice began to roll. With the shop owner's life on the line. The shop owner stopped halfway between the counter and Yinwu, unable to move either way. They watched the rolling dice, their body trembling. Perhaps because they were extremely focused, they could see in detail the flying dust and the tumbling dice. Failure came up, then rolled to the side showing miss, bounced to show success on top, then spun to show miss again. With each moment, their heart plummeted, then soared, over and over. Please, please. And, the result came out. Miss, I'm alive. The shop owner collapsed to the floor as if falling. Their hands sprawled limply, brushing the ground. Though they didn't particularly have a lifespan, it felt like their lifespan had been shortened. Yinwu's shadow fell over them. Yinwu congratulated the shop owner. You're lucky. You won all 3 times. Ha, ha ha, yes. Here, I'll return your dream. If you want any dreams, I'll give you a few, so let's not run into each other anymore. The shop owner raised their hand shakily. It was the hand holding Yinwu's dream, which they intended to just give back. But there was no answer. The shop owner suddenly felt a terrible premonition. They looked up, trembling. Through the shaking hood, they saw Yinwu. Yinwu, who was smiling. Well then, shall we roll for the 4th judgment? You said only 3 times. At novel bin at. I changed my mind. And this is more fun, isn't it? A promise? Why should he keep that? It's not fun anyway. At that moment, the shop owner realized what they had done. Survival. The one who had lost that dream, and thus lost the line that restrains people. I need to return this dream quickly. If not, the shop owner would be played with until Yinwu's mood improved. Perhaps until death. The shop owner jumped up and threw themselves forward. They thrust out Yinwu's dream, the beating heart model, in front. At the same time, Yinwu spoke. The possibility of you losing your dream. Rumble. Success. They crossed. At the same moment Yinwu's dream in the shop owner's outstretched hand returned to him, the shop owner lost their dream. Both of them wore confused expressions at the same time. Yinwu was quicker to judge. The dream that had been taken once before put his mind back in place. On the other hand, the shop owner's eyes trembled wildly at this first experience of loss. My dream. Yinwu felt the shop owner's confusion right in front of him. Their body shook wildly, strange cries were heard, and the shop rippled back and forth. Yinwu called upon the dice with a terrified expression. Move, no, wake up from sleep. As soon as he called for a judgment that seemed likely to succeed, success came out, and the dream exchange began to blur. The next moment, Yinwu sat up in the investigation team's office. He wiped his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. No, damn. Didn't I want to live? How could I do something like that? The memory of rushing in recklessly because he felt bad. Yinwu shuddered at the memory of acting so unlike himself. He couldn't accept such a careless behavior. Dream exchange. Crash. The shop owner knocked over a shelf. The neatly arranged wooden shelf shattered with a crack, and the carefully displayed dreams rolled around on the floor. My dream, where is it? The shop owner crouched down, looking at each dream. Then they threw them far away. No, this isn't it either. This wasn't it. They had dreamed of something more beautiful, more noble. They had passed on the dream of a pianist with a broken arm to a talented child, and given the dream of a terminally ill patient with a pure thirst for life to someone who had lost hope in life. Sometimes they had passed on a father's dream to his son, sometimes the dream of someone without talent, sometimes. But they had lost the reason why they had acted that way, why they had enjoyed acting that way. Only an empty life remained. No, this can't be. I can't live like this. I have to find my dream. Just then, ding-a-ling, the bell rang and a customer's voice was heard. Where is this? The newly arrived customer's eyes widened at the doorway. The interior of the dream exchange had turned into a mess like a garbage dump. And the shop owner standing in the middle of it all. The shop owner turned only their head. You have a dream. Could that be my dream? No, And so the shop owner pounced on the customer, searching for their dream.